नाम ज़ैनब पटेल है और आज के लिए मैं आपकी एमसी हूँ। तो मैं कोशिश करूँगी हिंदी और इंग्लिश में बात करेंगे। आई ट्राई टू स्पीक बोथ इन इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी फॉर आवर ऑडियंस। वी आर स्टार्टिंग हाफ एन आवर लेट, मतलब बट वी हैव टू मेक श्योर कि आज हम 5:30 बजे तक सेशंस कंप्लीट कर सके, क्योंकि वी हैव अ कपल ऑफ अदर इंपॉर्टेंट सेशंस आफ्टर लंच। सो आज की फर्स्ट सेशन जो है हमारी, वो है लीगल इश्यूज, ह्यूमन राइट्स और LGBTIQ हेल्थ के ऊपर। एंड इस सेशन में हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं कानूनी मुद्दों के ऊपर, मानवीय अधिकार के मुद्दों के ऊपर। एंड हमारे जो स्पीकर्स हैं, जो नेशनली और इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर्स हैं, वो अलग अलग पहलू के ऊपर, मानवीय अधिकार और LGBTIQ समुदाय के ऊपर जो इश्यूज है उसके ऊपर अपने मत प्रदान करेंगे। तो I would like to invite the moderator and the chair and the co-chair. तो moderator session की मैं हूँ, but I would like to invite the chair of the session, Dr. Naresh Goyal, who's the ex-TDG at the National AIDS Control Organization. मेरे co-chair है Dr. गिरिराज, जो Deputy Director Training है Social Defense, National Institute of Social Defense, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. मैं चेयर और को चेयर से दरख्वास्त करूंगी कि आप लोग जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनको इंट्रोड्यूस करें। वी ऑल्सो हैव वन स्पीकर चेंज। वी वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर एल रामकृष्णन टू जॉइन अस ऑन द स्टेज एज अ स्पीकर। वो तो जोर से करो। फर्स्ट सेशन ऑफ द डे, ब्रेकफास्ट। Just an information for the chair and the co-chair. Two of our speakers, Trupti Tandon and Amritanand Chakravarti, will not be joining us. We will basically have a mix of virtual speakers. Dr. Ramki will join us, and we are waiting for Rachna to also join us in person.
Hello. Thank you, Janab, for that introduction. And I know this is too early for in this winter season, but keeping the time, we have to be cautious about running the program. This subject, और मैं भी हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में बोलूँगा, तो जो आज के लिए हमें ये है, अब हमें करना है इस टाइम पर, लीगल इश्यूज हैं, ह्यूमन राइट्स और LGBTQI की हेल्थ के बारे में। तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग भी है, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड भी है, और एक तरह से प्रोग्रेसिव भी है, क्योंकि कुछ पिछले टाइम में कुछ ऐसे जजमेंट्स हुए हैं, कुछ ऐसे एक्ट बने हैं जिससे कि हम जो चीज़ें जो सोच नहीं सकते थे वो अब होने लगी हैं, गवर्नमेंट सेटअप में भी और गवर्नमेंट के बाहर भी। तो without taking much of your time, I like to say a few things that when we say and talk about this community, how friendly India is to LGBTQIA+. So we have to always think of that. And if we are already friendly, then how can we be more friendly? Like, I'm talking from the Government of India perspective. Our institutes, particularly government institutes, have, supportive of these communities. Are there enough legal safeguards for these communities? Do we have, some human rights, same human rights as we are available for the other communities? So all these are the issues to ponder, and our speakers will be speaking on these. So on the first day, सुहेल जी ने एक बात बोली थी कि सफर में धूप तो होगी, जो चल सको तो चलो। तो मैं कहूँगा सभी हैं भीड़ में, तुम भी निकल सको तो चलो। So with this, we start our day, and I call the first speaker. Tripti is not there, I heard. So we'll go to J. Gilliam, Senior Coordinator. He is virtual. So he'll be speaking virtual. J. Gilliam on advancing on human rights of LGBTQI plus persons around the world, diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. Jay Gilliam, please. Before that, my co-chairperson, you want to say anything, Giriraj ji?
So very good morning to all of you. Very much thankful to the organizer, especially our Jainat madam, for inviting me for this wonderful, program which is being organized here at the Rose Hotel. Myself, Dr. R. Giriraj, I'm Senior Deputy Director, Transgender Welfare Division, National Institute of Social Defense, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And dear friends, I will not take much time, I will brief one thing, that human rights, and when it comes to transgender, we have to remember one small issue that the Ramakrishna Paramahamsa once told. You must be knowing, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, the Human Rights Commission, which is very much connected with the points given by our Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. What you expect from others, same which you give it to them first. When you do like that, definitely the human rights issue will never arise. So dear friends, with this quotes, let us start this session. And you know very well that rights, you are not working for giving rights to any of the transgender person. Already rights reserved for them. If you just talk about Ramayana, Mahabharata, 7,000 years back, 10,000 years back, what happened? They were enjoying all the rights. In fact, they were employed in various sacred places, temples, they are the people employed. And the emperors, they employed at large level in the king palaces and so many places. And for the spy work and important trustworthy work, they were the people employed. So they were enjoying all the rights on those days. How all this situation or rights has gone? Because the foreigners invested into this country. Our Indian culture always inbuilt of transgender welfare. So now the government of India, realizing the importance of the transgenders, they have brought out wonderful legislation called Transgender Person Protection of Rights Act 2019. There are 9 chapters. Each and every chapter covers important aspect of the transgender person. Dear friends, with this background, I would like to call upon, because I don't want to take much of the time, because already, resource persons, they have been waiting here. I would like to call upon Ms. Rashna Suresh Shanab, Center for Health Equity, Law and Policy. He will talk about anti-discrimination laws, marriage equality, and other civil rights. And second, I would like to call upon Rashna. She's coming, she's on the way. She will join in course of time, and she would be talking about LGBTQI plus inclusion and legal rights. And third, I would like to call upon Rajasri Raju, board member, Kerala. And he will talk about seeking legal justice against conversion therapy in Kerala, possibilities and limitations. So these few words are really, I expect the resource people to just come and deliver the speech, please.
We also have another speaker, as I mentioned, Dr. L. Ramakrishnan, who will be talking about his experiences in terms of the Madras High Court judgment. But we have 2 speakers who are joining us virtually, Suraj Sanab and Rajashri Raju, who is going to be speaking to us from their Kerala High Court experience. So may I request Suraj Sanap to be on screen and make his presentation. We have around 10 minutes. Let us stick to the 10-minute slot. In case we find we can accommodate a couple of more minutes because of the reduced number of speakers, we'll try to do that. Suraj, over to you, please.
Thank you, Zainab. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for inviting me for the meeting. I hope I'm audible clearly. So I will be speaking on the issues relating to giving a brief update on the marriage equality petitions pending before the Delhi High Court and the Kerala High Court currently. A broad overview of anti-discrimination law in India and social and economic rights relevant to the LGBTQI community currently. So I'll begin with a brief update on the marriage equality petitions. Um, Delhi High Court and Kerala High Court are currently dealing with several petitions of queer individuals, lesbian, bisexual, trans and gay persons and intersex persons who have filed writ petitions before Delhi and Kerala High Court seeking legal recognition of their relationships under the marriage laws in India. Now, these can be categorized broadly in three categories based on the differences in the nature of the writ petitions and the demands made to the court. One group of petitions is seeking legal recognition under a civil law, which is the Special Marriage Act in India, which is a civil law, and it was made to bypass religious personal laws, which only allow marriage between parties of the same religious community. For example, under Hindu marriage law, only two Hindu people can perform a marriage. So Special Marriage Act was enacted precisely for the reason to allow interreligious marriages. And it's a civil law made by the Parliament of India. Second is a group of petitions which are seeking marriage equality under personal law or family law, as we say in India, specifically the Hindu Marriage Act. Now, the Hindu Marriage Act is a religious law. So it's a little different than seeking recognition under a civil law like the Special Marriage Act. And we'll come to that. I'll broadly explain the minor differences. And third is a group of petitions of overseas citizens of India who are lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, gay, who have performed marriages in countries abroad which recognize queer marriages already, say for example, America or European countries, and they are seeking registration and by default recognition of their marriages under Indian laws. So a brief interjection on the difference between seeking recognition under a civil law versus religious or personal laws in India. The traditional school of thought, according to Indian law, is that religious laws or personal laws or family laws, as we say, are a unit of law on their own, and they are not subject to judicial review under the Constitution, meaning a judge cannot reinterpret religious laws and they have to be left untouched to protect the time-honored religious traditional customs and values as per every religion. But this is the traditional school of thought of Indian constitutional law. More recently, in the last 20, 30 years, there have been many examples. There have been plethora of examples of different groups of persons from different religious communities challenging provisions of religious or personal or family laws. For instance, in context of equality of rights of inheritance for women under Hindu law or under Christian laws, or challenging provisions of marriage laws which are discriminatory towards women, and more recently the triple talaq judgment. So the idea being, the court has evolved constitutional rights and jurisprudence in India to say now that personal laws or family laws are also subject to judicial review in India, meaning that they have to be consistent with and conform with fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution, which meaning that the Special Marriage Act is an easy case, but the Hindu Marriage Act also judges will have to interpret according to freedom from discrimination, right to equality, and right to dignity under Constitution of India. Moving on to broad contours of anti-discrimination law in India, which will connect with our understanding of the kind of prayers and relief sought under the marriage laws also. So Article 14 of the Constitution of India guarantees the right to equality to everyone. Article 15 of the Constitution of India provides the freedom from discrimination on basis of caste, religion, sex, place of birth, ethnicity. Now, sex has been interpreted to mean not just biological sex, but also gender identity and sexual orientation. The interpretation on gender identity has come from the Supreme Court's decision in Nalsa, which recognized transgender persons' right to self-determine their own gender identity. And the interpretation on sexual orientation as part of sex has come from the Naz and Navtej Singh Johar cases, where the Supreme Court reinterpreted Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code to say that LGBTQI persons have a fundamental right to choose their own partner, and consensual sex between adults in private is no longer a criminal offense. Then there's the right to privacy judgment by a bench of 9 judges of the Supreme Court, which authoritatively defines the contours of privacy law in India and specifically protects queer, lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender, intersex persons' right to privacy and to take their own decisions with respect to private choices relating to marriage, sexuality, childbearing, etc. There is a growing emergence of very interesting jurisprudence in India, also known as indirect discrimination, which is recognized by the Supreme Court now as of 2021, which basically says that if any neutral law, policy, or act by a government authority, which is applicable to everybody, but it has a negative and disproportionate impact on a minority based on a protected characteristic, these laws will be reinterpreted to accommodate minority groups' interests and protect their rights. For example, as a very simple example, just let's look at Section 377 for a minute. Section 377 is a neutral law, was a neutral law, because it didn't say that gay, bisexual, trans, lesbian people are criminalized under law. It said that whoever indulged in carnal intercourse against the order of nature is punishable by law. So whoever, meaning heterosexual as well as LGBTQI people, were technically covered by the law. But the impact of the law and the harassment and the blackmail and the abuse of the law was disproportionately felt only by the LGBTQI community. And therefore, the court reinterpreted the law to say that criminalization of consensual adult sex cannot be permitted under a constitutional democracy. Now we'll come to the area of social and economic rights, which are related to marriage and independent of that. So interestingly, at the Center for Health, Equity, Law and Policy, we've published a report recently looking at marriage and marriage-related social and economic rights very closely. And we look at housing, we look at food security and healthcare and other economic rights, which are pertinent for the LGBTQI community post-decriminalization right now, marriage being one of them. But for the present discussion, I limit my comments to health. So we've identified a few healthcare related challenges faced by the community despite decriminalization by the Supreme Court. And we believe that social and economic rights like health and housing should go hand in hand with demands for marriage equality. So for example, one of the most pressing and obvious challenges currently is even though the law has been changed by the Supreme Court to say consensual sex between adults is no longer a criminal offense, unfortunately, medical developments have not caught up to law in India yet. And the most obvious example is that conversion therapy is still practiced with impunity in India even today. And it's so fundamental that persons are free to exercise their choice to be intimate with the partner of their choice.
Suraj, if I may just interject, we just have 1 more minute. If you could just summarize some of the highlights.
Sure. Thank you. So conversion therapy is one aspect. Another important area is the Ministry of Health guidelines on medical legal care for survivors of sexual violence. While the guideline does talk about the fact that these are to be applicable to the queer community, but an NHRC report itself says that queer people find no protection or care by medical as well as legal authorities under the guidelines. Similarly, the same NHRC report also talks about the fact that single and lesbian, bisexual, trans women's healthcare needs are systematically excluded from many healthcare institutions. So these are some of the challenges that we'd like to bring focus on and take forward with as much enthusiasm as marriage equality. And in fact, we're currently also collaborating with other activists from the community to hold more regional consultations and translate the report in multiple languages to build more momentum on it. And just the last point, if I can make one last final comment, is because this is current and this is also relevant to queer people right now, which is the passing of the ART bill and the surrogacy bills. So, of course, there's a lot of criticism of the ART surrogacy bills from the point of view of saying that queer people are excluded from the right to commission surrogacy and become parents. But what we'd also like to highlight is one aspect is inclusion of queer people's right to be parents. And the other aspect is simultaneously to not criminalize commercial surrogacy under the law, because that has a disproportionate economic impact on women from marginalized communities who rely on surrogacy for economic security. And we'd like both these issues to be addressed simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj. We just have one more speaker who's just joined us on stage, Rachna Mudraboina, who is the state technical expert from Mitra Transgender Clinic, Telangana. So welcome, Rachna. Rachna will be speaking on LGBTIQ inclusion and legal rights. We will follow that up with Ramki and then we go on to, yeah. Oh, yes, please. Okay. Ramki, there's a request for you to speak first.
Could someone help with the PowerPoint, please? It says the folder is empty.
So while the presentation is being fixed, मेरी सबसे दरख्वास्त है कि जिसने ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं किया वो ताली ना बजाए, तो जिसने ब्रेकफास्ट किया है वो हमारे स्पीकर्स का थोड़ा प्रोत्साहन करे और थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट लेके फॉलो करे. All of us as speakers थोड़ा बहुत आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशन रखते कि हम जानते हैं सर्दियों का मौसम है, लोगों के लेट नाइट्स थोड़ा घूमना फिरना है, but when we speak a little bit of appreciation will also help in terms of, because ये जो मुद्दा है हमारे लिए वो काफी अहम मुद्दा है, क्योंकि भारतवर्ष में जो भी हमने LGBTI के समुदाय के हक वो कम्युनिटी ने ही लिया है various PILs और strategic litigation से. So just wanted to kind of highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. While we wait for the PowerPoint to come up, I just wanted to acknowledge, even though the session is about the law and the LGBTIQA community, the health ministry and particularly NACO has played an integral part in what we have today as decriminalization of consensual relationships among adults. You may remember that when the first 377 case was going on in the Delhi High Court, it was NACO that basically argued for health reasons to ensure access to health care. We need 377 to be read down. So a huge thanks are due to NACO and the Ministry of Health for their support. Round of applause, please. And another snippet of history. Now we have the Trans Act and the Trans Law. Way before this, we had the NALSA verdict in 2014. And even before that, there were very important consultations organized by UNDP. And I remember working with Zainab about this. And then there was an expert committee formed in 2014, 13 and 14 to look into rights and recommendations for the trans community in India. And MSJE has played a critical role in making a lot of the recommendations that eventually found their way into the NALSA verdict and the Trans Act and Law. I agree there are lots of issues to be ironed out, but overall the spirit and intent of what we have is good, and we shouldn't forget that. So a big round of applause for MSJE as well. Thank you. So I'll be talking a little bit about the recent orders of the Madras High Court that have a bearing on healthcare in general and also medical education, where it concerns the LGBTIQA community. I'll speak a little bit about the context of the verdict, the key recommendations regarding healthcare, and some reflections on the progress of the directive in the areas of health, judiciary, and education. So after the 2018 NALSA verdict, there have been about 20 to 30 cases in various high courts that have gone on. Most of these cases were protections for queer couples, lesbian women, bisexual women, women partnered with trans male partners, where they were facing family violence. And all these cases were where the judiciary said these couples need protection, and it follows from the Navte Johar verdict. Now, what happened earlier this year in March and April is that one particular couple, two women from Madurai in Tamil Nadu, faced a lot of family violence and opposition to their relationship. So they ran away from Madurai, landed up in Chennai, where a couple of NGOs, particularly Nirangal, helped them. And however, the parents, who were very influential with the police in Madurai, landed up in Chennai with the police, and they harassed and were violent towards the people who helped them. And eventually these two women filed a case in the Madras High Court. So what we are seeing from June to December is a variety of orders passed by Justice Anand Venkatesh. And the first of these, so how this happened was, Justice Anand Venkatesh saw that there were nearly 20 to 25 orders after the Navte Johar verdict. However, he wanted to go beyond just saying this couple needed protection. He wanted to look into the root causes of the discrimination that was faced by queer people. He understood that as a father of a young son himself, his reaction would have probably been similar if his son had done something like this. So he wanted to understand what went behind the couple being forced to run away from home. So he consulted with a psychologist in Chennai, Vidya Dinakaran, and also in keeping with, the oft heard quote, "Nothing about us without us," he also agreed to have a lot of discussions with community members to learn about the systemic barriers faced by LGBTIQA people at home, in education institutions, in the workplace, in healthcare, in the hands of the police, etc., etc. So he was very upfront about his own biases and that he needed to work on them. There were a bunch of us who were involved in sensitizing Justice Anand Venkatesh. There was a psychologist, Vidya Dinakaran. There was a domestic violence focused counselor, Shanmati Senthil Kumar. There was Dr. Trinetra Haldar Gumaraju and her mother, Haima Haldar, who were all involved in directly sensitizing Justice Anand Venkatesh, in addition to folks like Shiva of Nirangal and Selvam of Nirangal, who were involved in the crisis on the ground, whose horrific experiences of violence were narrated to the judge. So I just want to quickly go to some of the health related directives of the Madras High Court. So he has basically, after these consultations with the community, he asked community people to come up with a list of recommendations, which he has very graciously included in his orders with a little bit of modification. So in the area of directives to physical and mental health professionals, he talks about, he's given directions specifically to the National Medical Commission, the Indian Psychiatric Society, and the Rehabilitation Council of India, which oversees the counseling professions. So he talks about assistance to the community by affording physical and mental health support to those facing stigma and discrimination. He talks about mental health camps and awareness programs to understand diversity of gender and sexuality. Very importantly, he talks about prohibiting any attempts to medically cure or change the sexual orientation or gender identity of the queer and trans communities. He speaks about taking away the license of concerned professionals who are practicing conversion therapy. And again, therapy here is in quotes because this is basically torture. It's unethical, it's unscientific, and now illegal. And he talks about carrying forward sensitization programs as provided under the Trans Act and rules. And we look forward to some very good news from the Kerala High Court, which Rajashri will be delivering in a subsequent session. In terms of health workers, he recognizes that a lot of the health workforce is outreach workers, the Ashas, the Anganwadis, people associated with both the health ministry as well as women and child development. So that's the context where health workers can actually influence parents who have gender non-conforming children or intersex children. And so he talks about sensitizing and orienting Anganwadi workers and similar personnel, including Ashas. And yesterday you heard Randoni's presentation about large-scale orientation of frontline health workers in Manipur and Odisha. So they can also support and involve themselves with issues of assisting parents of LGBTQI and gender non-conforming youth. Okay, and as a direct consequence of his directive, the National Medical Commission issued an advisory, and the learned additional Solicitor General shall bring this to the notice of the NMS and IPS and direct them to file a report as how they're going to handle this issue in the future, is what the judge said. And so the advisory is to remove derogatory content. Yesterday, Vignesh and others have spoken about removing derogatory content is not enough. We need people who are from the community to identify what content is derogatory and also add a lot of missing content on development of non-mainstream sexual orientations and transgender identities. The issue of medical education has caught the international press. There are a couple of articles in the British Medical Journal also who've been talking about amending textbooks. We hope that the NMS advisory will be followed by the directorates of medical education at the state level, as well as nationally. We had Dr. Srinivas here yesterday. Take this effort. A lot of groundwork has been done by communities to actually review textbooks in like 11 or 12 disciplines. So this needs to be taken forward to include relevant content and purge objectionable, outdated content in the textbooks. Okay. In addition, as a follow-up to the Madras High Court advisories, he organized, Justice Anand Venkatesh organized the first of state-level training for the judiciary with a whole bunch of trans community members, where judges from the Madurai bench as well as Madras High Court joined in virtually and in person. And some really good training material has been developed by the Tamil Nadu State Judicial Academy on the various case laws and how to take forward non-discrimination and inclusion. And most recently, I think a couple of days ago, in fact, the day this conference started, the NCERT textbook, the NCERT materials for training teachers, it's not actually material for students, but it's for training teachers, which was pulled down after a lot of objection. The Madras High Court has also said that this has to be reinstated, and material that has been developed with a lot of input from experts can't just be taken away because a few people objected to it. Agreed, it needs a lot of consultation and inputs from more community members and educationists, but this is again a step in the right direction. So these are some of the recent developments in the area of action taken by the judiciary. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Would you be okay to speak now? Okay, since we have Rajashri Raju, who is a board member of Kerala, and we have her online. May I invite her to speak on seeking legal justice against conversion therapy in Kerala, possibilities and limitations. Can we have Rajeshri on screen, please? Good morning, Rajeshri, and sorry to keep you waiting. Audio.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Zainab. Hi, everyone. My name is Rajshri, and I'm a board member of Kerala. Kerala is a community-based organization for Malayali LGBTQIA plus people. And our focus has been on engaging with external stakeholders in Kerala to promote queer inclusive healthcare services, educational curriculum, workplace policies, and local self-governance. Today, I'm going to be speaking about our work against the practice of conversion therapy. For those of you who don't know, conversion therapy is a pseudo-scientific medical practice that claims to change people's sexual orientation and gender identity based on the false premise that homosexuality and being transgender is a mental illness that needs cure. So our work in the space began in 2017 when we started receiving crisis calls from people in the community who were taken to a particular mental health institution run by a sexologist in Kerala. The survivors said that this practitioner placed them in a closed room with lights, asked for details of their past sexual encounters, and cited parental neglect as a reason for their homosexual orientation. It was also reported to us that the practitioner charged exorbitant rates from their families as fees for each sitting. On further inquiry, it was found that he had explicitly advertised on his official website and social media handles that homosexuality is a behavioral change or problem that can be corrected or cured through treatment in his clinic. At that time, we actually considered two options to take action against this practitioner. One was to send a complaint against him to the medical authorities, since the practice of conversion therapy is a clear violation of the provisions under the Mental Health Care Act of 2017. In the case of a majority of the survivors mentioned above, conversion therapy was performed on them without their consent, on the insistence of their natal families. However, we were unable to take action under these clauses because none of these survivors who contacted us were in a position to come out and submit an official complaint. The second option was to file a complaint against the advertisement put out by the practitioner on the grounds of spreading misinformation. So that's what we did. We wrote a letter to the State Social Justice Department and informed the media about this. In response, the Advertising Standards Council of India upheld a complaint against him for issuing an advertisement falsely claiming to cure homosexuality. In their reports, the practitioner was found to be making false, misleading, and unsubstantiated claims. After facing this backlash, he finally took down the advertisement from his website and social media accounts. Following this, which got a lot of media attention at Kerala, we received many more calls from survivors of conversion therapy in the state with equally or more harrowing experiences. For instance, a cis gay man informed us of his experience where he was taken to a mental health institution in Kerala run by his relatives, where he was admitted for several days, tied up, administered injections, medicated him for psychosis to cure him of his homosexual addiction. That's what they called it. The survivor said that this left him with fatigue and fatigued and weak, actually. In another instance, a cis queer woman in her early 20s reported to us that in her late 20s, when she came out to her family, she was forcefully taken to a psychiatrist in the state for treatment. However, the doctor they went to meet was sensible and explained to her parents that homosexuality is not a disorder and therefore doesn't require any treatment. But her parents were adamant and made her take medicines prescribed by a relative who was a practicing doctor elsewhere. She reported of having been forcefully drugged for years. She said that she had no idea what medication she was being prescribed with, since it was fully administered by her parents. After a point when she refused to take medication, a relative was sent to her room by her parents who attempted to sexually assault her, resorting to corrective rape as a means to change her sexual orientation. This has obviously affected her health and overall well-being significantly. She informed us that as a result of force feeding of psychiatric drugs and mental torture, she now suffers from depression, panic attacks, fatigue, and insomnia. So as per the Section 20, Clause 2 of the Mental Health Care Act, every person with mental illness shall be protected from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment in any mental health establishment. From the above cases, it's evident that in several of these medical institutions, queer people are put through grave physical and mental torture. Apart from this, the NALSA judgment by the Supreme Court 2014 states that no person may be forced to undergo any form of medical or psychological treatment, procedure, testing, or be confined to a medical facility based on sexual orientation or gender identity, since a person's sexual orientation and gender identity are not medical conditions and therefore cannot be treated, cured, or suppressed. The judgment on Section 377 in 2018 also states that the counseling practices will have to focus on providing support to LGBTQIA+ persons for them to become comfortable with who they are and get on with their lives rather than motivating them for change. Instead of trying to cure something that isn't even a disease or illness, the counselors now have to adopt a more progressive view that reflects the changed medical position. That's what the judgment says. These legal changes also gave us a leeway to collaborate with the Indian Psychiatric Society Kerala state branch. We were also working on a project funded by SATI. So we were able to organize a continuing medical education program on LGBTQIA+ inclusive healthcare in February 2020. This program was attended by about 106 people, out of which more than 50 were mental health practitioners. So this event provided us an opportunity for people in the community to engage with mental health practitioners on their experience of undergoing conversion therapy and push for a non-discriminatory healthcare delivery and inclusive healthcare advocacy in the state. But despite these efforts, there was an incident of death by suicide of a 22-year-old bisexual woman in May 2020, who a month before her death had uploaded a video on Facebook recounting the horror she went through at 2 mental health institutions in the state. This incident garnered media attention and opened up a larger discussion on the practice of anti-LGBTQIA+ conversion therapy in Kerala. Soon after this incident, the Association of Psychiatric Social Work Professionals issued a statement against conversion therapy. Subsequently, we worked closely with the Kerala branch of the Indian Psychiatric Society and helped them issue a statement stating that any attempt to treat a person to change sexual orientation or gender identity is unjustifiable and illegal. But at the same time, the death by suicide of this young queer person in the state also made us reflect on the limitations of our own work at Kerala. And to keep the conversation going, we started an online campaign against this. So as part of this, we conducted a survey to collect names of mental health practitioners and institutions in the state across district where conversion therapy is practiced, and through the testimonies of survivors. Through this process, we identified over 20 psychiatrists and other institutions practicing conversion therapy through varied means, including electroconvulsive therapy, administration of antipsychotic drugs, and psychotherapy. With these findings, we sent an official complaint to the Chief Executive Officer of the State Mental Health Authority in June 2020, seeking a probe into this matter, asking to communicate to all registered mental health institutions in the state that anti-LGBTQIA+ conversion therapy is illegal and take stringent action against these institutions continuing this practice. While we were waiting on an official response on this, a cis queer person contacted us during the lockdown with the recording of a conversation with the psychologist and her mother, where the psychologist is offering to admit her forcibly, run invasive tests on her, and prescribe medication to make her heterosexual. In October 2020, a bisexual woman reported to us that she was taken to a psychiatrist after her parents found out about her partner, who's a transmasculine person. The doctor prescribed her a strong antipsychotic drug just after one sitting, saying that she has poor decision-making skills. Since the affected parties here are members of a marginalized community who in many instances are locked up in their homes and are dependent on families for a living, they were unable to report this abuse directly. And when we spoke with the doctors, they flatly denied having said or done anything. We therefore realized that collecting evidence on conversion therapy is nearly impossible currently. So consequently, we took note of the fact that without legal provisions that directly addresses conversion therapy, it becomes really difficult for us as queer people and representatives of a queer rights organization to directly intervene on behalf of the affected party. It is also impractical to make these interventions every time. So that's how we finally decided to file a writ petition in the Kerala High Court, seeking a statewide ban on the practice of conversion therapy. So we filed the petition in October 2020, and after a year of non-response, we finally have some good news to share. So just yesterday, we had a hearing where the court issued an interim order directing the state to form guidelines in consultation with Kerala within the next 5 months that make it illegal to practice any form of conversion therapy by medical practitioners or institutions. I mean, while we don't expect a radical change in a very short time, we believe that the prohibition of conversion therapy, with the prohibition, as queer activists, we'll have more scope to intervene when there are crises, help delegitimize these practices in the long run, and hold practitioners accountable for the damage they cause to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshri. I wish I could show you the audience, which is so happy to listen to this petition that you all filed in. So thanks to you and to Vihan. And we actually look forward to pursuing this case also at the national level. With this, let me invite my friend and colleague and sister Rachna to speak about her experiences on LGBTIQ inclusion and legal rights. रचना से निवेदन है कि वो इंग्लिश में और हिंदी में दोनों में हमसे बात कर सके ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो सके. इसके बाद हमारे पास एक वीडियो है एंड मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप भी कुछ अपने सवाल रखें. हमारे पास 2-3 सवाल लेने का टाइम है, तो if you have questions, please keep them ready. We'll take them at the end of the last speaker video. Thank you.
अच्छा, सबको सतरंगी सलाम. This is my regular way of like greeting everyone. So मैं मेरा भाषण इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में मतलब मिलित रख के, मतलब I will be dabbling with English and also Hindi equally. Please bear with me. So actually this is a national LGBT symposium, but I surprisingly found or did not found the LGBTQI people who are specially able, and there is no ramp here actually. So keeping that as and flagging that as an issue, that there are also LGBTQI people who are specially able, and we often ignore their issues. And that's my starting issue of LGBTQ. I now work as an expert for Telangana state for the Mitra Clinic, and I have my boss here, Simran, and also my staff over sitting over there, Vijay Tigaru, Shreya, and also technical expert Zainab sitting over the panel. So it's very premature period if I go on present on the data, whatever we are generating through Mitra Clinic, because we just started our clinic, and we are step by step flourishing and developing a system as a transgender clinic and first transgender clinic of this nation. So keeping that aside and hosting that, now I again step back to the LGBTQ people who are specially able. We all know like 1995 is the first year the Disability Act has been in place, but in 2016, the same year, the Transgender Persons Protection of Bills has been also introduced by Government of India. And the changes has been introduced and has been accepted in the both houses of the parliament. But still we see that there are no ramps near the hospitals, railway stations. और एक कहानी मैं बोलूँगी इसको मतलब कोइंसाइड करते हुए, एक क्वीर महिला थी जो मतलब स्पेशली एबल थी, नहीं चल सकती थी. वो फ्लाइट उतर के मतलब स्क्रीनिंग के पास फ्रिस्किंग जहाँ पे होता है वहाँ पे आई. वहाँ पे उनको एक से ज़्यादा 2 घंटा वहाँ पे बिठाया गया है. जो भी फ्रिस्किंग ऑफिसर्स हैं ऑपोजिट जेंडर वाले थे, उनको मतलब अलग अलग जगह पे टच किया जो वो नहीं चाहती थी. एक बार उनकी मतलब पोजीशन पे हम सबको मतलब अपने आप को रख के अगर हम सोचेंगे कि अगर ये चीज नहीं होता तो अच्छा है कि क्योंकि एक डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट कानून होने के बावजूद भी ये देश में मतलब जो क्वियर लोग हैं, एलजीबीटीक्यू लोग हैं, उनकी साथ ये छेड़छाड़ होती है। और आगे जाके अभी तक रूल्स जो है कई सारे स्टेट्स में हमारा अभी एनफोर्स नहीं हुआ, फ्रेम भी नहीं हुए equal to the HIV Act also. So that's my first concern, that LGBTQI people who are specially able needs to be again reconsidered, and we shall start working on that. Now, my second issue is that while we are preparing the transgender certificates under NAS degree जी है यहाँ पे, so हमको एक छोटा सा मुद्दा आया था कि अगर बच्चे आएंगे मतलब जेंडर नॉन कन्फर्मिंग की सर्टिफिकेट बनाने के लिए क्या करना होगा. So we equally started working with the child working committees. We know that there will be also children who are gender non-conforming होके, और उनका कई सारे मुद्दे होते हैं जैसे स्कूल से उनको हटा देना, निकाल देना. And I'm keeping away the NCERT issue totally aside because we are dealing that as a holistic issue, as on a larger and a long-term struggle also. तो अभी बच्चों को जो जेंडर नॉन कन्फर्मिंग है या जो अडल्ट है अभी मतलब 18 साल के नीचे हैं, उनको सर्टिफिकेट्स कैसे बनाना, वो ऐसा इश्यूज भी हमारे पास आ रहे हैं क्योंकि मित्र क्लिनिक हैज बीन द जंक्चर ऑफ वेरियस इश्यूज एंड द चिल्ड्रन ऑफ जेंडर नॉन कन्फर्मिंग आल्सो कमिंग ओवर ऑल देयर. तो ये हमको देखना बहुत मतलब जरूरी है कि अगर ट्रांसजेंडर एक्ट मतलब प्लेस में है और वो एक्ट खाली और रूल्स खाली मतलब हाउ टू अकोमोडेट अ चिल्ड्रन हु हैज बीन डिसोन्ड बाय फैमिली हु इज जेंडर नॉन कन्फर्मिंग, उनके साथ कई सारे मुद्दे हैं, उनको आइडेंटिटी के लेकर, उनकी उनकी स्कूलिंग को लेकर, और उनकी अगर डिजोन हो जाता है, उनकी खुद की फैमिली और उसकी बाद की फैमिली अगर उनको डिजोन करते हैं, तो ये बच्चों को कहाँ एकोमोडेट करना, including the intersex babies also and children also. And we recently also started working in Telangana, started working with Women and Child Welfare Department. And and we are the state, we have started very recent on trans rights on terms of welfare. So Women and Child Department of Telangana state has given us a beautiful entrepreneurship training center for trans people, but also they asked us to look after the care of gender non-conforming children who are in their under their homes, and also intersex babies also. So that these are the issues pertaining to the children who are gender non-conforming. First issue is the LGBTQI people of differently able, and the second is children who are gender non-conforming, and the third issue is like gender-based violence. I think a lot of diversities and lot of diverse LGBTQI activists and speakers might have spoken about the gender-based violence. But yesterday was you all know International Human Rights Day. But we never see that how the marriage rights, denial of the marriage rights, or the domestic violence. And we have studies also showing that LGBTQI people are prone to 80% gender-based violence or partner violence. Instead of that, we as a Mitra clinic, I'm sharing again my clinic experience, we are getting the data of gender-based violence. I'll quote one case. There is an acid attack survivor, one trans woman who is also person living with HIV. But she has shared her story saying that I stand on a line to take my PLHAV pension just to give it to my partner. That's the worst situation actually. Why we have been forced to, keep under such unsecure, relationship, and how much stress it has, how much trauma it has. And in Telangana, we have seen during COVID and after the COVID, there are almost all less than 6 or 7 such suicidal cases, mostly based on gender-based violence. And this is one of the areas which we need to concentrate on, because it's also pertaining to various health issues and diversified health issue. Last but not the least, now we have been seeing a very particular act, the HIV Act in place, Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act in place. But still, we have Garima Grih also in place, but still I want to raise this issue. If there is any emergency care for trans people or LGBTQ people, where they will go? Emergency care has not been flagged at any of the platforms actually. Emergency care and also people living with HIV. And we often run in post to pillar to post, like if any such trans women who have been infected by HIV has not been accommodated by, government hospital or care and support, we feel so hopeless and helpless actually. And we have invested a lot of money and a lot of time in terms of HIV, but still we need to progress for care and support of people living with HIV who are LGBTQI people. So that's my last point. And thank you for this platform. And hopefully that the next year, I'll be coming with more data of Myrtle Clinic and we'll be discussing more issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachna. Maybe now pull up the video from Jay Gilliam on the screen, please.
Hello, my name is Jay Gilliam, and I use he, him, his pronouns. I am the newly appointed Senior LGBTQI+ Coordinator for USAID worldwide. It is an honor for me to be with all of you today at this important symposium to discuss LGBTQI+ health and human rights in India. Thank you to the organizers that include UNDP, National AIDS Control Organization, and USAID India. LGBTQI+ people exist in every country, society, religion, and have existed throughout history. This history has particularly deep historical roots in South Asia. In recent years, LGBTQI+ people in India have successfully advocated for more meaningful inclusion, especially when it comes to decriminalization and legal recognition of third gender, hijras, and transgender people. We applaud these efforts. The Biden-Harris administration has communicated clear, unequivocal support for advancing the human rights for LGBTQI+ persons around the world. And USAID is proud to support Indian LGBTQI+ organizations, working to address the health disparities this symposium is exploring. Through the multi-donor LGBTI Global Human Rights Initiative, USAID is supporting locally led efforts to protect the LGBTQI people from violence, discrimination, stigma, and criminalization. This is done through research and data collection that informs policy, social and behavior change communication efforts, country-specific projects, and emergency response. I also applaud efforts to generate and analyze data on marginalized groups within India's LGBTQI+ community, such as lesbian and bisexual women, transmasculine people, and intersex individuals. We must put specific attention and efforts toward these and all sexual and gender minority populations so that we can all move forward together. Despite the progress, the fight against stigma and discrimination towards LGBTQI+ persons and other historically marginalized groups is far from over. This is true in the United States as well. Take, for example, healthcare, which you are all focusing on. Being Black or African American here often means limited access to affordable, quality healthcare. Being LGBTQI+ means similarly limited access to healthcare. And living at the intersections of these identities, like I do, or any marginalized group, like hijras or religious and ethnic minorities, compounds those effects. And we know it's not only access to health, but also meaningful support for livelihoods, quality education, access to justice, and so much more. The Sustainable Development Goals remind us that no one should be left behind. The UN Human Rights Office also affirms that, quote, non-discrimination and equality are fundamental human rights, principles and critical components of the right to health. Stigma and discrimination are persistent barriers for LGBTQI+ people to access healthcare. So it's more important that we all work together to ensure development is truly inclusive. That's why I'm excited that in November, USAID Administrator Samantha Power committed to a new vision for global development. This vision firmly establishes USAID as not just an agency for international development, but as an agency for inclusive development. As a part of this vision, Administrator Power announced goals to make USAID's development and humanitarian assistance programs more inclusive, accessible, and equitable to the most marginalized groups, including LGBTQI+ people. And I'm encouraged that we are hitting the ground running. During a USAID and State Department event for this week's Summit for Democracy, participants clearly emphasized that the rights of LGBTQI+ people are crucial for inclusive democracies, and that includes access to healthcare. USAID also recently released guidance for integrating LGBTQI+ specific considerations in resilience and food security programming. This publicly available research offers recommendations and analysis on health issues, including nutrition, water security, sanitation, and hygiene, encompassing a focus on transgender individuals. I encourage everyone to take a look at it on usaid.gov. In closing, to friends and partners at the symposium today, my colleagues and I at USAID in Washington, D.C. look forward to working together on these shared priorities and wish you an excellent 3 days of symposium. Thank you.
Since we are on time, I would just invite the chair and the co-chair to give some high-level comments. And audience से मैं request करूँगी कि आपके पास अगर कुछ सवाल है, or if there is a virtual question somewhere that needs to, we have our speakers on Rachna and Ramki, but also Suraj hopefully and Rajashri still there with us virtually. So if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask them. But after a few high-level comments, both from okay, we can take the question. Okay. So I see Laksha raising his hand. So if someone could pass the mic on, and Laksha, if you have a specific question to one of the speakers, please address it to the speakers or to the chair.
So firstly, very good morning to one and all, and a very happy International Human Rights Day, belated. So it was indeed a very good session and much insightful as well. So my question is not addressed to a particular speaker, but in general for anyone to answer. So as we are moving towards more of the progressive laws, and as Rachna have just mentioned about the intersectionality of disability and gender identity and sexual orientation and sex characteristics. So we are getting to know that even the human rights violations are intersectional in nature. They not only belong to the gender or the sexual diversities, but also on the intersection of caste, religion, disability, etc. So as we are moving forward, so are we looking into these intersectional aspects in the legal literatures? So is there any of the guidelines or any of the, although I have seen some of the researches which try to highlight the intersectional nature, but we are, I still feel we are lacking in our intersectional approach. So I just want to get an idea from a legal perspective, how intersectional our laws are.
If Suraj, would you be able to respond to this comment from Laksha, if you're online still?
Sure, I'll be happy to respond.
Thank you, sir.
So it's a very interesting question, very important. And interestingly, I have a very specific example to share because so currently at the Center for Health, Equity, Law and Policy, we are representing a person living with HIV who was terminated from his job in a private sector organization on the basis of his HIV status. Because, you know, many workplaces still conduct pre-employment HIV tests as part of the medical tests to assess the fitness of candidates. And when his report turned out to be HIV positive, they just harassed him and terminated him solely on the basis of HIV status. Now, what's interesting over here to note is the client identifies as a gay man as well, but he hadn't disclosed this fact to the employer. The employer only had knowledge of his HIV status. So, of course, we are challenging his termination and saying that the termination is obviously discriminatory on the basis of the health condition, in this case, HIV status of the employee. But we are also raising the, we are also looking at this intersectionally to say that because gay men are disproportionately impacted by HIV/AIDS in India, because, apart from men who have sex with men, sex workers, trans people, and persons who inject drugs, they're recognized as high risk groups because the prevalence of HIV is higher compared to general populations. And so we are arguing and challenging the termination to also say that, of course, your policy is discriminatory on the basis of HIV, but your policy of testing everybody for HIV and then weeding out employees on this basis is also has disproportionate and negative impact on employment opportunities for gay individuals, because gay individuals will be comparatively higher at risk to HIV. They are more likely than general populations again to be denied employment opportunities. And this is not just gay men, but trans people and sex workers and injecting drug users. So we are trying to bring this intersectionality focus, and Indian law has developed to a stage where we can raise such issues and challenge such unfair practices.
हाँ, जस्ट एक दो चीज उसमें जोड़ना चाह रहे हैं कि आपका सवाल हिंदी में दे रही हूँ मैं, सॉरी। तो आपका सवाल से मतलब एक चीज झलकता है कि हमारे बहुत सारे लीगल इंटरवेंशंस हो रहे, बहुत सारे कानून आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारे गाइडलाइंस आ रहे हैं। कानून आने के बाद भी बहुत सारे गाइडलाइंस नहीं बन रहे हैं। हाँ, कई राष्ट्रों में गाइडलाइंस बनना है, वो भी नहीं बन रहे हैं। इससे मतलब कोई भी चीज मतलब कानून की तरफ से जब हम पुश करेंगे, उस समाज में अलग तरीके से हमारा लोग भी पुश करना शुरू करेंगे। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैरिज राइट्स अभी तक आया ही नहीं, लेकिन नालसा के बाद कई सारा ट्रांस लोग हैं जो अपना लिविंग रिलेशनशिप में जाना और ओपनली शादी करना, मतलब मैं ट्रांस लोगों का ही बोल रही हूँ कि एलजीबी लोग भी करे होंगे। तो ये ओपन जो हमारा समाज का जो लेबोरेटरी ना, उसमें कई सारा हमारा लोग ये चुनौती लेते हैं कि हमारा अब ये राइट्स आया, क्यों नहीं वो राइट्स आया। तो ये जो है अलग अलग डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना बहुत जरूरी है। कई सारा मतलब लिटरेचर में अगर शायद ऑटोबायोग्राफी या बायोग्राफीज में ये झलकेंगे, ये छोटे मोटे जो केस स्टडीज है झलकेंगे, लेकिन आप जो मुद्दा उठाए सही है कि खाली मतलब लीगल इंटरवेंशंस या गाइडलाइन के हिसाब से ही हम मतलब हम एनालिसिस करते हुए जाएंगे, जो मतलब इंटेलेक्चुअल की तरीके से अच्छा है, जो मतलब जो सही एलजीबीटी कम्युनिटी स्ट्रगल्स हैं उनको लिखित रूप में डॉक्यूमेंट करके भी रखना हमको बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ताकि ये समाज की लेबोरेटरी में जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करके कई सारा मतलब सैक्रिफाइस करके हमारा लोग, जैसे मैंने बोला जेंडर बेस्ड वायलेंस में सुसाइड तक जाते हमारे लोग सुसाइड करने में, तो कई सारा मतलब वहाँ कीमती हमारा लोगों का जान भी जा सकते हैं। कई लड़ाइयाँ होते हैं, पंचायत होते हैं विद इन कम्युनिटी में, ये सबको डॉक्यूमेंट करना भी बहुत जरूरी है।
Thank you, Rachna. We had someone's hand
Hello.
up. Okay, how many people? Can you just? Okay, we have one person, 2, 3, 4. I think we'll stop at this thing. Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Chintan. Just a quick comment, Rachna. Thank you very much for bringing up the point about speaking of disability rights, because the slogan that we've been using consistently, "Nothing about us without us," is actually borrowed from the disability rights movement. It's not something that emerged in the queer trans movement. Also, in addition to the issue of ramps that you brought about, I think it's important to look at psychosocial disabilities as well, which are not really visible. So we talked about mental health yesterday, but the kind of psychosocial disabilities that prevent queer trans people from even going to a pride march, because it's so difficult for people to deal with the anxiety of big crowds, those are things that we often miss out. So thank you so much for that.
Chintan, thank you for the comment. To the gentleman on, I hope.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. मेरा नाम राज कनौजिया है और मैं हमसफर ट्रस्ट से हूँ। सवाल नहीं है मेरा कोई भी, क्योंकि इतना अच्छा
जो वर्क हो रहा है उसके लिए शब्द नहीं है कि आप लोग इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। मेरा कुछ सजेशंस है। हम जैसे कि मैं स्पेशली ग्राउंड लेवल पे वर्क करता हूँ और खास करके नॉन इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग LGBTIQ+ कम्युनिटी के लिए हमारा खुद का एक क्राइसिस टीम है। सो मेरा एक सजेशन था इसमें कि हमारे पास एक नेशनल लेवल पे एक क्राइसिस टीम होना चाहिए हर एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के पास। जो भी यहाँ पे उपस्थित सरकारी अधिकारी हैं, NGO हैं, CBOs हैं या ग्रुप हैं जो कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हैं और जो कम्युनिटी के लिए काम करते हैं, उनके लिए ये सजेशंस है। एक नेशनल क्राइसिस हेल्पलाइन नंबर होना चाहिए हमारे पास, और उसमें भी हमारे जो स्टाफ रहेंगे वो कम्युनिटी के स्टाफ होने चाहिए, वो क्राइसिस जो हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे हैंडल करने के लिए। सेकंड मेरा एक ये है कि एक अर्जेंट शेल्टर होम होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे कि बहुत सारे कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं जो जिनको घर छोड़ना पड़ता है लॉट ऑफ क्राइसिस और हरेसमेंट की वजह से या वायलेंस की वजह से, जो अर्जेंट में घर छोड़ के आ जाते हैं या माँ बाप के द्वारा निकाल दिए जाते हैं। तो एक उनके लिए इमरजेंसी बेस पे एक शेल्टर होम होना चाहिए उनके पास, जहाँ पे वो हफ्ता 10 दिन या महीने भर रुक के उनके जो बेसिक ट्रीटमेंट हो सके। और बेसिकली हमारे पास एक प्लान होना चाहिए जहाँ पे हम पुलिस महकमे को सेंसिटाइज कर सके, क्योंकि जब भी हमारा क्राइसिस होता है सो हम पूरा पूरा दिन निकाल देते हैं पुलिस स्टेशन में, 8 से 10 घंटा निकाल देते हैं, और कांस्टेबल से लेके अपर लेवल के अधिकारियों तक हमको एक ही चीज बार बार रिपीट करना पड़ता है और हर एक छोटी सी छोटी चीजें बतानी पड़ती हैं कि हम क्या हैं, कैसे सेक्स किया जाता है, उनको इसमें ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट होता है। तो ये सारी चीजें जो है तो वो एक सेंसिटाइजेशन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब भी क्राइसिस होता है या वायलेंस होता है तो हमारा फर्स्ट स्टेप पुलिस के पास होता है। और बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि जो पुलिस में जो अधिकारी रहते हैं वो झूठे एलिगेंट्स लगाने के लिए हम पे प्रेशराइज करते हैं कि हम आप पे झूठा केस लगाएंगे, या वो हमको सामने से हमारे मुंह पे बोलते हैं कि हम आपको ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग पे या सेक्स वर्किंग में फंसा देंगे, आप पीछे हट जाइए। इस तरीके के केसेस होते हैं। तो और एक होना चाहिए हमारे पास कि जैसे हमारे यहाँ पे लॉयर कलेक्टिव की टीम्स है जो वर्क करती हैं कुछ कुछ, स्पेशली मैं जिन लोगों के साथ काम करता हूँ, सूरज सर है, तृप्ति मैम है, अमृता मैम है, आनंद ग्रोवर सर हैं, और भी लॉयर्स है जिनके साथ मैं काम करता हूँ। पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे पास और लॉयर कलेक्टिव की टीम होनी चाहिए हर एक स्टेट में, जहाँ पे हम स्पेशली उनको अप्रोच कर सके। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो लॉयर के थ्रू किया जाता है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने होते हैं, या तो जो अगर कोई बच्चे भाग के आते हैं घर से तो मिसिंग कंप्लेंट्स होती है या उनके साथ वायलेंस होता है, तो वो पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं पुलिस के पास, डर लगता है उनको, लॉयर्स के पास पहुंच नहीं पाते क्योंकि वो सेंसिटाइज नहीं होते हैं। तो वो हमारे पास आते हैं, तो हमारे पास एक ऐसा टीम होना चाहिए लॉयर्स की जो उनकी मदद कर सके और उनको न्याय दिला सके। सो
we just have to
yeah, just my suggestion that, yes, finish. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
We have the next. Thank you very much for those comments. We have Raj, and maybe I'll take your question later on. We have opportunities throughout the day. If we can just have the last question from Ganesh.
Okay, thank you Zainab. Yeah, Ganesh here. मुझे एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछना था लीगल इशू के ऊपर। क्या हम LGBTIQA+ तो अभी भी 2021 में तो बहुत सारा एक मेन स्ट्रीम जो सोसाइटी है वहाँ पे नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट जाता है। क्या हम ब्लड डोनेशन नहीं कर सकते हैं या कर सकते हैं? दिस इज वेरी बिग टबू विद इन अ कम्युनिटी ऑल्सो। आधा लोग बोलते हैं कि नहीं हमको करना चाहिए, तो कोई लोग बोलते हैं कि वी आर वेरी हाई रिस्क ग्रुप। तो आई डोंट नो हाउ मेडिकली जस्टिफाई एंड लीगली जस्टिफाई। जस्ट
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ramki, would you like? It's about blood donation and LGBT communities and being labeled as a high risk group. Would you like to just make a quick intervention?
Can you translate though, Zainab?
Question from him.
No, I got the question. My response. Yeah, thanks. So, abhi tak the Indian guidelines are having a lifetime ban on blood donation from all the HIV key populations. In many other countries, they have moved away from this. They do not ask about identities or orientations. They talk about behaviors. So if someone has had unprotected sex a certain period before, they are prohibited from donating for a certain period, and then they are allowed to donate. And I think the UK recently revised their guidelines for this. So I think that a case has been filed by Shanta Kurai from Manipur here in the Supreme Court. And we are hoping that we will get some verdict out after the situation is studied in the Indian context.
बहुत ही संक्षिप्त में जो आज की फिलहाल की जो गाइडलाइन है वो की पॉपुलेशंस के लिए बाधित है कि ब्लड डोनेशन, पर कई सारे इंटरनेशनल कंट्रीज है जिन्होंने आइडेंटिटी को छोड़ के बिहेवियर पे फोकस किया है, और अगर एक टाइम पीरियड के बाद यू कैन डोनेट ब्लड। हाल ही में यूके ने अपने गाइडलाइंस चेंज की है। शांता पुराई नाम की एक ट्रांसजेंडर वुमन है नॉर्थ ईस्ट से, जिसने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक याचिका दायर की। होपफुली वील गेट टू नो if there is a positive direction in the case. So with that, I would actually like to thank my chair and my co-chair, Dr. Naresh Goyal and Dr. Giriraj, and the speakers, Ramki, Rachna, Suraj, Rajashri, and of course the recorded video from Jay Gideon. Thank you all, and thank you all of you all for being a fantastic audience. We are just in time, so all of you all get a proper half an hour tea break. We come back at 11:15. So no short tea break. Have a wonderful 30 minutes out. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. I will take one more minute for our stage to begin. Yes, please.
Thank you, panelists, for the amazing session on legal issues. Dr. Goyal, would you want to add some few points before we can felicitate all of you?
I think this session was very, very informative, and we came to know the orientation about the, in the Madras Justice Venkatesh, whatever, how he changed and how he's trying to change others. So when we talk about legal issues or the human rights issues, what we find is that everywhere there is something or the other is going on. People are still suffering. The beginning has been made. The Human Rights Commission, also National Human Rights Commission, is also doing some studies, and on the basis of that, they are also giving recommendations to the various ministries. This issue of blood donation also came, and this is under active consideration under NACO also to revise the guidelines. And of course, once the matter is in the court, so we are waiting for the judgment, but simultaneously the work has already been started on revising the guidelines, and the lifelong ban on not being able to donate is definitely going to go. I'm very sure of that. The crux of the matter is that, whenever we talk of all, whether legal or human rights, that there has to be complete inclusion, and we have to respect diversity and understand fully and appreciate the sexual minorities, and there has to be no stigma. और दोस्तों, लीगल और जो राइट्स के अलावा हमें अपना जो करना है, उसके लिए वो जो मैंने पहले एक दो लाइनें बोली थी एक कवि की, उसी के आगे दो लाइनें हैं। यहाँ किसी को कोई रास्ता नहीं देता, यहाँ किसी को कोई रास्ता नहीं देता, मुझे गिराकर अगर तुम संभल सको तो चलो, तो चलो।
Thank you for those lines.
From Dr. Giriraj, who would like to respond to
Sure.
the issue of transgender.
Thank you, Jainabji. Really, running short of time, I have to quickly, answer some of the questions which were raised by our beloved friend. For the children, while approaching for the, transgender certificate, how to get it? We know very well that the child cannot, apply on their own through national portal for the transgender person. In that case, what happened? Guardians or parents, they can, register for the transgender certificate. There is a provision, and even child comes out of the family also, any guardian or Garima organization, leading NGO working for the welfare of the transgender person, and in, any form they can very well register the child. Through that they can get their new certificate and ID card. So the provision is there already, and district collector also we are sensitizing all over the India, and state-wise we are sensitizing. Almost we have completed our training program, and also on demand we are organizing the training program for the district collectors on the well implementation of the national portal for the transgender person, and it is clearly written in the transgender rules also. According to the section 10.2. The programs are to be implemented at convergent manner. Already existing programs are there for the vulnerable people. that program also can be channelized towards the respective section of the transgender community. In case of children below the age of 18 years, the respective programs. So there are programs for the children. That program can be made available for the the transgender children also. In case of old age transgender people, say for example, the transgender above 60 years. So for whom actually the old age related programs need to be extended. Similar manner, any handicapped transgender person is there, and respective law would be applicable to them. So all the programs meant for vulnerable group would be applicable to transgender person also. Okay, na? So no category of transgender would be left out because legislation covers the entire 360 degree of transgender, for the welfare. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Giriraj. We would like to conclude this session by thanking Suraj, Rajashri, and Jay for their amazing insights into legal scenarios as well as progresses with regard to other laws. Suraj, I heart you. We would now like to felicitate our chair, Dr. Goel, Dr. Giriraj, who's our co-chair, Zainab, our fabulous moderator, Zainab. Guys, cheer, yaar. Some enthusiasm before chai. Come on. Let's facilitate Ramki for the amazing session on for being so on point. And Rachna ji, thank you for sharing your experiences. Right. So we'll now break for tea with the hope that we all get back into the room by 11:05. So grab your kappas. For everyone who is, so everyone who's checking out today, kindly do so within your tea breaks and before or during lunch break. You can probably get your luggage here or leave it at the reception. But yes, do check out. So we'll see everyone after tea. Thank you.
सब लोग ने चाय कॉफी पी लिया है? Okay. So let us move to the second session of the day. So in case you have friends, colleagues, सहेलीज outside, please अपने अपने सहेलियों को, friends, colleagues को बिठाइए अंदर, आपकी जिम्मेदारी भी है. So the second session of the day is basically on methodological issues and strategies for conducting research amongst LGBTIQ communities. And I would like to invite the moderator, the chair and the co-chair. The moderator for this session is Ms. Sukhwinder Kaur from USA. The chair is Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Technical Advisor, Health Systems Transformation Platform, Delhi, and ex-dean academic of PGI MER. The co-chair is Dr. Chirmoy Das, National AIDS Control Organization. May I please request the chair, co-chair, and the moderator to take this.
Morning, everyone. So welcome, Dr. Rajesh, sir. So for sir, please. And Dr. Chinmoy. So before we start this session, a few words about sir. So Dr. Rajesh, sir, is a technical advisor, health system transformation platform, Delhi. He's a renowned public health expert in HIV and was a professor and head of community medicine at PGI MER. And he was the chair of our first symposium, which held in 2019. So can we have a big round of applause for him? Because he is the pillar behind this symposium. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And then Dr. Chinmoy Das, she's the chair. We all know her. She is heading the CST SI division, IT and SOCH, and is ADG at NACO. She has clinical experience as well as public health experience and the non-communicable diseases. So before we just start, I just want to set the tempo of the session. If you remember yesterday, Shruta also highlighted about the scoping review. She also highlighted the lack of the studies focusing on the health of LGBTQI people. And we also saw that the most studies focused on HIV-related issues among MSM and transgender women. And not much studies have been conducting on the health aspects of LGBT, on LB women, transmasculine people, and people with the intersex variation. Now, so to create that comprehensive evidence based on the LGBTQI health, to guide the program and the policies, and to identify the solutions for advancing the health of LGBTQI people in India, especially focusing on formulation on a national agenda on the LGBTQI health research. So we have two dedicated sessions on this research agenda back to back. So this current session is on the methodological issues and strategies for conducting research among LGBTQI communities, where we'll be hearing out that what currently is going on, the best practices, the learnings about the studies going on, followed by the next session, which is in the afternoon on the panel discussion on the health research priorities and how to formalize this agenda. So with all these words, I just start the, invite the first speaker. I think Nilesh Gaude, he is joining us virtually. He's an assistant professor, Center for Health, Public Health, School of Health System Studies, TIS, and the member of Humsafar Trust. Over to you, Dr. Nilesh Gaude.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
So I'll start the presentation. I'll be speaking on research ethics and LGBTQ virtual communities and interventions. Kindly confirm that the screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. And your presentation is also visible.
Thank you. So as far as research is concerned, and this is good that I get the opportunity to talk in the beginning, because without ethics, the research cannot be research. We should not even delve into it. And there are many basic ethical principles. To start with, are autonomy or voluntariness of participation. What benefit the participants get from the research process? There should not be any harm to the research participants, non-maleficence, and the research should be fair, appropriate to the participants. So that's justice. So these are 4 basic ethics principles whenever we have to conduct research. ICMR lays down furthermore principles, but let me talk. I'll be restricting my talk to virtual communities and the virtual platforms where we will be or we are doing research. Now we know that virtual communities have come into existence, especially for LGBTQI communities, whether to seek sexual or romantic partners or to express identity or solidarity, to get a sense of community. So the communities are on virtual spaces. And when we are on virtual spaces, it provides us opportunity to connect to the hard to reach communities. It is both relevant for research and for intervention. So when we get this opportunity to do research in this medium, it poses us certain additional challenges. But what we should do about those challenges? How can we still conduct research by adhering to the principles of ethics? So that is what I will talk about. There are various media which exist in virtual communities. These are dating websites, social media platforms, instant messaging platforms. And this slide is self-explanatory. There are so many varieties of platforms. So what are the usual concerns that we have for these platforms? I'll first talk about that and then about the 4 principles. When it comes to messaging platforms, many of us are aware that we start getting messages, especially something on like a WhatsApp messaging service. We start getting messages whether we want it or we don't want. We sometimes get added to the groups without our consent. So where is the consent prior to getting added into a group, prior to receiving a message? And often if a group is created on these messaging platforms, then the identifiable information, especially mobile numbers, get displayed to all the participants of that particular group. And then what kind of messages get displayed, the material which is shared onto that messaging platform can be forwarded. So all of these are some of the concerns, because this may lead to exploitation or because of breach of privacy and confidentiality. Now this, what I'm talking about, are the realities of messaging based platforms. Knowing these realities, we should be looking at developing professional competence of our study teams, our research teams. And if it is a implementation research, then our field workers who will be providing interventions. So we have to build their professional competence, knowing the nitty-gritties of the messaging based platforms. But there are other platforms also, like dating platforms. And with respect to dating platforms and social media, the other realities which are important are the privacy and confidentiality of those platforms themselves are very crucial for us to understand. When we have to collaborate or coordinate with such existing platforms, we need to think about how do we ensure the privacy and confidentiality of our participants. Especially because on dating platforms, often there are non-identifiable profiles, and it should not happen that because they participate in the research, their identity, or their status should get revealed. Often on the social media platforms such as Facebook, the confidentiality gets breached, then there can be outing of the community members. They can be sometimes mislabeling. So we have to look at the principle of non-exploitation. So what I've described here very briefly is about the realities of these platforms. So knowing these realities, let's go back to the 4 principles. Autonomy. Autonomy talks about voluntariness of participation. So if we are doing research, then we should ensure that the participants are informed about the entire process of the research, especially what processes are going to be there. Well, we do this in any kind of research. So what is additional in virtual communities? We need to tell them how will we contact them, whether they'll be receiving messages, whether there is a need to come into a group, whether there will be online meetings which will get recorded, which all places personal identifiable information will get recorded, who will have access to it. So all the processes need to be explained. Benefits and risk we explain in every study. Additionally, for virtual communities, we need to talk about the risk which are associated with sharing of some data in the online media. And given the challenges of the platforms, what is often suggested is that we should use the social media platforms, the dating platforms, to advertise, to put out flyers for our research, but not put any data points on the platform. We should rather have a link to a study page where the participants can reach out to an external page, and there the consent process can be administered. There also we have a question. Should it be just a page that people read out and then check box, okay, tick, I consent, or it should be much more? See, in usual face-to-face interactions in research, we explain to the participant what it means. So there could also be option of doing recording an audio, a video to explain the consent form. Also, it could be possible that participants could be given an option to call over a helpline so that it becomes a guided process. There should not be any coercion, so that we ensure voluntariness of participation. Consent through email or messaging app has a risk that the identifiable information gets recorded, whether it is an email or phone number. So we should look at, can there be a distinct separate link where the identifiable information does not get captured? With respect to data collection, often, like if I take example of this meeting itself, this is a Zoom meeting. And what if we do for virtual communities a focus group discussion over the Zoom meeting? We need to keep in mind who will store the data, the recording. The Zoom platform will record it. Who all will have access to it? How will we delete those records? We have to also let our participants know that although this is a Zoom meeting, and we are recording and having limited access, restricted access only to researchers of that recording, but anybody can take pictures, screenshots, record part of the thing. So what we should do in terms of ensuring privacy and confidentiality is to take an undertaking from participants that you should not be recording. But we also need to inform everybody that, well, even if we have taken that undertaking, there may be possibility that this particular recording, part of it may be recorded as screenshot. So please be aware of that. And if you are fine with it, then you sort of join, then you participate. So that should be part of the consent process, especially when we are doing data collection over a virtual platform. Also, we need to put out the transcripts that will be recorded. How will the transcripts be sent to an agency? If there is an agency that will do the transcription process, we have to send only de-identified information. So all of these are very important. although I said like we should be using an external link where we take the consent and people record their responses, but these survey platforms like SurveyMonkey, like Google Forms, like any other survey platforms, what are the security points there? Many times these platforms will record IP address. In order to look at the internet drops, they will have some survey cache. So the issue is, how do we take care of this information as well? So we have to think whenever we do research about information that gets stored onto the survey platforms. At times there are data analytic tools which some of the agencies, some of the platforms use. So we need to be cautious about those from ethical perspective. This next principle is about beneficence, and we should be providing benefits to our participants.
Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Able to hear us? Sorry. Really apologies because we have to just.
I will wind up in a minute.
So can you please quickly wind
Yes.
it up?
So I'll just highlight two aspects of beneficence. One is what benefit the participants get. One is information, but we also need to think about how do we link people to services, especially if we are on virtual communities. With respect to compensation also, many times if we are meeting persons virtually, we can't really pay them because easily if we have to take the account information, because that also becomes personally identified. So can we use some coupons and codes for compensating people? Do no harm. I will leave you on this slide. Most of the points I have already discussed. But last point is about justice. And I feel that virtual communities who have been hard to reach, who have been left out, I feel that we are actually improving on our ethical principles, because earlier we were doing research only for among those who were easily accessible, easily available, unlikely to refuse. But now we are making it more distributive in terms of justice. I'm sorry to have overshoot a bit. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. So before we proceed to the other presentation, may I just request all the presenters and the speakers to be on the stage, please? So Dr. Paramita Saha, Senior Program Specialist, can you please join us? Mr. Fazlur Rahman Gulfam, Senior Strategic Analyst, India HIV/AIDS Alliance. Our own Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani. And Ms. Akriti Gupta, she's a Technical Officer, Research and Evaluation, India HIV/AIDS Alliance. Thanks all of you. So now I'll just hand it over to Dr. Paramita Saha, Senior Program Specialist. She'll be talking about the new qualitative approaches, the gamification and human-centered design approaches. So over to you, Dr. Paramita.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity for providing this platform to share a few of our works. Thanks a lot, organizers. So I'll be speaking on some innovative interdisciplinary methodology, which we are exploring as a team in IAVI for qualitative and so overall health research. So we'll be looking into that. So to start with, I start by thanking our donors, because we are nothing without our donors. They graciously supported us all through our work. So to start with, if we look at HIV R&D, as you know, IAVI is dedicated on HIV research and development on specifically HIV vaccine and other prevention products. And so with partnership across the value chain of the product development with all the partners nationally and globally. So if we look at this HIV research and development landscape, we will see that often the biological research, biological biomedical interventions, innovations, and the behavioral innovations, interventions are generally works across silo, and there are few crosstalks between these two sections. But if we look carefully into the whole gamut of structural, biological, and behavioral intervention, we'll see there are ample intersection, sufficient intersection, which actually drive the actual change to be brought about in the community in terms of increasing self-efficacy, self-care, in terms of reducing stigma, in terms of giving improved care and treatment, and treatment as well as prevention options. And all these work through intrinsic social and structural factors at the level of individual, community, as well as the structural level to bring about the whole change and impact on HIV incidence, HIV prevention option, and disease management. Now, if we look at the social behavioral research and intervention per se, there are certain underlying challenges which the field has to deal with. Now, there are a lot of disciplines which are actually on a quest for human behavior, be it medical anthropology, be it socio-behavioral research, be it the human behavior economics, all these, all these disciplines, what do? They work in silo, although they work substantially on human behavior. There are few crosstalks across these sections, and there are also innovative designs which are coming up, like human-centered designs. So what we need is actually a interdisciplinary framework, an interdisciplinary way to have a comprehensive understanding of human behavior. So the next thing is that the actual human behavior, the behavioral property. So as we know that the great proposition of two systems of thinking, which brought Daniel Kahneman a Nobel Prize in 2002, which says that there are both rational and irrational thinking going on. And guess what? That only 10% of our mind is involved in our rational thinking, which requires mental efforts and calculations, and the 90% of our all our gestures, behaviors depend on our irrational part, which is instinctive, quick, emotive. And so if we look at the traditional socio-behavioral research methods, so they generally depend on this rational part of the behavior, and generally we miss out this 90% of the behavior. So there are now fortunately upcoming tools in behavioral and decision sciences which actually help us in catering to these. And these two systems of thinking actually brings us to another level of problem, which is behavior is not something which is static, which is dynamic, which changes through time, which changes through context and scenarios. So often we see when we do a research that the participant or human beings, so when they answer to a research conversation versus when they actually act in an actual scenario, there is a say, do, or a intent and a action gap. Now there are so upcoming designs, innovative designs, which actually can capture these gaps through by accounting for the properties of human behavior, like heuristics, bias, and the inertia for the defaults, and all these things. Also, there is another level of point. This was from the perspective of the researchers. Now there is another level of point which is from the community. Now, when we go to the community, we often realize that research is not grounded on the community reality. So so we often hear from the ground, and these are from the grounds itself, that people say that the lived reality and the community so experiences are generally overlooked and not included in research in that much. And communication often is very top down, very jargon laden, and it's very difficult for the community to comprehend that. Also, no, they also say that the community do not own the research. So generally in the traditional research, community is brought about in a far later stage at the point of recruitment, which also do not give them that sense of ownership into the whole process. So as a speaker in the first day also alluded to this point, as for we hear from the community, nothing about us without us, and so we need to increase this participatory part of the research, engaging the community more in a more meaningful way. So how we are going about it? To start with, so as I said that IRV believes in partnership, and so we have started partnering with the experts in the field across the nation and globally. And what we are trying to do, we are trying to engage with key communities across the nation and also with researchers to make a comprehensive understanding of the human behavior and health. So how are we going about it? So we basically have come up with guidance from the experts, an interdisciplinary behavioral approach, where we couple the traditional methods of socio-behavioral research, be it the in-depth interview or key informant interview or focus group discussion, along with the ethnographical and human-centered design-based observations, as well as the game-based, art-based, and so simulated behavioral experiment and kind of designs. And what do they help us? They help us in understanding behavior in all levels, starting from individual to community to the ecosystem level. And how we go about it? We obviously start with a landscape and analysis and mapping the gaps. As I was saying that there are multiple disciplines who are parallelly working on these aspects. So we do not want to duplicate the efforts. So we analyze the landscape and find out the evidence gaps. And we complement that evidence gap and literature efforts with the community consultations, practitioner consultation, and expert consultation through journey map workshops and human design based workshops. Based on those insights, both from the workshops and the literature, we then look for the opportune moment for interventions, and those interventions are designed both in the physical space through a gamified, art-based and interdisciplinary approach in working with the community. So these are co-created designs, both in the physical and the digital space. And finally, we roll out this to the community for the impact assessment. So I'll wrap up this by saying that with these interdisciplinary approach to understand human behavior, which can affect human health, we are doing community-based programs to understand community behavior and facilitate community health change. And so we are, through these game-based interventions, we are also encouraging community conversations, which give us a leeway to both intervention opportunity as well as a research tool to understand the community better. So we are also trying for capacity building of the community advocates on this, because these game-based interventions are so deployed by the community itself, and we are trying to reach towards a enriched understanding about the community. So these are all ongoing programs. So we might come up with the results and the details of these programs in another time. And I will again thank our donors, and will be happy to answer any question. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. So would you like to comment now or towards the end of the presentations? Would you like to say something? Towards the end. Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Paramita. I really liked your underlying challengings where you really highlighted the rational versus irrational thinking. Thank you so much. To the next speaker, Dr. Venkatesh. Sorry, I'm sorry. So Dr. Fazlur Rahman Gulfam, the Senior Strategic Analyst, India HIV Alliance. Gulfam will be sharing the strategies to recruit and retain a cohort of MSM and trans women living with HIV.
I plan to be a doctor one day, ma'am, but till now I'm not. Thank you. So thank you very much, everyone. And my name is Gulfam, and I work with India HIV/AIDS Alliance. So we have been doing a study to understand the impact of stigma and discrimination in the healthcare setting for MSM and transgenders living with HIV. It's been a long time that we have been doing it, and all of this actually happened during the times of COVID, which makes it much more critical and unique in its own way. And of course, we all know that and will agree that stigma and discrimination has much more multidisciplinary impact on the various aspects of our lives. It's not our biggest problem, but I think we all will agree that it's one of our biggest problems as far as health is concerned. So we are trying to do this research so that we could possibly design some interventions with NACO, and there will be better uptake of services for people with MSM and transgenders living with HIV in the healthcare setting. And I would like to just share some strategies that we have employed and been able to successfully recruit and retain the community members within this study. So there are certain things that, of course, we all will agree that a cohort in a cohort research design, it's very, very critical to actually retain people for a long period of time. And in this particular study, for that matter, we had to retain the MSM and transgender population for around 9 months in the study. And it was quite difficult, especially, as I said, during the COVID times, because a lot of privacy issues, a lot of confidentiality matters, and all of that were there when people were actually restricted to their households and homes, and somebody calling them and asking them about many questions about their HIV status and many things related. I used to tell my interviewers that if you were calling me, I would have literally shouted on you. But if people are answering your questions, then it makes a lot of sense, and you have to be really grateful to them. So we have done this study in around 11 states of India, and followed up, as I said, the 367 community members over a period of 8 to 9 months, for 3 months and 6 months follow-up, where we were trying to understand the difference in the levels of stigma and discrimination which has been faced by them during their HIV registration for ART and over the period of time. And of course, there are inclusion criteria that people have to be 18 years of age and above, and all of those things. So there are certain things that that have worked out well as far as the community's issues and keeping the research ethics and research guidelines in perspective. One important thing, as possibly this is the 100th time that we are hearing this today, nothing for us without us. So we have actually included the community members at every step of the way, starting from planning the entire research, having a community advisory board, the recruitment of the clients during the study. The interviewers who were doing the study were from the community, and most of them were living with HIV, so they understood the issues and the aspects that the clients would talk about. Analysis, report writing, and all of that. Dr. Nilesh Gowde also talked about the autonomy of the client, which makes a lot of sense, because you have to give the community that kind of a all the information and all the control in their hand to decide whether they want to be part of the study or not, given all of their circumstances and situations. So and treat them with as partners in the study, not just as a subject. And we have been doing that for a very long time, unfortunately, but I think it's time that we change that about MSM and transgender people like me. So and then the compensation part that Dr. Nilesh was talking about. For a very, very long time, we all know that we have just been taking the time of the community members, doing interviews for hours and hours, and do not compensate for their time, especially for the community members for whom the money is a very important aspect of their life, considering the financial constraints that we all face in our lives. So we have done, we have compensated for all of their time in the best ways possible, which things which were actually suitable to them. Like, for example, giving them money through Google Pay, Paytm, recharging their mobile phones, and doing all of those small things which can be useful for them, and retention actually, of course, was very, very important aspect of the study, because the same clients had to be followed up for around 9 months in the study. So we had to establish and put across systems to do that kind of follow-up and be able to conduct the study in a successful manner. And we identified several ways and customized the client with the risk level that they had to drop out of the study, and based on that we had our plans ready. So, like, for example, we gathered the alternate contact information and a message which is a secret message that has to be given if somebody else picks up the phone, not you, because it's a very critical thing to talk about your HIV status to family members and even members of the community. And so things like that were very, very helpful to track people that were being lost. And and we have actually tailored that into low and medium and high risk of the dropping out and retention as far as the community members were concerned. And I would just I would feel very happy to say that with all of those efforts during the times of COVID and everything, we were able to enroll the required number of sample, and which makes a lot of sense, because then only we can be able to statistically justify the entire study, saying that this is how it matters, and NACO should design interventions to reduce the stigma and discrimination. And out of those 367 people, we were able to retain more than 96% during our first round of follow-up, and more than 95%, or almost 96% actually, to our second round of follow-up. So that means, basically, that means that we were literally holding people for 9 months, all of them. The people who dropped out, most of them actually died unfortunately during the COVID times due to co-infections and all. And we have a very good database. We have very critical information which we are analyzing and doing all the report writing, paper writing, and trying to understand all of those issues that people have talked about. And definitely the capacity of the people that work in the community individuals as well as non-community individuals to understand all of these issues and do the research in the most possible in most sophisticated ways, even to make it even simpler for the community members to be able to generate the information and knowledge that we lack and we have been talking about. So I would actually, since I have time, I would actually like to thank a couple of people. Dr. Chakrapani has been a great help into completing this study. Dr. Viraj Patel, who's the PI for the study, and of course our donors. Thank you so much.
Sure, sir. Sure. So I would just like to invite from the audience for the Q&A session. Yeah, over to you.
So as the first session was on research ethics, and Nilesh Kavre sir have presented it wonderfully, and later on Dr. Saha and Dr. Saha and Mr. Gulfam also presented one important aspect, that we should be involving community in the research. So I have a very important ethical dilemma over here with respect to research. So it is more related to the reflexivity and the positionality in qualitative research. So when we go as a researcher, being from a LGBTQIA plus community, so it will bring a case of rapport between the community members, and the trustworthiness of research will increase in that way. But the dilemma is that will it not cause any bias towards the research as well? Because I am from the same community. So can you give a good answer? Because I am in this dilemma since very long. Because on one side, it is important to be a part of the community for bringing the good amount of data and the trustworthy data from the community. But on the other hand, there is an internalized bias also, which comes into the picture when we are from the community.
Hello, Dr. Nilesh. Dr. Nilesh Gowda. Are
Hello.
you still
Yes,
online?
yes, I just listened to this particular question. It's well, we understand that the researchers, bias will be there, but what we need to do in such situations is to state the researcher's position upfront, because that will help understand the issues that will be explored during the data collection process, the way the themes will be created, and actually it is an advantage. What the participant asks now, it is not only to LGBTQ, but also to all kinds of research. In fact, being from the community is an advantage, because you are not going to, if you look back at the history of qualitative research, the anthropology and those kind of research which happened long back, it used to be a alien environment. A person usually from a Western society would come into a native low middle income country and would look at it from a very external angle. And the participative research methods have actually tried to tackle it. It is, I feel it is rather more just to have community do research. But yes, the bias will be there of some kind. But if the researcher writes his position or her or their positions very clearly, then it should not be an issue.
Can I just add a few things? So definitely I agree with Dr. Nilesh. However, as researchers and as community members, we have to also be thoughtful of the fact that we have to kind of do a trade-off. Do we really want somebody else from the outside coming and doing this for us, or do we want to be part of it? And for me, the answer is very clear that we would like us to take the command in our hand, because of one simple reason, that we are a little critical people, that we do not really open up to other people very easily. And because we have had experiences as community which are not very good in that sense. So we have to take that trade-off and try to be as much as objective as possible. However, the trade-off, when it comes to trade-off, then of course the community members would do a much comprehensive job, I feel.
I think from answer, right? Partly, I think just quickly, I think say the point is then heterosexuals should not be then doing research among gay men, and gay men should not be doing research among heterosexual, and men should not be doing research among women. So it becomes something like that, right? So so it's mainly, I think it's a common thing. So because the objectivity and subjectivity, it is mainly like what they call the post-positivistic paradigm. Okay, so now in any kind of research, whether it is quantitative or qualitative,
there will be some kind of position of the researcher. I will not, for example, say that as a bias. So you have a position. You want to have, like, say, you want to transform the society through your research. So you come from advocacy and transformative position, but that should not distort your findings and how you report it. If that you are going to do, like if you are going to falsify, if you are going to distort the findings, then that becomes not a bias, it becomes like malpractice kind of thing. Yeah, I will stop with that.
So one more, question from the back end. If somebody would like to ask, discuss with the chair, or have anything regarding the presentations which we have. Anyone?
Yeah, hi, I'm Dr. Abhishek Royal.
Thank you.
I'm a researcher from the Humsafar Trust, and I'm also a member from the Alliance in India Institutional Ethical Committee. So there are certain few points that I wanted to mention as per my experience as a part of the IRP. First of all, the discussion is there since we are in a phase of community-centric and patient-centric research. So there should be a person from the community itself, at least one person into the research team. So these are the points that I'm mentioning, which I have experience of while reviewing all the protocols that have been submitted to us. Second thing is that many times IRPs are also not having those kind of subject matter experts, because we are doing certain research on online interventions. There are a lot of IRBs who do not have much of expertise while reviewing those kind of protocols. So continuous trainings of IRB members is also mandatory, I would say. The third thing is that Dr. Nilesh mentioned about the importance of consent form, and he beautifully mentioned that we should also create audiovisual consent consent materials also. It is very important. I'm seeing researchers creating 5 pages of consent form, and how can you say that the participant is going to read it? It is very impractical. We should be thinking from the perspective of the participants, whether the person is going to read that consent form or not. The next thing that I also wanted to endorse with, as Dr. Chakrapani and Fazlur also mentioned, that there should be a dedicated community advisory board since the time when the research has been conceptualized, study tools has been designed, and the research has been implemented, and the data analysis and the report writing also. So there should be a dedicated community advisory board since the beginning till the end. Yeah, thank you.
To ask the first question, like there should be a member from the community in the research team. This was your first thing. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, completely agree with you, Abhishek. So the thing is, that's what, so if the researchers themselves immerse in real time with the community, and if 1 or 2 person in the researcher team is from that community, that obviously enhances that quality of that research. So let aside all these bias related things which we are discussing earlier, and which the experts also answered that can be tackled in a beautiful way. So it always enhances the quality of research.
Okay. So now we just move on to the next presenter, Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani. So he'll be going to share the impact of the multiple and the intersectional stigmas on systematic production and HIV risk among MSM and trans women. Over to you, Dr. Chakrapani.
Good morning, everyone. This is actually my postponed talk from the day one. Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Okay then. So yeah, I'll be focusing on now mostly. Yeah, it's about the association between the stigmas, psychosocial health problems, and HIV risk among men who have sex with men and trans feminine people. So as all of you know, there is high HIV prevalence among MSM and trans feminine people in India. And there is also very high prevalence of mental health issues like say depression, problematic alcohol use, or violent victimization. So apparently you can see there is a health inequality faced by MSM and trans feminine people when compared to the general population. Of course, I think the recent, the revised estimation by NACO is, I think, 2.3 or something for MSM now for HIV. So if you look at the NACO's IBVF data, so over the years, the consistent condom use has gradually increased. So in IBBS conducted in 2015, it was about 55%. So this is still like not optimal thing. Like still we have then a lot to achieve in terms of promoting consistent condom use among MSM and trans feminine people. So, but if you look at the same data in which the consistent condom use is 55%, the knowledge of HIV is more than 90%. So what it is which is lacking, why people are not still consistently using condoms? They have very good awareness about HIV, and condoms are freely distributed in the targeted intervention programs. So then what is the exact gap? Because when I talked to the NACO officials some year back, 5 or 6 years back, they pointed out like, okay, we are providing everything. Then the problem lies with them. They are not using condoms consistently. So it is like maybe looking at the responsibility at the individual level, but are we missing something? So that's what I want to focus on this. So there is one thing called syndemic theory, which can possibly provide some answers to this question of what else we need to do. Because, for example, you provide condoms. Let us say like a trans feminine sex worker is in the hotspot. She knows about condom, she knows about HIV, she has the condom with her. But if there is going to be a thug or a police who is going to have forced sex with her, then obviously she cannot able to use condoms. So we also need to look at the stigma, discrimination, and violence faced by MSM and trans feminine people, and also the impact of that stigma, discrimination, and violence on the mental health. So if I'm feeling, if I face a lot of discrimination, obviously I will feel bad about myself. So there will be self-stigma. I may be depressed. I become anxious. So if I'm depressed and if I have a fatalistic attitude, so then there is, they will think, what is the point in using a condom to save myself? So that kind of fatalistic attitude can also contribute to not using condoms consistently. So obviously then we need to focus on stigma, discrimination, violence, as well as psychosocial problems, because both of these also contribute to HIV risk either directly or indirectly. But you can see this is like a causal chain, a causal pathway, stigmas leading to psychosocial problems and giving rise to, say, HIV risk. So this pathway has not been now, until now in India, we don't have a statistical test kind of study actually. So of course we have studies which have shown the association between say the stigma and mental health problems, and they separate studies on mental health problems and HIV risk, but these are cross-sectional studies, these are one-time studies. And so we have little evidence of this kind of causal explanation. So what I'm going to discuss is whether we can have this kind of causal explanation, stigmas leading to mental health issues, which in turn leads to HIV risk. So from again, NACO study, the IBBF we published along with NACO co-authors, we have shown that psychosocial problems like drug use, frequent alcohol use, and violence victimization, they co-occur in many individuals. And there is actually synergy of among these conditions in increasing the HIV risk. What do we mean by synergy? Let us say, for example, alcohol use. If I can, among people who consume alcohol, let us say the inconsistent condom use is 20%. This is just an example. And among the people who are using drug use, let us say the inconsistent condom use is 10%. Then among people who use both alcohol and drugs, it is not like 20 plus 10, 30%. It is like 40% or 50%. So that concept is called as synergy. It increases the chances of HIV risk in multiple fold. It is not by addition, it is more like a multiplication kind of thing. So we have also shown using the NACO's data that there is synergy among these psychosocial problems in increasing the HIV risk. Here it is actually counter views, the inconsistent counter views. So using a qualitative study, we actually came out with a model. Of course, Dr. Rajesh is also a co-author in this. So you can see, again, there are multiple stigmas faced by, this was focused on MSM. So here you can see multiple stigmas faced by MSM, because some MSM, they are also feminine, so they also face stigma based upon the gender expression. And some MSM, they also engage in sex work, so they also face stigma related to sex work. So this is what is called as intersectionality or multiple stigmas. Yes, a particular person can have multiple stigmas. For example, if a trans feminine person goes to a hospital and there's a discrimination incident, the doctor or some other healthcare providers, they don't treat properly, then how do we see whether the discrimination is because of the gender identity or because of the sexual status or because of perceived or actual HIV status? So sometimes there is intersectionality between the stigmas. So actually then we need to study like about all the stigmas and what kind of impact it has on the mental health issues and also on HIV risk. So that is what like I'm going to show from the data. Of course, this is the theoretical framework. So I borrowed like compatible theories to test this model. So there is an intersectionality framework, there is syndemic framework and minority stress model, which you heard about in the last 2 days. So I basically like put together compatible theories in testing this model. So this is actually an ongoing study because I wanted to show the causal association. Ideally, it should be a longitudinal study because in cross-sectional survey, you may not be able to show causal association. So this is a 3-wave study. So first wave has been completed and wave 2 is ongoing. So I'm going to just show you the results from the wave 1. So obviously, again, it's a cross-sectional. We may not be able to produce any causal links here, but I think this can give an idea for the time being. Okay, so we used standardized measures to standardized scales to measure the multiple stigmas. So among trans people, it is transgender identity stigma. Among MSM, it is sexual stigma. And we also measured sex work stigma and perceived HIV-related stigma and the intimate partner violence. And also you can see the internalized trans prejudice and internalized homonegativity are nothing but the self stigma. And we also measured anxiety, depression, alcohol use, and drug use. And main outcome measure was inconsistent condom use in the past month. So this looked complicated. So basically what we found is we found empirical evidence that stigmas actually lead to the stigma and discrimination experiences actually lead to self-stigma. You can see the internalized trans prejudice. So this particular data is only among trans feminine people. So the self-stigma in turn led to anxiety and depression. And all of these ultimately also contributed to increasing the HIV risk directly and indirectly. So the model was empirically valid, meaning it is empirically tested. But this is among MSM. So among MSM, what we cannot find is we cannot able to find a direct link between the psychosocial health problems and HIV risk, but there was a direct relationship between the the different kind of stigmas and also the psychosocial health problems. So again, so this is just a cross-sectional survey from the wave 1. So if we have wave 2 data and wave 3 data, I can able to tell in confidence that this particular model is quite valid. Okay, so what are the methodological issues like because this in relation to this study? One is about the compatibility of the theories in this model. And another, I talked about the cross-sectional data versus the longitudinal data. And this is a survey, but now I also added a qualitative component. So it's a mixed method study, which can able to provide much more information. And sampling, this is primarily through the CBOs, but now we are also recruiting the people through online. So those are some of the methodological issues. And of course, it provided empirical support for the proposed theoretical model. So what are the practical implications? For example, what NACO can do. So one is because previously, I'm not talking about the current, but previously there was a perception in the NACO that we will focus only on HIV. Mental health is not our portfolio, we have to go to the Ministry of Health. But now, obviously, we can see not only from this study, but also from other studies that there is a obvious link between stigma, discrimination, violence, and mental health. So it is no longer, we can say, like, we will not be looking at that because it is for the benefit of the NACOS program. We need to address like mental health issues and stigma, discrimination, violence among MSM and trans feminine people. So that is the implication I want to put. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakrapani. Now we'll just move to our last speaker, Ms. Akriti Gupta. She's a Technical Officer, Research and Evaluation, HIV/AIDS Alliance. So Ms. Akriti would be talking about the validity of a scale on gender affirmation in healthcare settings among trans women living with HIV. Over to you, Akriti.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Akriti and I'm working at Alliance India. And today I'm going to discuss about a scale on gender affirmation in healthcare settings amongst trans women living with HIV. I would like to thank Dr. Viraj Patel, who is the lead for this project, and he's working in Albert Einstein College of Medicine. I'd also like to thank NIH for the funding, Einstein Rockefeller CUNY Center for AIDS Research, my team at Alliance India, and technical and data analysis support by Dr. Jasvi from PGI Chandigarh and Dr. Chakrapani from C#. So I would like to talk more in Hindi so that it's more understandable for everyone. जैसा कि हम ये 2 दिन की deliberations में हम समझ चुके हैं कि हर आदमी, औरत या third gender और any other person from the LGBTQI community, उनका हक है कि जब वो अपना हेल्थ केयर एक्सेस करे तो उनको अपने पसंदीदा प्रनाउन, अपने सर्वनाम से बुलाया जाए, उनको सम्मान दिया जाए और उनको समझा जाए और जज ना करा जाए। ये हेल्थ केयर सेटिंग्स की हर जने की हक है कि उसको ऐसा ट्रीटमेंट मिले। जैसा हम जानते हैं कि ट्रांसजेंडर विमेन स्पेशली दे आर एट एन इंक्रीज्ड बर्डन ऑफ डिजीजेस। हमारी कम्युनिटी में सबसे ज़्यादा बीमारियां हैं और प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, तो इससे therefore it is even more important to give them proper attention when they go for health care settings. And sadly हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि इस community को बहुत ज़्यादा social exclusion, stigma, discrimination, violence and also ignorance face करना पड़ता है from the healthcare professionals. And ये experiences, they are rooted in our society, societal norms, and which need to be addressed very importantly. Also, the transgender women are disproportionately impacted by HIV because the people who have transgender women who are living with HIV, they are less likely to be widely suppressed, and उनके जो HIV treatment adherence होता है वो भी lower होता है as compared to other population groups who have HIV. So they are at a greater disadvantage and therefore need more attention. Coming to the rationale of the study, so हम gender affirmation हम समझ चुके हैं. Gender affirmation वो एक ऐसी चीज है which is referred to as a process where a person receives social recognition and support. जैसे कि हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर्स उनके पसंदीदा सर्वनाम से बात कर पाए और उनको समझ पाए, उनको सपोर्ट कर पाए, वो उसे बोलते हैं हम जेंडर अफर्मेशन। एंड जब हम जेंडर अफर्मेशन हेल्थ केयर की बात करते हैं तो इसका मतलब है जब एक ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन हु इज लिविंग विद HIV, जब वो एक हेल्थ केयर फैसिलिटी में जाता है तो उसको अफर्मेशन मिले, उसको रिकग्निशन मिले, उसको उसी नाम से बुलाया जाए जो वो चाहते हैं। Or incorrect pronoun use can actually result in healthcare avoidance. However, there is a lack of a tool. We don't have a tool. हमारे पास कोई tool नहीं था जिससे हम gender affirmation देख पाए healthcare settings में amongst the transgender women. इसीलिए हमने ये study करी है जिससे कि हम लोग एक tool निकाल पाए जो healthcare settings में use हो पाए amongst people living with HIV. So what we did was we validated a 4-item tool from a pre-existing 12-item tool. And the methodology has been explained by my colleague Gulfam. and I will not go into detail. These were the study locations. So जो हमारा tool है उसके 4 items हैं. So the questions are as follows. The first is during your last HIV medical appointment, आपकी पिछली HIV medical appointment में हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर्स कितनी वेलकमिंग थे आपकी तरफ, कितने रिस्पेक्टफुल थे, क्या उन्होंने आपको अपने प्रेफर्ड प्रोनाउन से बुलाया, या और आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट थे आपके प्रोवाइडर के ट्रीटमेंट से. तो ये 4 क्वेश्चन थे जो हमने यूज करे इस टूल को बनाने के लिए. एंड हायर स्कोर्स, जितना हाई स्कोर था उतना बेटर जेंडर अफर्मेशन था हेल्थ HIV केयर में. So these total scores were calculated by adding up individual items. So the methodology थोड़ी complex थी. What we used was exploratory factor analysis, which Dr. Chakrapani masters and he shared with us and he taught us. And so हमने exploratory factor analysis किया to understand कि क्या ये 4 item ठीक हैं, क्या हम इनको इस tool में डाल सकते हैं. फिर हमने इसको कंफर्म किया ऑन द नेक्स्ट 3rd month फॉलोअप डेटा, उसको बोलते हैं कंफर्मेटरी फैक्टर एनालिसिस. उसके बाद हमने वैलिडिटी करी, वी चेक द वैलिडिटी कि बाकी मेजर्स के साथ कि क्या ये कन्वर्जेंट है बाकी मेजर्स के साथ. इसकी डिस्क्रिमिनेंट वैलिडिटी चेक करी और हमने देखा इसकी प्रेडिक्टिव वैलिडिटी. So coming to the results, we found a single factor structure using EFA. And confirmatory factor analysis indicated a 4 item. जो हमने 4 item दिखाए थे, वो 4 item से confirm करते हैं कि ये tool reliable है और ये हम इसको use कर सकते हैं. जब हम validity की बात करते हैं तो हम ये देखते हैं multiple social support. हम ये इसका मतलब ये है कि एक transgender woman को living with HIV उसको कितना support मिलता है by family, by his friends and the significant partner. So हम ये positive association देख रहे हैं कि जैसे support improve होता है, family से support improve होता है, उतना ही gender affirmation healthcare settings में भी better होता है. Similarly for provider trust, जितना हम trust कर पाते हैं अपने healthcare provider पे, उतना ही better हमारी gender affirmation at healthcare होता है. Third is the resilience resource, कि कितना easy है हमारे लिए support मिलना. तो जितना सपोर्ट इजीली मिलता है उतना ही अच्छा हमारे जेंडर अफर्मेशन के स्कोर आते हैं एट द हेल्थ केयर सेटिंग्स. एंड जिन लोगों ने अपनी जेंडर अफर्मेशन सर्जरी करा ली है उनका भी हम देखते हैं कि इट्स अ पॉजिटिव एसोसिएशन विद जेंडर अफर्मेशन एट हेल्थ केयर. सो एज वी आर आल्सो हाइपोथेसाइज्ड, डिस्क्रिमिनेंट वैलिडिटी में हम देखते हैं कि इंटरनलाइज HIV स्टिग्मा से कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है. एंड प्रेडिक्टिव वैलिडिटी से हमें ये पता चलता है कि जितना अच्छा हमारा जेंडर अफर्मेशन है एट हेल्थ केयर उतना ही अच्छा ART एडहेरेंस है. तो हमारे ट्रीटमेंट आउटकम्स उतने ही बेटर है जितना अच्छा हम we are affirmed at our healthcare. Therefore, it is very important for the healthcare professionals to really focus on gender affirmation while they are giving treatment because it will improve the ART adherence. And coming to the anxiety, जितना ज़्यादा किसी को एंजाइटी होती है, दैट इज मेजर्ड बाय द जनरलाइज्ड एंजाइटी स्कोर GAD-2, जितनी एंजाइटी होती है उतना ही कम हमारा जेंडर अफर्मेशन होता है. सो जितना एंजाइटी हम फील करते हैं, सो दिस इज एंजाइटी इज आल्सो समथिंग दैट नीड्स टू बी एड्रेस्ड व्हेन वी आर विजिटिंग, व्हेन वी आर स्पीकिंग विद ट्रांसजेंडर वुमेन. सो जस्ट कमिंग टू द कंक्लूजन, हमारी फाइंडिंग्स ये इंडिकेट करती है that this 4 item tool is reliable, it is valid and it can be used. It is something which is very easy to administer and very quick to administer, and it can be used to predict. So ये हम tool use कर सकते हैं to predict the transgender woman living with HIV, their satisfaction towards the healthcare and how well their treatment will be. उनकी कितनी अच्छी treatment adherence होगी, हम इस tool से use करके predict कर सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं. दूसरी चीज ये है कि ये टूल यूज हो सकता है टू एक्सेस हेल्थ केयर कॉम्पिटेंसी, की हेल्थ केयर जो हमारा फैसिलिटी है वो कितना अच्छे से एड्रेस कर पा रहा है स्टिग्मा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. तो हम ये टूल से ये भी जान सकते हैं, वी आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द कॉम्पिटेंसी ऑफ द हेल्थ केयर facility by using this tool. And the last thing is the tool will serve to inform the gender affirming clinical practices that seek to address health disparities amongst transgender women living with HIV. So just in closing, I would just like to quote Dr. Daisaku Ikeda, where he says that, each life matters. And when we are looking at healthcare, let us really focus on people who need, who are struggling and who need the most attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akriti. So, sir, with this, we have come to the end of our session. So over to chair and co-chair for the remarks. Over to you, sir.
So, good afternoon. I think we had a couple of presentations, each bringing with us, to us, different facets of research methodologies, starting from ethics and doing research in an environment where internet and social media has become a dominant field, especially in this COVID pandemic era, so to say, and conducting research in that setting, keeping the privacy, confidentiality, participation, all the ethics principles intact is really a challenge. And then we had discussions on different new methods of research, co-design, co-development of interventions, how to take everybody together, community practitioners and researchers, and moving on, like from the days, 25, 35 years ago, the HIV or any infectious disease for that matter was perceived to be or taken as a medical problem, and trying to find out cause of it and how to address it. Very reductionist approach, philosophically, which we call positivism. But now, in these years, I think people have come to understand that we live in a very complex social systems, and these conditions have their origin not only in our bodies, but in the social system which surround us and which is very complex. So we are dealing with very complex issues. Many things happen together like syndemics. And so we need to have methodologies which can be utilized to, find answers of complex problems. So I am very happy to see that the participants, they have presented before all of you a range of methodologies, new methodologies, as well as new issues, both ranging from quantitative to qualitative. And you must be having a lot of many questions or queries, and we have sufficient time with us. So we have about half an hour. So we invite questions and comments from you. And before that, my co-chair, Dr. Chinmay Das, would also say maybe her observation of the session, and then we can open up.
Thank you, sir. So very good afternoon, everyone. This session of today has really been a very enriching session for all of us. I'm sure all of you will agree. Not only in terms of what are the issues and challenges we have to keep in mind when we do a research for the LGBT community, but also the same can be translated to any community, any study group. But the essence that we pick up from this session is we have to take into consideration certain ethical issues, which Dr. Nilesh very beautifully summarized, and he has given a word of caution. When you recruit someone through virtual platform, what are the things you need to keep in mind? What are the things you need to keep in mind to ensure privacy and confidentiality. So that's a very take-home message for all of us, for the researchers, and also for everyone else sitting in this room. And Dr. Paramita, very beautifully you have explained the newer methodologies. I mean, that was really very nice. Talking about the social and behavioral aspects, which we should not forget. This is a very distinct social and behavioral aspect that has to be taken into consideration, not only during the study design, but also while conducting the interview and also when you look up at the conclusion and discussion part of the study. So that was indeed very nice. And Gulfam and Akriti, I mean, combinedly, though you both presented differently, but what I saw was a very seamless way of presenting what are the issues to be kept in mind in recruitment, in retaining the cohort, as well as the 4-point scale that Akriti mentioned. Very beautifully presented sessions today. And Dr. Chakrapani, I think the part of stigma and correlating the impact of the risk factors, rather the impact of multiple stigma that you mentioned, along with HIV association, that was very beautifully explained by you, and the study results that you showed really say that we have to keep that part in mind. So thank you. So any questions we can take up?
So back to Sukhvinder. So we have a lot of time. So please, any questions to the speakers? Any comment you want to have? Okay, from the back also. Yeah, you can start.
Jagti. Sorry, after that.
Hi, my question is for Dr. Chakrapani. Sir, I wanted to ask that when we use theoretical models or theories in research, what are the limitations that you found when you were using these theoretical models or theories while doing research for the community? Do they limit your scope to just the model that you're using, or do you find other exploratory factors or other variables as well? So what would be the limitations of using the theoretical models and theories in research, and then how can we overcome those limitations?
So Jagti, this is to specific speaker, or you are just, this is a...
Yeah, sir, or anyone can answer.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I also mentioned about, of course, one is the use of theory itself is like a separate talk about that. But here I talked about, say, combining, using compatible theories. So if you want to use multiple theories to explain, say, health outcome or something, okay, you have to make sure that whether these theories are compatible. Okay, so that is one. And another is most of these theories, they have origins in the Western countries. Okay, so we also need to make sure like how we adapt that to the Indian context. Okay, for example, the same kind of model in the US was done by Stahl et al. So they showed that social marginalization contributes to psychosocial problems among urban gay men. So, but here you can see that I have expanded that. It is not like just gay men, but here we have a multiple meaning of sex with men and trans feminine people. So it is not, and again, the minority stress model was originally for gay and bisexual men. So now we also have the gender and sexual and gender minority stressors. So it is not just sexual minority stressors based upon the Mayer's model or Brooks model of minority stress model. So that is how like we expand, we test it. So some of these measures even, which I have mentioned, they are used for the first time. So again, we have to test the validity of the scales, just like for example, Akriti did. So we have to test the validity. Some of the scales I have already tested in my previous studies. I have adapted it. Some of the items were changed. So these are the things we need to consider in mind when we are using theories. And another point is certain things will emerge, for example, from the qualitative formative research. So then that can help in modifying the theory, or adding new items or refining new items. So we have to go with both. So we should not be very fixed with, okay, this is what the theory says, but we have to be what is called adaptive. We need to have adaptive theoretical models. So that is one say, like, nothing practical as that of a good theory. So when we say theory, oh, we should not be thinking it is too academic, it is not going to be practical use. But obviously, like, theory can be made, can be very useful in coming out with some practical solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think practical aspects Dr. Chakrapani has mentioned, you know, how to use them and when not to use. But you all agree, you know, this is a human history, thousands of years, and many, many theories are there. And do we have ultimately answers? All the answers? We do not have all the answers. So there are some grand theories. People have tried to explain why we are here. And, you know, likewise about our social systems. And so the attitude should be to see, or, you know, we should have some questioning mind, you know. So whatever somebody has suggested, see whether through your empirical research, see whether that holds true or not, whether it needs more addition, rejection, you know, or come out with something new. So it's an evolving process. So you rightly say there are some limitations of theories. You can add into it, you can reject something. So, or you can, if you find that there is nothing existing which explains the phenomena, you can have your, you know, you generate or you propose a theory which others can then, you know, use in their research. So this is how, you know, knowledge grows gradually. So there is nothing static, or there is nothing like, you know, you have to be, you're bound by something. So take it that way. All right. Manmeet, you want to add something on this? Yeah.
We are generally afraid of theories that probably they will bind us, or sometimes we feel, oh, maybe not my cup of tea. But if you start thinking, something abstract comes to your mind. We try to actually connect some of the variables I am saying, because we are talking about research. And we see that connection and try to explain, okay, in our own minds. And then we look at, okay, other people are also talking about it. So if it is there, we are happy and we try to use that. And sometimes we find more and add, as they have already mentioned. But what I'm trying to add is that first, the thinking is there, and theory is based on that thinking. So why to be afraid of it? Right? Just think. And once it is on your mind, you will certainly be doing some research to find out whether your thinking is in the right direction or not in the right direction. And same holds true for all the theories which are already there, right? So don't worry about it.
Thank you, sir. There are two things which are kind of trying to understand or clarify. First thing is that if we need to train our researchers on ethical issues in research, especially within the community, even outside in ethical issues, who does the responsibility in our country lie with? That is my first, I would like to understand and also discuss probably. And the second thing we are saying is, so I heard that one of the IRB members said that there's lack of subject experts in the IRBs, and there is a need for continuous training of IRB members. Again, the question in my mind is, does the responsibility lie with the IRB or us, you know, with whomever they are registering in our country? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, see, why we say that train IRB members. This is because there is a failure of our education system. You see, our education system, right from the school, as a citizen, as a human being, this should be ingrained in all of us. What is ethics? What is justice? What is social justice? So that should come up from from the upbringing, right? From the, start. But the focus in our education system is how to have good grades, and how to have that ranking and get into those institutions and then get the job. You see, so this aspect, the arts, social science aspect is, there is a neglect of it right there. So all our members of the IRB, many of them coming from medical background, who have not read civics or sociology after 8th class, the stream separates. They are all in biology after that. Same is true about even in engineering college, we have some social science, but in medical colleges, we don't have any social science. You see, that is the reason that they do not have any idea of these things, right? So that is the need for, and these things are not like, you train them into, a technique or something. Most of them are trained into some techniques, do surgery, how to close the wound. These are technical things. Even robots can do that. But, something which comes from within, from the mind, this sense of ethics comes from there, rights and wrongs. And in the rush of advancing their professional lives, the kind of system which we have made is how many papers you have written in a CV. We ask many of us are in the interview board, so the kind of incentives and disincentives which have been created, that at times subconsciously people neglect this ethical issue. Their main concern is how to run my cohort study, you see, how to get the results ultimately and publish them. So we have, this kind of system, and responsibility, as you ask, is basically as a society, we have elected a government, we have a constitution, we have courts, So we do not have yet, a legal basis of privacy. We do not have yet a legal basis of confidentiality in our system. Forget about research. Otherwise also. You see, so it's very complex. We are at a stage where we need to do much more to bring these things into our functioning. So that's why some researchers mentioned that these are shortcuts we are trying to do, train everybody. And, they may have a training, they may have a certificate, by having some 50% marks. But as a human being, do they value another human being? I mean, that is the basic question. So we have a long way to go. You raise a right question, but I think all of us are in that journey. You see? Thank you very much for raising this issue.
Thank you, sir. So you can ask, आप हिंदी में भी पूछ सकते हैं.
Ma'am, Lakshya is waiting since
Yeah,
long.
sorry. First Lakshya, and then there is a hand at the end.
Good afternoon. As Dr. Chakrapani have correctly mentioned about the post-positivist approaches, and in the causal model, they have talked about the synergy and co-occurrence as well. So in LGBT community, and that too specifically with respect to healthcare, as we know, healthcare is not directly dependent on the medical factors or healthcare related factors only, but many of the socio-structural and the behavioral and the anthropological factors as well. So there might arise many of the variables apart from the independent and dependent variables like intervening and the exogenous variables. So how to control those variables which are intervening in between and try to give best out of the researches.
And ma'am, can we have this final question? This is the last one.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. My question for the Dr. Chakrapani. Yeah, I think you are doing very wonderful job in India, specific for LGBTQIA+. So my question is like as a good, wonderful researchers you are. So somehow in this LGBTQIA+, we have so many paper, manuscript, research studies, even clinical trials, based data for the all, but somehow we're missing that LBT. Even country-wise, we don't have that country data for qualitative data. So I'm just putting your thought. So do you have any strategy or plan for as a researcher for the future? So we have to have some LBT data in India. Thank you.
Okay. I think the question is there is very limited data on lesbian and bisexual women. So what we can do about it. So of course it is obviously like it's a collective responsibility. Like I hope like you are not asking me to do studies on lesbian and bisexual women, but of course I'll be happy to do that. But of course there will be more and more researchers who should be interested in LGBT health. So of course certain researchers, they focus on particular populations or particular issues. So we cannot expect like all the researchers to focus on say LGBT issues. So at least like those people who are interested, we need to build their capacity, and also we need to connect them with the communities. That is why I talk about the academic and community partnerships. So that partnership should be created, and the academicians who are interested, then there should be some kind of platform, maybe, I don't know, like something like this, where they can interact with the communities, and then we can build that kind of academic community partnerships. Because one way to think about it is because of the HAE funding, a lot of the funds came to do research among men who are sexist men and trans feminine people, because LB women, they were not seen as at risk. So obviously the HAE funds cannot be used for that. That's why like even that issue was raised by Shruta yesterday in the scoping review and in the lesbian and bisexual women health session. That is very important that we also need to conduct research among LB women as well, lesbian and bisexual women as well. Yeah.
I think this is a right topic for the next session, which is on research priorities. So probably we can have more discussion in the next session.
Okay, so your question on controlling for variables statistically, those are like quite complicated to explain here. So right now, so of course I regularly conduct research workshop, like 3-day, 5-day workshop along with Dr. Manmeet as well. So we will also can inform you. So we conduct mixed methods workshops, qualitative research workshops, and also separately sometimes quantitative data analysis workshops. So we'll be happy to let you know like when we conduct such workshops. Thank you.
So, do you want to say something as a coach? Yeah.
One last question.
Please go ahead.
Or anyone from who has joined online, is there any question?
Okay, Ramki is raising. Ramakrishnan, yeah.
I just wanted to say that there is a lot of research on lesbian and bisexual women produced by community collectives that have medical professionals and mental health researchers. So I would direct you to work by Sappho for Equality, Kolkata, and Labia, Mumbai. And a lot of work has been published by Bina Fernandez out of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. The research is a little older, but it's still very much valid. And some of it is also in peer-reviewed publications.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will just,
yeah.
So Ramki, one thing is, of course, the gray literature, it's there, but people will also look at the peer-reviewed publication mainly. So we should also encourage and build the capacity of the researchers who are in the community agencies or other research institutions to publish it, so that not only like India, but also internationally, that is, people can see like this is coming from India. So, yeah.
Any other last? So
Is there anyone who's online?
Online?
Any questions?
Shrinu?
Shrinu,
No.
can you please check?
We have
No.
checked, Dr. Chinmoy, there is no one there.
Thank you.
And with your chairs and chair permission, just one point to add, the last study, which Akriti, I think she has said. So we are doing lots of implementation models and all the other thing. It's specifically about the ART adherence, which he has just shown, because through our models also, we are trying for the ART adherence. We have motivational counseling also by the YRG Care. They have just implemented the panel counseling. But the important point, I think, which you have highlighted through the studies and other studies are also there, the gender affirmation and the support from the family is also leading to the ART adherence. So that is the kind of a message, that we have got from that. And this can be noted because we are self-verified adherence, which has given a very good result because the motivational counseling. So if this factor can also be taken into account, so that will lead us to all the targets which we are trying to achieve through our programs. So just wanted to share that. Thanks, Akriti, for sharing all this.
Sure, that's a very valid point, Suprinder, that you have pointed out. In ART centers, if it's a TG or anyone from LGBT community who is HIV positive, definitely we'll have to look into having a little bit specific and
Absolutely.
extra counseling related to their health needs.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is what we are also going to look at in the general health system when we're talking about having a separate, way of giving them services. So I think YRG Care, when they came up with the TG clinic, the concept was just
Yes.
the one-stop shop for TGs.
Yes.
So I guess we need to look into this aspect, incorporating a little bit of more counseling and also sensitizing all the ART staff regarding how to handle this community with care. Yeah, thank you.
So since Dr. Chinmoy has touched this Mitra clinic, so sir, with your permissions, what we are going to showcase is a small documentary, which through USAID funded accelerated project John Hopkins. They released last week, Simran, if I'm not wrong, at the Indian American Center. So it talks about our first Mitra clinic, which is at Hyderabad. We have 2 more clinics established in Pune and Thane, and another ones are coming up at UP. So all the stars from that documentary are also here. I think this is a 15 minutes documentary, which is available, 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Simran. 10 minutes. Okay. Again, sorry, apologies. Which is also available on a YouTube. And so I just request Simran, if you can just showcase for everyone. Thank you so much. You need to facilitate this. Okay. Can we do the facilitation memento ceremony now or after the movie, the documentary? After the documentary, we can just do that. There? No, so what we can do is, Simran. Okay. I'm so sorry, Janet. Waiting over here. Can we just do that? अगर 2 मिनट लगते हैं तो कर लीजिए.
so proud that Mitra Clinic Hyderabad is the first transgender clinic in the country.
आई थिंक कि 10 साल पहले इस क्लिनिक ओपन होना इम्पॉसिबल था हमारे लिए नॉर्मली, क्योंकि हमने उस टाइम पे ही बहुत सारा छोटी छोटी चीजें, हमारे लिए कोई भी अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं था. दिस इज द फर्स्ट ट्रांस क्लिनिक इंडिया के लिए नहीं है, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही प्राउड फील करता है, क्योंकि ये अपना है, दूसरों का नहीं, ये अपना जगह है.
I identify as myself as a woman. तो मैं एक औरत की तरह आती हूँ, तो मुझे वो सुकून मिलता है फर्स्ट थिंग, और मेरे जैसे सारे लोगों को देख के मुझे और अच्छा लगता है. एंड मेरे कम्युनिटी के लोग मुझे मैडम, आप डॉक्टर हो, मतलब ऐसे प्रोनाउंस से वो करते हैं ना, आई फील सुपर हैप्पी दैट सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट दुगना नहीं, आई कैन से दैट 10 गुना ज्यादा हो गया है.
मेरा नाम शेयरिटी है. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ ट्रांस वुमन. पहले मैं भीख मांगती थी, वो भी सिग्नल पे खड़े रह के मैं भीख मांगती थी, या फिर कुछ दिन के बाद फिर डांस बार में सेक्स वर्क, स्ट्रीट में खड़ा रह के सेक्स वर्क, ये सब मैंने किया है. बट नाउ आई एम सिटिंग इन एक टेबल, मेरे लैपटॉप लेके बैठी हूँ एसी में. अगर जब लोगों को पता चलता है कि शी इज वर्किंग इन अ ट्रांस
To Dr. Paromita. Yes. To our very own Gulfarm. To Akriti Gupta. Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani is one of our very own, but we still like him as well. Can we get all of the chair and the speakers to pose for a photograph with us?
I'm so proud that Mitra Clinic Hyderabad is the first transgender clinic in the country. I'm so proud that Mitra Clinic Hyderabad is the first transgender clinic in the country.
आई थिंक कि 10 साल पहले इस क्लिनिक ओपन होना इम्पॉसिबल था हमारे लिए नॉर्मली, क्योंकि हमने उस टाइम पे ही बहुत सारा छोटी छोटी चीज़ें, हमारे लिए कोई भी अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं था. दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट ट्रांस क्लिनिक इंडिया के लिए ही है, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही प्राउड फील करता है, क्योंकि ये अपना है, दूसरों का नहीं है, ये अपना जगह है.
आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ वुमेन, तो मैं एक औरत की तरह आती हूँ तो मुझे वो सुकून मिलता है फर्स्ट थिंग, और मेरे जैसे सारे लोगों को देख के मुझे और अच्छा लगता है. एंड मेरे कम्युनिटी के लोग मुझे मैडम आप डॉक्टर हो, मतलब ऐसे प्रोनाउंस वो करते हैं ना, आई फील सुपर हैप्पी दैट सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट दुगना नहीं, आई कैन से दैट 10 गुना ज़्यादा हो गया है.
मेरा नाम शेयरिटी है. आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ ट्रांस वुमन. पहले मैं भीख मांगती थी, वो भी सिग्नल पे खड़े रह के मैं भीख मांगती थी, या फिर कुछ दिन के बाद फिर डांस बार में सेक्स वर्क, स्ट्रीट में खड़ा रह के सेक्स वर्क, ये सब मैंने किया है. बट नाउ आई एम सिटिंग इन एक टेबल, मेरे लैपटॉप लेके बैठी हूँ एसी में. अगर जब लोगों को पता चलता है कि शेयर इज़ वर्किंग इन अ ट्रांस क्लिनिक में एज अ क्लिनिक मैनेजर है वहाँ पर, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात. मैं खुद अपने आप को सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट बहुत बड़ा होता है. जब मुझे पता चला कि मेरे को लोअर एब्डोमेन स्कैन करना है, तो फिर मैं उस टाइम पे मैं डॉक्टर के पास गई हूँ. तभी डॉक्टर जब स्कैन कर रहे थे मेरा, तो डायरेक्ट उन्होंने बोला कि आपके पास यूट्रस नहीं है, यू डोंट हैव अ यूट्रस करके. मैं शॉक हो गई. फिर मैंने उनको बताया डॉक्टर मैं एक ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ करके. मैं लड़का से लड़की बनी हूँ, तभी भी उनके मन में एक ये हो जाता है, अरे यार, फिर जल्दी से उसने वो मशीन ही रख दिया और बोला उठो 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 अभी।
I'm Simran Bharucha. I identify myself as a transgender and my preferred pronouns are she and hers. In spite of me really being educated, me having the knowledge of this world, you know, my transformation happened in a hut. I was the one who really went to a quack rather than going to a professional doctor. Because वो services नहीं थी. जब मैं 20 साल पहले, when I used to go for my health needs, I used to talk to a non-trans individual. Today, when I go for my health needs, I speak to my own community. Now the tables have turned. जहाँ पे मैं एक stranger से बात करती थी, अब मैं एक अपने इंसान से बात करती हूँ. So I've seen a progress of my community also growing. We have trans doctors, we have nurses, we have lab technicians, we have counselors.
Okay. ఎందుకు వచ్చారమ్మా? హార్మోన్ టాబ్లెట్ ఫామ్ లో కావాలా లేకపోతే ఇంజెక్షన్ ఫామ్ లో కావాలి అనేది నేను చెప్తాను, దాన్ని బట్టి ప్రాసెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసేసుకుందాం.
I know my community people know that I am a doctor. I get a lot of respect here. But once I step out of this gate, clinic gate, definitely I have to remove all this and I have to travel from here to my home, my place. After showing my ID card also, they won't accept that I am a doctor. Because उन लोगों के दिमाग में ना वो एक ऑब्वियसली रह जाता है कि यार ये लोग पढ़ाई लिखाई भी करते हैं क्या, अच्छा ये डॉक्टर है, शायद झूठ बोल रहे हैं. Despite of being a doctor, I am facing discrimination. You can imagine about the normal people.
मैं इस टाइप प्रॉब्लम का वास्ते दूसरा हॉस्पिटल गई थी. मेरे को 2 घंटा उधर बिठा दिया, देखने को तुम ट्रांसजेंडर है, कैसा देखना तुम्हारे को, तुम क्या दिखाती मेरे को बोल के बोल रहा.
एक हिडन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है हमारे साथ, अजीब सा हमें ट्रीट करते हैं. हमें हाथ लगाने के लिए भी उन लोग 1-2-3 ग्लव्स पहन के हाथ लगाते हैं हमें. तो ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स होने की वजह से हम कोई भी डॉक्टर्स के पास नहीं जाते हैं. इसके लिए हमारे यहाँ पर मित्र क्लिनिक है, जो मित्र क्लिनिक में सभी अपने जैसे लोग ही रहते हैं और वहाँ पर हमारे डॉक्टर्स जो है वो भी कम्युनिटी से हैं, डॉक्टर्स भी.
Our community mobilizer work hard for our community people to gather them, to get them to clinic. They mobilize in several high-risk group areas. They go to them, they sensitize about our clinic, they sensitize about the program and everything. Most of them will be sex workers. So I encourage them or counsel them to go for HIV, STI screenings and all, because you are in a high-risk category. See, this place is very safe. They also feel that this place is very safe because they can't share all this thing to a private doctor when they go to them. They can't tell that doctor I'm doing sex work, so I have some diseases. No doctor will be ready to listen all these things first of all.
मेरा नाम केसर है, मैं मित्र क्लिनिक से टॉप सर्जरी करवाई हूँ.
जब सर्जरी हुआ तो जो फर्स्ट नाइट थी आफ्टर सर्जरी, तो बेचारी बहुत रो रही थी, बोल रही थी मैं क्या कर गई, मेरे को क्या हो गया, ये बहुत पेन हो रहा है, बहुत पेन हो रहा है. लेकिन अभी अच्छा फील कर रही है.
लड़की जैसा फील हो रहा है मेरे जिस्म में, अच्छा लग रहा है. आई एम हैप्पी, बहुत हैप्पी हूँ, बहुत अच्छी हूँ.
Most important part of this entire model was to constantly check with the community कि you know हम ये लेके आ रहे हैं, आप प्रेफर करोगे या नहीं प्रेफर करोगे. या सपोज हम आपको एक कमरा देते हैं, आप इसमें क्या सेवाएं चाहते हो. Community was demanding the fact that मुझे ये चीज चाहिए, मुझे काउंसलिंग चाहिए, मुझे किसी से बात करनी है, मुझे हार्मोन रिप्लेसमेंट थेरेपीज चाहिए, मुझे HIV छोड़ के मुझे डायबिटीज के बारे में बात करनी है, मुझे पेशाब नहीं आ रही है पर आफ्टर माय सर्जरी मुझे उसके बारे में बात करनी है. एंड फ्रॉम देयर वी केम टू नो कि अच्छा HIV इज अ खतरा पॉइंट, बट उसको सेंटर में रखते हुए बाकी सर्कल्स को अगर हम टैप करना शुरू करें, HIV का वर्नेबिलिटी हम रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं. And that was the trigger point towards the clinic's ideology. And that's how the clinic started forming up.
मैं उस टाइम पे जब मेरे को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला तो मैंने सबसे पहले मेरी मम्मा को कॉल करी. मम्मी को बोली कि ऐसा ऐसा क्लिनिक है जहाँ पर खुला है, सो ये बहुत बेनिफिट, जो मैंने चैलेंजेस फेस किया वो अब कोई नहीं करेगा चैलेंजेस फेस. साइकेट्रिस्ट, काउंसलिंग, डॉक्टर्स, हमारे कम्युनिटी डॉक्टर्स रहेंगे, चेकअप के लिए, तो ये सब चीजें ना एक ही सेटअप में है.
Everything was just on paper, but putting down in actions was with the generous support of USAID and PEPFAR. We managed to establish first transgender clinic in the country. एक चुटकू सा एक कोने में, हैदराबाद के कोने में एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे क्लिनिक है, but this clinic is adorned to many other clinics, and as the day grows we'll have so many clinics that no trans person or no any individual would go unattended. That's our aim. हम एक साथ हैं.
Thank you so much, but I would like to take 2 more minutes to call the crew, the team behind implementing this for a few minutes, not for an interaction, but if I can request Rachna, Shreya, Dr. Prachi, Simran, Dr. Partha Sati, Sukhwinder, Ashmita and Rishu, please join us. If I missed out someone from the team, please come. We just want to thank you, and please join us on the stage for a quick photograph. And Simran also. Yes. On the other side of the stage, please. The stage will crash with both of us. Sukhwinder, please join. Please, no confusion. I just have one comment to make. Years ago, when we started working on the National AIDS Control Organization and to various phases of NACP, just a minute, please. We had always talked about community-led, owned and managed projects. And when I came to the first, to this clinic idea, and when they having the first meeting, I said, here is something that the ministry should see and feel proud, because in 2 decades of the National AIDS Control Program, this is what we've led to. So, I mean, in the various interventions in the country which are led, owned and managed, this is another landmark. Thank you, all of you.
Hello. Please confirm if I'm audible.
Two, which was Dr. Steve Safran, who's from the University of Miami, Department of Psychology, Center for HIV and Research in Mental Health, the Fenway Institute at Fenway Health. So there is a pre-recorded presentation that we would play first. And this presentation basically covers a resilience-based intervention to address stigma and sexual minority stress for men who have sex with men in India. So requesting the IT team to play the recorded message from Dr. Steve Safran.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me. I am really excited to be able to present this intervention and its outcomes, which is a resilience-based intervention that addresses stigma and sexual minority stress in men who have sex with men in India. It is the culmination of years and years of work together with Humsafar Trust, NIRT, Sahodaran, and our US-based collaborators, many of whom are listed here as co-authors on the paper, which is now published. Some background, in 2010 or a bit before 2010, we did a study with Humsafar Trust that really did show high rates of DSM-4 psychiatric disorders related to distress in men who have sex with men in Mumbai. Some of the details are provided on the right with the rates of major depressive episodes, anxiety disorders, and high rates of screening in for suicidal ideation. We also did a study in Chennai, which was funded by the Harvard CFAR at NIRT. And that study, with a sample of about 100 men who have sex with men, found high rates of lifetime stigma and articulated issues such as depression, alcohol use that were also high rates and associated with condomless sex. We later got a US Indo-US R21 to do some formative work that led up to the current project. And the first phase was qualitative. And based on some of the quantitative work, as well as input in focus groups, CAB meetings, and key informant interviews, we developed a model that focused on self-acceptance as a protective factor to promote resilience from stigma-oriented sociocultural problems facing Indian MSM. Problems such as pressure to marry, stigma from society, lack of family acceptance, childhood sexual abuse, trying to keep sexual minority status a secret. Those who had high self-acceptance, or those who have high self-acceptance, seem to be shielded from these problems in terms of psychological distress and HIV risk. So we developed our intervention based on that. This was the final intervention package. The first version was slightly different in terms of number of sessions, but it did include both individual sessions and group sessions. The group sessions focused on things, or had the goal of focusing on increasing social support, acceptance by having others that were like them in the group setting, and also some psychoeducational and skills-based issues. The individual sessions focused more on needs that the person might individually have, discussing things like their coming out experiences, as well as sexual risk behavior and keeping within their limits. We developed an interesting way of presenting some of the material, whereby we had a game that they would play with cards that was helped articulate things like sexual goals and risk reduction goals. And the group sessions were very interactive in terms of the participants talking about how they overcame different problems, and then people could help kind of use that information to apply it to themselves. We also did a small feasibility pilot trial with 96 individuals. This was done just in Chennai. We found a signal for effects on condomless anal sex, statistically significant. We saw a small signal for STI incidence at 6 months, which was not statistically significant, but lower STIs in the intervention group than the treatment as individual group. We then developed our current study, which randomized 608 people. This is the study that I'll be mainly focusing on for the rest of the talk. We are grateful that it was published in Lancet Global Health, as you can see on the left. And on the right, it depicts the flow of participants throughout the study. So they had 2 baseline visits. They were then randomized to either getting that intervention or standard of care. Everybody at the baseline visit got HIV and STI voluntary counseling testing, as well as results, and either referral for treatment or presumptive treatment for STIs. 10 counseling sessions, which were the groups and the individual, a 4-month visit, an 8-month visit, and a 12-month visit, where they did a CASI-based assessments, computerized assessments, as well as at 12-month they repeated the STI tests and HIV testing. The eligibility criteria, you did have to have at least some, as the last bullet point shows, risk factor for HIV acquisition, although it also, or transmission, it was status neutral, so HIV positive and HIV negative individuals could join the study. You had to be male at birth, assigned male at birth, and We tried to focus more on Coty and double-decker MSM just to keep the group dynamics as positive as possible and not have to deal with any complications that might result in mixing beyond. I won't go over the demographics too much due to time. I believe the slides will become available and you can also look them up in the paper, but this is the these are the demographics. Most of the men were in their 20s, low monthly income, etc. Here we show our best effect, which was the significantly greater reduction in self-reported condomless sex that differed at the follow-ups between the intervention and control group. So as you can see, the control group is in blue, the intervention group is in red. We see a greater reduction in the intervention group at 4-month, 8-month, and 12-month. At each of those time points, the incident rate ratio is significantly lower in the intervention group for having condomless anal sex than the control group, and the confidence intervals, as you see, don't overlap. However, we did not find differences at 12 months in STI incidence. Remember, in our pilot project, those differences that we did see, although not significant, but was powered, the power analysis for this was at 6 months, and this was 12 months. So there could have been some relapse, but unfortunately didn't assess STIs at 6 months. But in this study, we didn't find differences in STIs in the intent to treat analysis. We did test a mediation model where we wanted to see if the intervention, this holistic intervention that addresses both psychosocial and HIV risk, was consistent with our conceptual model. So, and yes, it was. So the intervention did act on depression, self-esteem, and self-acceptance, and those variables were correlated with reductions in the number of condomless anal sex acts, as shown here by the significant mediated model. We also a priori said that we would test for moderation analyses by site. We didn't find effects for condomless anal sex or incident bacterial STIs. However, although there was very low HIV incidence in the study, we did see a difference where in Chennai there was an effect for HIV incidence in the intervention condition compared to control. In Mumbai, there was not. This is very preliminary, again, because it was a secondary analysis, not the intent to treat, and low numbers that we weren't powered for. However, conclusions, next steps, well, as will be discussed or is being discussed by many of the talks today, stigma, mental health, and HIV risk are all intertwined among Indian MSM. And this intervention that tried to address all of these things in a holistic way may be useful for both outcomes. So in terms of reducing HIV risk, addressing mental health, and improving quality of life, addressing these stigma-related problems and addressing HIV risk in a holistic way may be the best way to go. It is an intensive intervention in some ways. It's 10 sessions. However, we are also finishing up some cost-effectiveness analyses that are being resubmitted for publication, and the data look really good in terms of this is deemed cost-effective with robust to many different sensitivity analyses. With intense gratitude and thanks, I say here, to the participants, to the approval agencies, NACO, ICMR, and HMSC, to NIMH for funding the study, and contributions of ICMR for funding investigator and staff time at NIRT, to all of the amazing collaborators at Sahodran, Humsafar Trust, NIRT, and my US-based collaborators. We are very grateful. This was a labor of love for many, many years to get through all of those preliminary studies as well as the trial itself. And the process was bumpy at times in terms of all the approvals and, you know, everything that happens when you're trying to do a big project like this. But we stuck with it and stuck together as a group and really are happy with the results. So it was great to be able to share those with you. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the conference, and I hope to be there next time in person. Thank you so much.
Virtual thanks to Steve. Khana. Okay. So we are moving into our post-lunch session. We are running about 23 minutes behind time. So our next session is basically a panel discussion on LGBTIQ+, health research priorities, research training and research funding. तो हमारी next panel discussion basically है कि LGBTIQ communities के स्वास्थ्य संबंधित रिसर्च की जो क्या मेन मुद्दे होने चाहिए, क्या प्रायोरिटीज और रिसर्च के बारे में जो ट्रेनिंग और रिसर्च के लिए किस तरीके से फंडिंग सपोर्ट के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं. So I would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani, and Dr. Rajesh Kumar, who is the Technical Advisor, Health Systems Transformation Platform, Delhi and ex-Dean of PGIMR, who is the chair of this session. Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Venkatesh. We have a couple of virtual speakers and people who are going to be, I'm going to take the liberty of calling them out. Vihan Pitambar, who is the technical expert from the National Councils for Transgender Persons. He will be joining us virtually. Dr. Rilina Basu, who is the grants advisor of India Alliance, also will be joining us virtually. Dr. Devjit, who is the scientist D, epidemiology, ICMR, NICED, will be joining us on stage. Ms. Vinita Verma, PO, NACO. Dr. Giriraj has left, but he will come and join us later. Dr. Manmeet Kaur, Professor of Health, Promotion, DCM, SPH, PGI, MER. Dr. Simi Azam, I'm not sure if I have the person from NHRC there, but if you're there, please join us. And Dr. Rajat Adhikari from WHO India. Dr. Venki, just request if you could start with Bihan and then go on to, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome everyone. So yeah, welcome to all the panelists and who has joined both in person and virtually. Yeah, I think we missed out one presentation on, I think day 2. Vigan is going to, I think, the first speaker. After that, I think we can formally start this session. Vigan, please go ahead, start your presentation.
Thank you. Am I audible? Just wanted to confirm I'm audible. Hello, good afternoon. I just wanted to confirm I'm audible if someone can confirm that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for accommodating me on day 2. I couldn't unfortunately join yesterday with the sessions running over. So what I was invited, I'd like to thank Humsupport Trust and all the organizers for including me and for this opportunity to share both my experiences and also some recommendations as a member of the trans masculine community in India, specifically from a healthcare standpoint. So those who are trans, yes, I can hear you.
Vigan?
Yes, I can hear.
Vigan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you are audible. You can start the presentation. If you have a PPT, otherwise you can just talk. Yeah.
Yes, I don't have a PPT. I think there is a certain lag. If I'm audible right now, if I can restart. Thank you for informing me and I couldn't unfortunately join yesterday. So what I have invited, I'd like to thank the person on the organizers for giving this opportunity to share both my experiences and also some recommendations as a member of the masculine community in India, specifically from a healthcare standpoint. To those who are, yes, I can hear you. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. I think there's a lag, so I'll just restart. So those who are transgender are not a monolithic population, and people within this community have different needs, experiences with barriers, and levels of access to healthcare. So in my talk, I'm going to speak about the specific challenges of transmasculine people in India that restricts them from accessing healthcare, and specifically, with a lens on exercising their sexual and reproductive rights in India. So I have earlier in many forums spoken about the challenges I faced when I approached the government officials in Kerala to get my name and gender changed in my identification documents, in 2016.
Continue, please.
This was 1 year after the Kerala transgender policy was launched. And the policy had at that time clearly stated that no medical certificates were required for transgender people for legal affirmation of their gender.
Yes.
However, I was forced to hand out surgery documents and strip in front of medical doctors at different hospitals and undergo multiple ultrasound scans for a gazette notification. Right. This is just one of the, I would say, many challenges that trans people continue to face today without, I would say, clear guidelines on the process of, issuing of gender certificates, the lack of sensitization of government officials, which is involved in the process of, issuing gender certificates. Because although the Transgender Act now has particularly, I would like to call out Rule 6, which uses the term medical intervention and has broadened the ambit of, the process of what medical intervention involves, and is not limited to counseling, hormonal therapy, and surgical intervention, if any. This is not basically understood by officials on the ground. And even today, a lot of government officials and who are involved in the process of issuing transgender ID cards to trans people mandate some form of surgery to kind of, for their legal recognition of their gender. That trans people continue to face today without, I would say, clear guidelines on the process. Now, to begin with, India's healthcare system is not gender inclusive, right? Gendered healthcare spaces and individual providers are ill-equipped to address trans people's unique healthcare needs. And that is very pertinent to issues of reproduction and sexual rights as well, right? It is a fact that reproductive health services historically center around cisgender women. And that is a problem that arises because of this is normative societal structures that reinforce binary reproductive norms as an expectation. For instance, a man does not have a uterus and therefore they can't get pregnant. So men should never desire to be pregnant, right? Now, this is, and so navigating these spaces or even healthcare needs for trans men in this space becomes extremely dysphoric and a struggle because of lack of awareness, and also information systems in our hospitals do not have the capacity to account for a man needing services that are traditionally ascribed to female patients in several ways. For example, men who need gynecologic services often face challenges with booking or billing for those services because of how computer and filing systems are managed. Insurance service providers also are a huge challenge here. Now, I remember when I was asked by the Kerala Gazette to bring in a medical board certificate from a government hospital, kind of proving that I had, completed my surgeries and I didn't have any female reproductive organs. I had to go to, multiple hospitals, to the gynecology department, and the kind of questions or invasive questions that I was asked, without any filters, asking, "Do you have a vagina?" And there was no privacy. This was in around many people who had no business being there. And why do you have a beard? Why are you doing this? Became very, very distressing for me to answer, right? Also, just imagine the setting where a heavily bearded man is walking into the to get an ultrasound scan, and you have a huge array of women, pregnant women, sitting there who are waiting for their turn, and they see this bearded man going in for a scan, and they start laughing, they start taking pictures, they start making lewd comments. And when I went into the ultrasound room, instead of generally when there is a doctor or a nurse, there were around 8 to 9 people who were surrounding me, and as though I was some object of amusement or entertainment for them, and they're waiting to see, something popping up in the ultrasound. So a scan that should have ideally taken 5 minutes was extended for 30 minutes for purely the leisure and amusement of the doctors and the I think the medical students over there. For them, it was something new. It was something of amusement. That's something that they witnessed for the first time. So over here, there was clearly no regard for me as a human being, for my experience, of being treated with respect, giving me privacy as a person who wanted to seek, an ultrasound scan in such a hospital. So I would say, particularly from a healthcare perspective, there is a dire need to sensitize healthcare officials, whether it is doctors, nurses, ground staff, starting from the security, about people from diverse genders and their needs. Even from a perspective of capturing information in hospital systems, hospital forms even today are gendered in terms of language. They do not have columns even today to capture our gender beyond man and woman. The kind of questions that get asked to us, the kind of inappropriate comments that get passed, this has to be addressed from the hospital level itself, which should be part of their policies, which should be, there should be kind of grievance redressal systems to kind of take action against people who, kind of put trans people through such experiences within the hospital level itself. And it should not be set for a trans person to kind of go ahead, file a complaint, and not knowing where to file a complaint, whether it's at the police station, whether it's at the social justice department. The same forums through which a cis person should be able to get their grievances, addressed, should be the same forums which should be we should be included in. So I'm not going to take much time, but I'd just like to wind up by thanking the organizers for allowing me to kind of share my experiences and my recommendations here. Thank you. The kind of questions that they ask to us, the kind of inappropriate comments that they ask, this has to be addressed from the hospital level itself, which should be part of their policy, which should be, there should be kind of grievance redressal system to kind of take action against people who, kind of put trans people through such experiences within the hospital level. And it should not be set for a trans person to kind of go ahead, file a complaint, and not doing that, whether it's the police station, whether it's the social justice department, the same forums through which this person should be able to get their grievances, addressed, should be the same forums which should be included. We should be included. So I'm not going to take much time, but I just like to wind up by thanking the organizers for allowing me, to kind of share my experiences.
Thank you very much, Vigan. I think your experiences reflect like the limited research data available on transmasculine people. Most of the data are actually from the grey literature. There are barely like say 1 or 2 articles which have been published focusing on transmasculine people in India. It is just now it has started. So thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Yep. Okay.
I think we can now, before starting this session, just a little bit background about this session. So as you know, the theme of this symposium is setting a health policy and research agenda. So this is second session in relation to setting the research agenda. The next session is actually going to focus on the health policy. Of course, there is no clear-cut difference between, say, health policy separately and health research, but just for our discussion purposes, we have done like that, because whatever research we are going to produce, that is supposed to inform the policy as well as evidence-based. So on the first day during the inauguration, I was talking about a scoping review, which we did, in which we found that there were only about 124 peer-reviewed publications on LGBT health from India in the last decade. So this is very low when you compare to some other countries. Yeah, so even some other developing countries, or like say Thailand. So I think it's, and also we found that in the scoping review that whatever research is available among MSM and trans feminine people are mainly focused on HIV, and there's limited focus on other health related aspects. And there is almost like near lack of peer-reviewed publications on lesbian, bisexual women's health, and also on trans masculine people's health. So that is the background with which we are starting. And of course, I have also we have put down some pointers as well. But before going to like say some kind of discussion, free-flowing discussions, I want each of the panelists maybe to talk for 2 minutes from their experience. But before that, I would also like to I request our chair to provide any opening remarks, and then we move on to the panelists.
Good afternoon. I think as mentioned by Dr. Chakrapani, the opportunities for research and research funding in this field of LGBT, he has mentioned that very few research have been conducted. But in general, research in general is a neglected issue. If you see the total funding to health, and if you compare out of that how much goes into health research, it's a very small percentage. And so one wants to see increase in funding overall, and then also to see that this is equitably available to different kinds of research. And it is not only a question of funding availability, but we need the researchers also, the capacity of researchers to undertake research. And especially in this field of sexual minorities, there are very few researchers who work. So I think this is very appropriate for us to identify priorities and see that we have what kind of programs we should have to build the capacity, what funding opportunities are there. And this is all to improve the programs, health programs, and that will feed into the policy, so it becomes evidence informed or evidence based policies, because resources which we have for health are also not in abundance. We have very little money with us, so we have to use it very prudently on programs which are effective and which are also cost effective. So with this, I hand over to Dr. Chakrapani and each of the panelists to share their views. And we also expect some question and answer from the audience towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Virtually, we have a panelist, Dr. Relina Basu, who is the grants advisor from Welcome DBT India Alliance. So welcome, Dr. Relina Basu. Are you online now? So
Yes, actually there's some lag, so there's some difference. But can you hear me? Please confirm.
Dr. Velina?
Could you hear me? I'm here online.
Yeah, Dr. Velina, you can, you can start your presentation if you have a PPT, otherwise you can just talk.
So good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Today, I'll be taking you all through the various funding opportunities available at
Okay,
India
now
Alliance.
Dr. Sunil, who is the co-chair, he has also joined virtually. Welcome, Dr. Sunil. So yeah, so maybe before starting with the panelists,
Thank you, Dr. Chakrapani. Sorry, a little bit different
Dr.
with the
Velina, please hold on. Now we can able to hear you. So I thought like we will also hear from. Yes, yes, we can hear you. So whether somebody can put the co-chair online as well, like the video of the co-chair. Dr. Velina, you can, please wait for a minute. Oh, okay. So Dr. Sunil has joined or not?
I've joined online. Sorry about that. Am I audible?
Oh.
Can you hear me or
Welcome,
not?
Dr. Sunil Salvan.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Thank you for joining. I think it's 2 o'clock there. What time is that?
3 o'clock, but that's fine.
What time there? you are waking up by, I think, by 2 a.m. now, right?
3:15. So 1 hour later, I got to sleep one more hour, so it's good. No, so I just wanted to say thank you again.
You are muted, Dr. Salman. You can, so what I was, okay. Yeah. Now, of course, there is a lag, but I request you to provide your remarks as a co-chair, and then we are going to move on to the panelists.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of time, again, I'll be very brief.
We can hear you.
I think over the past few days, we've learned about different models and different needs of the trans community and the LGBT community in India. So I think the next most obvious question is, how do we actually implement, evaluate, and scale up these models so that people who are making decisions, the policymakers, actually have the evidence they need and the operational guidelines that they need to actually implement these programs. So we have a line of speakers from different organizations who will be speaking about their experiences and what are the different options for funding interventions among the trans community and the LGBT community in India. So at this point in time, I think we'll hear from the panelists, and I think as Dr. Chakrapani had mentioned, we really want to have an interactive discussion with the panelists and the community, really identifying key areas that they think need to be investigated, and at the same time trying to find funding agencies or partners who will be willing to evaluate these different programs so we can really move that needle towards achieving 95, 95, 95 and improving health of all LGBT community in India. So without delay, I'll turn it over to Dr. Chakrapani or Rilina Basu, who's going to be our first presenter, following which all the panelists will make some opening remarks on what they think are the priorities and obvious sources of funding, and then we'll open it up to the audience for their questions. Thank you. We really want to have interactive discussion with the panelists and the community, really find key areas that they think need to be investigated, and at the same time try to find funding agencies or partners who will be willing to evaluate these different programs so we can really and improving health of all LGBT community in India. Without delay, I'll turn it over to Dr. Chakrabarti, Relina Basu, who's going to be our finalist and make a
So I hope my slides are visible and I can begin. There is a lag, so
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Yeah, I think we will first start with Dr. Velina Basu, who is virtual. Dr. Velina, you can go ahead with your presentation, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chakpani. Very warm welcome to everyone. Hope you are all doing well. I am Relina from DBT Welcome Trust India Alliance, and today I'll be talking a bit about the various funding opportunities available at India Alliance. And before I go into the funding opportunities, I would like to discuss a bit about our journey and who we are at India Alliance. So India Alliance is a public charity that invests in transformative ideas and supportive research and supports research ecosystems to advance discovery and innovation to improve health and well-being. Our main funders are Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and Welcome Trust. So our journey began in 2008, where we started with the fellowship program in the basic biomedical sciences category, and we have three different stages: the intermediate and the senior fellowships. So in 2013, at the first 5-year point, we added the clinical and public health research fellowships among our in our fellowship program, and that too had those 3 early, intermediate, and senior stage fellowships. In 2019, we started the second phase of our funding after careful evaluation and review by our funders. And at this point, the grants program also got added, and the grants program has 2 basic streams, that is the teen science grants and the clinical and public health research centers. So now currently till 2024, we are in the second phase of India Alliance funding. So with this funds, sphere of action. So we at India Alliance want to advance discovery and innovation to improve health by supporting education, training, and research in science and technology. We are aiming to build capacity in biomedical and health research. We want to strengthen the research ecosystems in India, as well as foster interdisciplinary and international collaborations. We want to make science accessible for all. And to do so, I mean, we have till now awarded almost 508 awards, and we have had a pan-India reach. So our fellows and grantees are present in almost 145 organizations in 47 cities, and we are happy to have our representatives all over India. So now a bit more into the 2 funding we have, the fellowship and the grants. So both these funding programs are aimed to develop and build research capacity in India and catalyze internationally competitive research. And first, I would like to go into the fellowship scheme. So our fellowship program's main objectives are to implement a globally recognized funding model, and we want to do so by developing effective mechanism to nurture outstanding biomedical scientists in India. And our aim is to reverse brain drain so that our scientists, Indian scientists, can keep doing the great work in India. And we provide a pan-India platform to perform competitive biomedical research. We are also always looking for new mechanisms to promote clinical and public health research. And these fellowship objectives are mainly worked through by 3 main stages of our fellowship programs. That is the early career fellowships, which are aimed to launch the postdoctoral researchers into a very successful career. The second stage fellowship is the intermediate fellowships, which are for more senior scientists who want to set up their own labs, establish their labs, or scientists who want to come back to India. So this is the core mandate of our intermediate fellowships. And thirdly, the senior fellowships, which are for the leaders in their field to push the science forward and do great work. So all these 3-stage fellowships are present both under the basic biomedical as well as the clinical and public health research fellowships scheme. And some of the key features of our fellowship program is that our main emphasis is on the lead investigators, competitiveness, and their eligibility. We do not look at the whole ecosystem as such. We want to know how if the lead investigator can take this forward. We don't have any restrictions on age or nationality. We give due regard to any kind of non-research career breaks. We do not require any kind of confirmed salary positions, and the whole application procedure is through a very secure online user-friendly system known as the ISS grant system, that is India Alliance system. And we encourage to everyone to pursue interdisciplinary research, and we provide opportunities to develop international collaboration. We have an international peer review method, and we give continuous feedback to applicants on the application, and we provide a very generous and flexible funding. And a bit more into this funding provisions that we have. So here on the screen, you see the provisions that are under the clinical and public health funding program. We have similar provisions under our basic biomedical, but more considering the interest of our audience here today, I'm going to show over the CPH schemes. So as you can see, the CPH provisions include eligibility criteria for floating eligibility criteria of 1 to 15 years for the early, intermediate, as well as the senior fellows, understanding that the clinicians take a different part from the basic biomedical scientists. And the duration of the fellowships are 5 years, and it's a very generous personal funding that we provide. And this funding for clinicians includes a non-practicing element also, which makes the funding for a CPH scheme slightly higher for the basic biomedical scheme. Along with these, we also provide funding for any kind of major equipment. We are supportive of staff hiring. We provide travel allowance as well as contingency and a generous overhead fund for the institution. And an outstanding feature of our funding is the work outside host institution, in which our early as well as intermediate career fellows are able to go and pursue their research outside in a institution outside their main host institution. That could be in India as well as overseas. And for overseas, we provide a $3,000 per month allowance. And this is allowed for 2 years, up to 2 years for the early career fellows, and for the intermediate, we allow up to 1 year of work outside host institution. So moving on from our fellowship program, I would like to talk a bit more about the grants program. So the grants program that was introduced in 2019 had the mandate to fund collaborative research. And we have two main streams under our grants program, that is the Team Science Grants and the Clinical and Public Health Research Centers. So the Team Science Grants aims to foster interdisciplinary collaborative research that addresses an important health challenge in India. And interdisciplinary being the key word here, we ensure that the application has one PI and as minimum of 2 co-PIs, so they can come and do some collaborative work here. And the funding here is up to 10 crores, which is like a very generous funding. And this funding includes provisions of hiring staff, buying equipment, as well as the ability to strengthen the research management structure of the institution. So the other grants program that we have is the clinical or public health research centers. So the the remit of the CRC grant is to establish research-oriented virtual centers, and with the aim of providing health research ecosystems. So here the mandate is for 2 institutions to collaborate and work together. They can have global partners. So something I missed mentioning earlier, in the TSG grant also, the co-PIs can be from an overseas lab. But the only requirement that the main PI should be from an Indian institution. And here the funding is also of 10 crores for a period of a 5-year project. And while the other provisions are similar to the Team Science grant, something that makes this stand out is the CRC grants have a component for training early career research scientists, and that is called the Clinical Research Training Program. So the Clinical Research Training Program is basically aimed to develop physician scientists to strengthen the clinical research in India. And for any institution that is applying for the CRC grant can incorporate this into the application. We fund up to 12 fellowships every year, and that is we provide a value of 50 lakhs as the personal support for the fellow. So all in all, these are the main provisions of the 2 grant scheme that we have. And apart from the fellowship and grants, India Alliance also aims to support and enable resource building and knowledge sharing in India. We are involved in policy and interventions, policy development and interventions. We are involved in development of a robust research ecosystem. We aim to make science accessible to all, and that is by putting a thrust on the on giving open access publications. And we are also very involved in different science communication as well public engagement activities. And some examples of these are the various research methodology workshops that are held with the aim to train epidemiological study design, data collection to new early scientists. We also have the Developing Indian Physician Scientist Workshop, or the DIPS workshop. This has aimed towards the career clinician scientists to promote an understanding of the frontiers of medicine and related sciences. Apart from these, we have the lab leadership programs, which are run in collaboration with EMBO to help fellows and young Indian researchers to organize and cultivate their research leadership style. Another important initiative under India Alliance funding is the IRMI, or the India Research Management Initiative, which is aimed to strengthen institutional ecosystem for facilitating research management. And under IRMI initiative, we have the Research Manager Fellowship, the Research Management Grant, as well as Research Management Travel Awards. Apart from this, we, as I said, we encourage and we make sure that all our publications are made open access to increase the accessibility of the science that is published through our funding. And we are members of the Welcome Open Research as well as Europe PMC to ensure adoption of the open access policy. And like I said, that we also hold a number of science communication workshops. So till date, we have trained almost 6,600 researchers from over 100 Indian institutions through these workshops. And we also, alongside science communication, we also do a number of public engagement events where we fund various programs which bring the scientific community and the public together to debate and deliberate on matters of science and health. And we encourage science journalism in India through our India Science Media Fellowship. And this is in partnership with Nature India. So as you can see that over the last decade or so, we have had our funders and we have given out some awards in all these different areas, and we have really made a difference to the research ecosystem in India. And this impact can be seen both in the careers of our fellows and grantees, as well as in different policies in India. And because of our most of our publications are made open access, all our publications are open access, so they have received almost 50% more citations than other publications. And regarding policy matters, our fellows work on policies that have been implemented by the government, and some of these key areas are tobacco use, tribal health, gene therapy, and nutritional guidance. And before I complete, I would like to just put the spotlight a bit on some of our fellows who work on a few of these diverse areas under the clinical and public health research fellowship. And I think the first one I would like to talk about is Dr. Chakrapani, who is one of the organizers of this symposium. I mean, he's a Deputy Welcome Trust Senior. Yes. Hello. Yeah, so just a few spotlight on a few of our fellows. Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani working on sexual minorities. Dr. Devki Nambiar working on the health coverage. Dr. Prashant working towards tribal healthcare, and Dr. Pragati working on tobacco and control and policy intervention. And I hope I would have encouraged you to apply for our upcoming competitions. And you can see all the deadlines, and they are all available on our website. And you can access them, and you can write to us if you have any further questions, and we'll be happy to get back to you. And I would like to thank all the organizers to give me this opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Velina. Yeah, of course, we don't think we provided more time because they are funding me. That's partly a reason. Okay, but anyway, I think because we are running out of time now. So what we can do is, I think, so like 2 minutes each for them to provide the remarks in relation to some of the topics which I have mentioned here in the agenda. But for example, maybe I can start with Ms. Vinita Verma. So maybe I think, of course, we all know like NACO's program, and they are focusing primarily on men who are sex with men and trans feminine people. But I think now they are planning to opening it up for the other subgroups in the LGBTQI plus spectrum, right? So maybe if you can talk about that and any research, because you are heading you are in the research division. So maybe if you can talk about the research program of NACO and how it is moving towards the LGBT health. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I thank the organizers for extending the invite. It really is a pleasure to be here and share some of the research work that we are doing under the program. So, like Venki was saying, that the research priorities that we are working right now pertain primarily to SND related to TG communities, MSM populations. But I think one of the aspects that was brought out in the previous session was that the other population groups, the lesbians, gays, that piece is missing in India, and of course also in the program. So one of our focus areas would be to focus on other population groups also. What are the changing, from MSM to TG, what is that movement? So some of the vulnerabilities associated with that. Then, of course, the work under the program is already happening in terms of one-stop center for TG communities, especially with now what is happening under the program with the new innovation called Sampurn Suraksha. So that is also one piece that we are looking at how to operationalize that. And there are around 50, 60 centers that we have identified, and each model would be a immersion learning model. So that is also one of the aspects that program is working on. Apart from that, we have currently research that is going on in on the network dynamics amongst hard to reach within the population group. What are the hard to reach subpopulations? So that work is going on. UNAIDS had come up earlier this year with engaging with different intersectionalities related to communities, not just social, but also economic, political, cultural. So that is also one piece that we need to work on. As far as the research portfolio under the program, we have quite a big portfolio under the program in terms of both domestic resources and also from our partners and Global Fund grant. So for the next 3 years, we have around 40 crores that we have under our kitty, and we are focusing on what are the needs in terms of prevention, in terms of treatment, and across the care continuum. We also have this year started operationalized OR and evaluation at state level. So this is the first year that we have implemented research and evaluation with states, and capacity building of our program managers is happening as part of that. Now, coming to capacity building needs, which is also one of the areas which the session focuses on. So we also have a capacity building program on developing operational research and evaluation of young and mid-level scientists, but not really for the communities. And I think now, as the program is at a nascent stage of community system strengthening, and as we go forward and develop the pillars of CSS, one of the key pillars, maybe later on, would be to add research and advocacy as part of that portfolio. So that is also something that we hope that communities can take forward. It's not just for research for the people, for the communities, but also led by them. So that this is, just to give a broad overview of the work that we are doing.
Thank you, Sunita. Yeah, now I invite Dr. Devjit from ACMR. Yeah, maybe I'm not sure like whether we can also talk about some of the research initiatives, if any, on in terms of research funding to focus on LGBT health issues from NAC and from ICMR, because I know like we are funding health research broadly, but also HIV focused. Yeah.
Let me share two facts first to just what I'm thinking that will make more clear. Recently, I read one Ipsos survey, which is done on 2021 March, actually. So here, one finding came out that almost 15 to 70% population of India are other than heterosexual. So that is the lesbian, gay, bisexual. They have different cutoff percentage. So the total cumulative figure comprises around 15 to 70%. And another article I was reading a few weeks back. So that is a article from American Cancer Society. So there they have written the cumulative risk of breast cancer in the age group of 50 to 79 is 1 in 12 lesbian and bisexual, as compared to 1 in 20 in general population of the same age group. Why I am saying these two facts? So we know our population and we know certain risk is there for certain diseases in certain population, but we have our National Cancer Registry Program data. We do not have a facts of breast cancer, ovarian cancer in our country. Another thing, if I visit a OPD or any hospital of a medical college or BPHC, if I see 10 to 20 to 10,000 where or any research which can give direct benefit to that community. If my research is not giving benefit to community, so then I cannot motivate my stakeholder, I cannot motivate my people to participate in that research. I can think of like a digital health platform or a telemedicine platform can bridge the problem of access. LGBT people have problem with access, maybe for a fever, for an infection, for a hypertension, for a headache. They may not go to everywhere there is not a specific clinic for them. They have to go to the regular hospital, regular clinic. And their data has to capture from there also. So in that platform, if there is a digital platform, a telecommunication platform, telemedicine platform, we can get the data and their access problem can be minimized. So this can be one priority area. Another thing I was thinking, while we know certain diseases are more prevalent in LGBT from literature like HIV, breast and endometrial cancers, obesity, we do not have that much Indian data apart from HIV. But I'm thinking if some spending can be done in this arena, at least we know whether they are other than sexually different, whether they're metabolically different or not. If metabolically different, then some treatment implication come. Suppose if I see the breast cancer in lesbian population are more estrogen receptor positive, so I'll think of hormone therapy for that group. So then that can go to our policy making, our treatment guideline updation. At present, our treatment guidelines are very generic, not very population centric because we do not have the evidence. So in that domain, I am thinking ICMR or any research institutes in India who are developing or who are doing the health research or hardcore health research and public health research must invest in such a capacity where we can generate some baseline evidence, and based on that evidence, we can judicially direct our investment so that some solution or some outcome come that can directly benefit the population. If our population is not benefited from our research, then the purpose of the research will be forfeited. So that is my overall view of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think, of course, we'll come back if there's time permits. Now I invite Professor Manmika to give her remarks. Yeah, so she's a social scientist as well, so I would also request you to think from that perspective as well.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking from where to start, but first of all, I think we have to look at, is it the research so far we have done, is it really demand driven, or like we have done it just because we wanted to do it, or some pressure was on us, or we had the grant and we did the research, right? So the first thing that I think is that we must consider that what actually is needed. And when we were looking at that film on Mitra, and we Mitra Clinic, then I realized that probably it really was demand driven. But many times I feel that our research generally is grant driven. So no doubt we need resource, but at the same time we need to learn that what is it that the people really need from us, whether it's our minority group, or I mean sexual minority group, or any other minority group. This is my first point, that let us make it more like demand driven. My second thought about research is that generally we think that everybody is trained on research. And I think in the previous session, we have heard that we have to have multidisciplinary research, and where we are not trained, and if I can say so, I think we do not respect even the research that somebody else is doing. Like if I look at the public health research and the medical research, then which is superior? So people keep, talking about that this is better. And then it comes to methodology, which methodology is better. So if we can come out of that kind of a circle, and we have realized by now that we have only 3 ways to do research, 3 approaches, major approaches, like qualitative, quantitative, mixed method. So we can go with that. But at the same time, if we are really looking at the multidisciplinary research, then we need to respect each other's areas, which are really, as a researcher, at least I have always been realizing it, that unless you have a niche area, even within research, you are nowhere. So you need to have that kind of a standing, which I think is very, very dangerous the way we are doing research at this point in time. We have to have a very collaborative approach, considering that everybody's input is equally important, and we should take that into consideration. My third point is actually that if I come specifically to LGBTQI, I was just looking at SDG 5. So we were thinking about like we have to focus on women issues, but nowhere it is mentioned that we have to actually consider all the inequities which are there as far as gender is concerned. Probably we are still stuck with only men and gender as men and women, and have not gone beyond, even in our documents which guide us many a time, because we generally think, okay, if I am doing A, B, C, somewhere I'm going with the SDG or some national goals, or whatever we have decided. So goals and grants become very, very important, and more than what is needed by the community. And I would suggest that we should look into that, along with the training needs which are emerging every day, in and out, and look into the resources which are available. And especially for the resources, we need to make resources available for the training, because we have the money for the program, and looking at the and how to meet the indicators under that program. We have those training programs, but we do not have any funding for research per se, for anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Just one small point. Please remove the bureaucracy from from the research aspect, because it makes it very, very difficult to do research. That is what I have experienced in the past 10 to 15 years.
Thank you, Doctor. It's a very good point that most of the time the research agenda is set by the donors. So there will be some themes or topics, and then funding is announced only if you apply for those themes and topics. So that actually restricts in one way the academic freedom. But of course, that is in one way, because they are, let's say, if it is coming from a public health funders, obviously they would like to fund only those particular topics. But I have also seen like funders, like for example, the DBT Welcome Trust, they also have investigator-initiated grants. So it is up to the investigators to propose what type of research topics they would like to do. So and obviously that PI then need to consult with the communities whom they would like to conduct research, and then submit, refine a research proposal and then submit. That will be maybe a ideal process, I guess. Yeah, thank you anyway. Yeah. Now I invite Dr. Rajat Adhikari from WHO to give his remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Venki, and Sir Rajesh Kumar, and also Sunil. So three, great researchers have been sitting with us. So I just like to reflect on maybe some slightly different points related to research. One is, of course, research priority. Second is research capacity to do community, based research or research on communities. And if time permits, then I'll also little bit on research funding. Now, in terms of research priorities, I think I'll say that, Dr. Venki, on your first day, the talk you did, I think there itself, I think the direction was very clear that it's a big group, like even Vinita also mentioned that there are subgroups and their specific needs are different. And in the literature, we did not find out too much about that. The scoping work which you carried out, maybe mostly it focused on maybe transgender, maybe on MSM in general, but we do have different groups and their specific needs. That one is need to be known, need to be studied, which is, I'll say, need-based, not using demand-based, need-based, and then, of course, we have to focus there. So I won't say so much about research priorities, and I think other speakers have spoken about research capacity or training. Like 20 years back, of course, I started my research maybe in mid-90s when I passed out from my university. And the first job I had, that's called Operation Research Group. So basically, started with research. And I have seen there is a huge change over the last 20 years. There were two hypotheses at that point of time related to research capacity of the community. So one was, I'm not saying right or wrong, probably at that point of time, maybe it was right, that community doesn't have capacity to do high quality research. That was one hypothesis. Second hypothesis was that they're very subjective. So their research will be very subjective. The objectivity will not be there. So it will be really very dirty, quick and dirty kind of research. Well, that has changed completely because I have seen last 20 years. I've worked with ICMR, I've worked with different top-notch research institute. I worked with Population Council as well, for a couple of years. So now I think it has changed. Like in terms of institutes, we have like Humsafar Trust, one of the best research team I think they have. I think our chairman mentioned on the first day, Humsafar Trust chairman. And it's true. We have Sati, Dr. Ramki, I think he's there. And they have also a huge, good research team who are also focusing, doing a lot of research related to communities. And we have like C Sharp, Dr. Venki. He himself is there, I think, after completing his own work. And we have, beside Dr. Venki, we have Murugesh, we have Sruta, we have Alpana, we have Dr. Shushena, Dr. Shankar Talwar, there are a lot of people. Either they're from the community or they're supporting and very closely working with the community. So, and unfortunately, we don't have our Dr. Jana anymore. And I remember, like, for the first time when we were doing BSS in India, Behavioral Surveillance Survey among key population groups, you know, that time we had this idea that, well, this cannot be done by the community. And he was so clear. He said, at one point of time, it has to be done by the community. So today, you know, even programmatic mapping and size estimation at national level, it is done by the program. It's done by those community people, their grassroots workers. And I have visited many states. I'm going next week, Arunachal Pradesh, to those states where maybe other people will not go. And I've seen they're doing outstanding job. And 20 years back, those assumptions do not hold true anymore. They're doing much better job than maybe a research institute will do. So, you know, the objectivity is, well, you can bring in, but nobody knows better than them about the community. So it's done by the community and for the community. And the last point is related to, you know, the research funding. Of course, I'm with WHO, and we do work with, like Dr. Devjit is sitting here with NICED. We do some small research projects, or with NARI, or National Institute of Epidemiology. Of course, collaborative research projects. We also keep NACO, you know, in collaboration with us. But I think one thing we have seen, the timeline in our case is a big challenge, because we cannot probably fund a research project more than 1 year. So that is one problem. Many times also, I think we have been told by even the donors, like who are probably supporting us, that don't go for research per se, because, you know, then there are a lot of these ethical approvals, this and that. So it takes huge amount of time. Again, like the bureaucracies, which I think she was talking about. Many times we see it takes almost 3 months time to get ethical clearance from different levels, whereas the research, the field work takes maybe 1 month time or 2 months time. So anyway, I will respect your the time, although I don't see the bell is ringing anymore. But I will say that yes, it has to be need-based, and I think that we have huge capacity now, and it should be done by the community. I'll say led by them. Those, I think we should forget about those kind of ideas that only, you know, the research institute, research organizations can do that. So it's not valid anymore. Maybe they need support. Maybe they need to have a technical resource group where this so-called, you know, researchers could be part of that group, and we can support them. And like, you know, I think Hamsafar Trust or Dr. Venki's group, these people, they are doing fantastic research, and they are all getting published in peer-reviewed journals, high-impact journals. So let's respect them and let's work together with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I think we have only 5 minutes. So I am going to do like a rapid fire kind of questions. Okay, so please be short, maybe a couple of seconds you can answer. It's like a TV. Okay, so one is I know that NACO, you are introducing say gender identity related questions in, say, NACO's ART program, and you have the transgender term in the even in the computer, so that you will know who are. Of course, we had a discussion about like whether it can be expanded, like it is only transgender, whether it can be trans women or trans masculine, those kind of things. So that is, so if you can update about that briefly, that is one. And whether is it possible to include sexual orientation and gender identity in national health surveys, like in NFHS? Is it possible? Because we want to understand the health inequalities faced by LGBT people. So unless we have a population-based survey, the studies like I do, we have to compare with that with the heterosexual studies, right? So if you can have that integrated into a national health survey, population-based, that will be very good. So what do you think of both Ms. Vinita and also Dr. Jadjish, if you can briefly, very briefly, just half minute maximum.
Thank you.
So on the TG column that we have, so it's the same that we are following in the new system as well, the patient integrated management system. But so we have the data, we get the data, male, female, and TSTG. What we are actually fighting globally, and we have put this with our UN colleagues, that we have the data, but globally, if we want to report it, they don't capture it. So they should actually facilitate that for us, for countries to record that. So one right now we are still at that. So further bifurcation of TG is we are far from that right now. On the second part, I totally agree that questions on gender and sexual orientation that needs to be added in NFHS. We've just had a round of meetings with NFHS, and it's really tough, if I can say so, to get program related, the questions that we want, the variables that are important for us, because that will help us design packages for the community. It's really difficult for us to even engage and explain from our end. So it is required, but NFHS is ministry-led. So I think there's more sensitization needed even amongst the ministry on this. So this is what this would be.
I just add that what Chakrapani sir is saying, it's very much possible, not only in NFHS data, but all the national health program can make a field of the transgender type or the sexual orientation type. Only the health provider has to be sensitized. If our data collector, and it will not come in one day, but if we give the field, provide the field and sensitize our data collector to capture that information in all the national programs, and then we can come in a common platform, and that it will be a practice then. Because today we are capturing their alcohol dependence, tobacco habits, smokeless or smoking. So those are also very personal information. But now program is capturing. National Cancer Registry Program has published tobacco-related cancer report a few months back. So it is possible. So we are not thinking, we have not started. That's why there will be a lag. But once we can start it gradually, I think it can be incorporated, and then we'll get a good data from all parts of the country. Yeah. And it is possible.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, yeah. We also actually asked NACO in another forum. In census, we have other category, right? Other within codes. So we're asking NACO like whether they can facilitate, like making it somewhat more inclusive, not just other, which some people may see as demeaning. So how to make it more sensitive and inclusive of the diverse genders. So that is one. And Dr. Chinmay, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Since we are discussing about NFHS questionnaire, I thought it's pertinent to mention here that in NFHS, the household questionnaire does have male, female, and transgender. But this year, for the next NFHS round 6, NACO has already proposed to include the transgender column for the men's questionnaire and women's questionnaire. We have proposed. There has been discussion. I mean, yesterday itself, as Vinita was mentioning, we did have a very lengthy discussion. We want that it should be included in the men's and women's questionnaire for the simple fact that how does a person self-identify? I mean, the household questionnaire will be answered by the head of the family. He may or may not. I mean, he may choose not to say that I have a transgender child in my family or another member. But when you're asking that specific person to self-identify as a transgender, I mean, this is one thing we have been fighting. So I hope IIPS and ministry, I mean, when they finalize the questionnaire, if they include, it will be a welcome change for us. Just wanted to mention this thing.
Yeah, I think it's also about inclusion of sexual orientation questions, because now it's legal. So you can also include that. So not just the gender identity, because that's one thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And another point, when they are going to any hospital or OPD, they have to tell that. So their provider has to be sensitized. Unless I expose my orientation, I should not be treated differently. If that hospital provider is treated differently, I will not conceal my orientation. So that provider has to sensitize. Then only they will come up.
Okay, so I have also borrowed some more time because there is no tea break now. So it's going to continue and there will be working tea. So we can continue for at least maximum 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, I think, yeah. I also want to maybe ask the co-chair if he has any queries or remarks now, like Dr. Sunil.
Thank you, Venki. I think the other area which I did not hear mentioned during the presentation was there's also a lot of donors internationally, like the National Institutes of Health or the Elton John AIDS Foundation or the American Foundation for AIDS Research, AMFAR, which also provide a lot of research support globally. And within, like, so for example, I've been working in India for almost 20 years with research with multiple organizations, community-based across the country. And most of my funding comes from the National Institutes of Health or the Elton John AIDS Foundation. So they have funding, and some of those grants can be made directly to the Indian institutions. Some of them require you to partner with somebody in the US. So I think that is also an area, and it's mostly investigator initiated. So they generally have like these blanket grants, which don't have a specific agenda, which I think a lot of speakers brought up, like was donors have specific agendas, but the NIH doesn't really have specific agendas. So the research really can be community informed. And I think that's where research should be. Like, I don't think we should be sitting up on tables making decisions of what the community needs. The research questions really need to be sparked by the community saying, this is what we need. And that needs to be translated into a research program. And whether it's a cross-sectional study or it's an operational research study or it's a cluster randomized trial, depending on what the research question is, I think there is capacity. There's a lot of people who are looking to collaborate with Indian institutions. So trying to build that relationship is very critical going forward. The two other quick points I wanted to make. The second one was in terms of sustainability of research. So most research donors provide you funding, even DBTs, they provide funding for 3 years or 5 years. There's a fixed period where the grant expires. So one thing we should be thinking about right from the time of inception is getting the National AIDS Control Organization or the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment involved with the implementation. So that really essentially sets it up for transition into the government and sustainability. Because at the end of the day, when the research ends, you don't want the program to stop working. You need to start thinking about that transition plan right from the time of conception. And so maybe people at ICMR or nationally, Vinita from NACO can tell us how research organizations go about building that sustainability component and integrating with NACO right from the get-go. And the last point I want to make is also looking at structural interventions. We all talked about individual level interventions, but there are many structural interventions that are happening, like Sampurna Suraksha strategy is considered a structural intervention. We also had the repeal of Section 377, another structural intervention. So how did this really impact health-seeking behavior? So I think those are 3 quick points I wanted to make. And I think it is important that we keep the community engaged, but also make sure we have the appropriate ministries engaged for sustainability. Over to you, Enki.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Okay. Now we can open it up for questions to the floor. I think maximum we will take 3 questions. So I'm already seeing 2 hands, like, yeah, 1 and then Akriti. Yeah, first you can go with first. Yeah. No? Okay, he raised the hand first. It's okay. So both the mics. You can come forward and talk. Yeah, just, yeah. Yeah, he too. Like, you can also come forward. I don't think there are any standing mics. You can come. Yeah.
Thank you for the very interesting panel. I had one question. So we are working at Lions India, where we have access to we have the largest care and support center across India, centers across India. and we have that catchment area, we have contacts with all PLHIVs. But and we have a couple of concept notes. So one is around nutrition, and which we had developed, and something which is very important. However, we failed to get any funds because until unless the PI is one person who's very well recognized, who has good publications, who has good projects, till the time the PI is not that well recognized person, fundings do not come through. So I wanted to ask that how do you start? Where do you get the small funds to start?
Yeah. Thank you. So I think I'm not going to talk about research capacity and trainings that I already covered and excellent. This is very wonderful panelist from government, institute, academic, WHO. It's very good. My question is for research priority for like a, it's the very biggest country and democracy country. So basic thing before the research. So we don't have systematic data on LGBTQIA. So when you see the before the 377 judgment, somehow people say 3% of the total population we belong. Now some say 8%. So we don't have base. We need how many we exist in the every corner of the India. So this is the biggest gap in the research. So this first one, because another things like the who is represented in the research. For most of the things we represent like cis-gay men or other representation is too higher. But what's about LBT, trans men? That's a very, very, very least, and never prioritize that for the research papers. We never existing in there. So we need that is the most priority group also. We should think about that. And another thing is we need more intersectionality. There is no intersectional. Explore the more impact that one, who we are, and for much identity based on the gender, age, even for the religion, caste, even somebody says disability, because we don't know when you do the discrimination in the LGBTQ, we don't know whom is most higher discrimination, either Dalit or non-Dalit. We don't know. We need this intersectionality in the research. It's the most priority in India. Another, after the 377. Can you be brief, please? We have to close. Okay. Yeah. We need that more visibility in India. We don't have that kind of research. Another level of acceptance in the society. We don't that. And last, my question that research and equity. हम भी उतना ही हिस्सेदार है. Are we a taxpayer? हम क्या taxpayer करते या नहीं करते? We all are taxpayer citizen here. So we need research funding for us because we are a taxpayer also. So जितना हम हिस्सेदार है research में, हमको उतना funding भी आना चाहिए. Either a donor or grant from the government, we need research for the funding. And we have very good institute like Amsapatras, even for Sati, so many are YRG care. We need funding for the us for LGBT priority. Thank you so much. Okay, I also want to put that on the record that if, so for example, a community-based organization or the NGOs, they want to apply for the research funding to ICMR, for example, especially, they ask for like several certificates like DSIR certificate. So these are not relevant if you're doing, like, say, social science research. So you don't need to have a lab, medical lab, to get the research funding from ICMR, right? So maybe very briefly, if you can comment on it, is there anything else being done on that front? Because I'm not like getting funds to C-Sharp ICMR no more because you want the DSIR certificate.
No, for Akriti's questions, I can tell that because actually I also doing a nutrition research on pediatric HIV cases. So my suggestion is, if you have a very, you require a very small fund, or you are just starting, you just collaborate with the ICMR Institute or a medical college to start with. So use that medical college or ICMR Institute PI to use their DSI certificate, but you collaborate with them and generate some preliminary data. Then based on preliminary data, now you apply ICMR for a large fund with so many objective and so many appendages. And always when we should try the funding of LGBT.
But for that also, then they need the DSIR, right?
No, initially I am telling you collaborate with.
After that?
No, after that you develop your institute or something.
No, that's why.
Exactly.
Then like you can't. And the other way, and it's also a conflict of interest that we have to collaborate with academic institutions of ICM.
Exactly.
That's a problem, right? So yeah. But anyway, I will stop there. Like I don't want to go in detail. I think maybe we can stop here by having like 1 minute maximum closing remarks from each of the panelists. What do you think are the priorities, whether in terms of research topic or in terms of the training or funding? Please be brief, less than 1 minute for each panelist. We can start from Dr. Mani like that. Yeah.
Venki, can I make a comment? Just 1 minute here, Abhishek.
Yeah, just please.
Just 1 minute. I will be very brief. Yeah,
just brief. Yeah.
So there are certain things I want to mention. First of all, I want to call upon all the CBOs and all the organizations working on these issues, because there's no data that you are putting on in the public domain. There's a lot of data that you are having at the programmatic level that you are not publishing. We need data as an implementation research persons from the existing domains, from the existing programs, so that there is an evidence in the public domain. Second thing is that because we need to have a very successful implementation of our programs, we need that previous implementation data in public domain and those kind of publications also. Second thing is that there's a huge problem with implementation research in the existing programs. We do not talk about cost implications, studies related to cost, sustainability of the program, and scalability of the existing pilot interventions also. These kind of researches also need attention at the current times. Third thing is that 3 points, because almost all of the points has been told by Ganesh. The points that were missed were like, we do not talk about the sexual and behavioral research in minors. We all know that there is a risk involvement after puberty in the key population, especially in the LGBT population. But when we try to do research in them, our hands are tied in that. So we need a way out for having research in that population. Apart from that, lifestyle diseases research, NCD research is also a very burning point for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Dr. Manit.
Okay, since I have not talked about priority, for me, the priority is actually doing research with the parents and the community on LGBTQI, because we need to sensitize them and we need to understand their perspective as well, which we have not done so far. Thank you. My parting comments would be just that the National AIDS Control Program is evidence-based program, and especially the evidence that we generate from strategic information, be it surveillance, be it research, be it programmatic data. So there are systems available, and one of the persons was talking about the data set. So you may not have a database of LGBTQI, but there is a huge amount of data that program generates. And if you would like to partake that for building your case and for building your research, then please, there are guidelines available on the website. Do look up. Similarly, for priority areas, I've already shared with you some of the priority areas. They're on our website under strategic information. Do look up. For young researchers, yes, there is a negative that the program or most the institutions do not work with individuals to begin with. But if you're associated and affiliated with an institution, or like you collaborate, like the ICMR scientist was saying, I think then there will be a case for you to apply for grants. For program, if your priority and your area is aligned with what will feed the program, it will translate into program and policy, then there is no hindrance. We do provide funds and clearance for that. So I would encourage. And I also look forward to the priority areas that come from this meeting to also, we will add that in our list of priority areas. So thank you.
So I'll be also very quick and brief. And I'll say that, we do have some data on MSM. In general, we do have limited data on transgender, but we do not have, and we have very limited data about other subgroups. So I think we need to generate that data, and we need to know very specific needs of those health needs and other needs of those subgroup people. Until we don't know, so, there's a big gap. Thank you.
So Chinmoy madam has already shown the light, because in next NFHS, this orientation will be captured. And I strongly feel that once in the system data or in routine data, this orientation will be captured, there will be evidences. And as of now, I can say geriatric population comprises 7% of whole population of India, which is not very different from this group, but still it is recorded. We have the evidence. That's why program for geriatric care has already been launched by ministry. So we have to wait few years to get the data. Once the data is coming, then the priority will be felt and research will be initiated and capacitated. Because the problems of this group is not different. The manifestation and determinants are different. So we have to concentrate on that, and it will happen. Let's be positive.
Thank you. Now I invite our chair to give his closing remarks.
Yeah, I think very interesting points have come up from the panelists and the house. I think the first priority is to set the priorities, ourselves, rather than look at the priorities set by A, B, C organization or something called donors. And I agree that this, whether it is government money or donor money, it is all our money. You see, somebody reminded us that we are the taxpayers. And so this money belongs to us. And this donor also gets money from us. We buy computers, we buy commodities, and, it is our money which goes there and comes back to us. So this is for us. I think decide the priorities and then present it to others, that these are our priorities and this is what we will do. And we should try to overcome these barriers which institutions impose on us and try to break that, be it, requirement of a certificate or requirement of a degree before you are recognized as a researcher. Everybody can do research. I think nowadays it is no more watertight compartment between program and research, and so it is all intermixed. And we, through our ingenuity, can also sometimes try to do things to overcome these barriers. Like a lot of things we can do through monitoring and evaluation, even without calling it research. Okay, wherever there are barriers, we can say this is where we are doing monitoring and evaluation. Lot of data which is generated through the program, as Vinita has mentioned, can be utilized for learning. So I think we, all of us, are in a in a mode of learning. Every organization, every program has to learn, and basic idea is to find solutions to the problems which we are encountering. And so we should not be bogged down by these barriers which surround us, including this scarcity of funding resources, etc. We have to start. I think the first thing is that maybe in some forum or in some other manner, we should devote some more time in bringing out our research priorities, and then publicizing them and sending them to different organizations to raise resources and around that. So with this, I would thank everyone, all the panelists for contributing, and all the audience also for listening patiently and raising some issues, and Chakrapani for keeping all of us motivated for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sunil for joining us from virtually, and Dr. Venki, as a token of appreciation, may I invite our community members to present a memento to Dr. Rajesh. Second person. We'd like to present the memento to Dr. to Miss Vinita from NACO. Not coming, not coming. To Dr. Devji. To Dr. Rajat. Aditya, we would like you to collect the memento on behalf of Dr. Sunil. So thank you, Sunil, once again for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity that I've.
Thank you. And Dr. Relina and Vihan for joining us virtually. Thank you. We still have your mementos with us. With this, may I ask the entire panel to just step forward and help us with a group photograph? No. We will brief that later on. So there's a slight change in the last panel. So instead of doing a quick break for tea, we'll finish the last panel. And then, so in case people want to have grab a cup of tea or coffee, you can please grab a cup of tea or coffee and join in again. But we will do the last panel and then we will have a 15 minutes break before the valedictory function. So, okay. So I want to announce the last panel discussion of the day, which is LGBTIQ health policies and programs, next steps. So let me take this opportunity of inviting the moderator for this session, Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya from UNDP, and the chair of the session, Dr. Chinmoy Das from ADG NACO. I also want to invite the panelist, Vivek Raj Anand from Humsafar Trust, who will be joining us shortly. Maya Sharma from Vikalp Women's Group. Raj Kanodia from Transcend 2.0, the Humsafar Trust. Shweta Shri M, Community Resource Person from Sahodaran and volunteer from Orinam. Dr. Satish Kumar, Country Director, Sathi. Dr. Pradeep Kumar, if you are there, PO Surveillance, NACO. I think Dr. Maruline is joining us virtually. If someone can just confirm if she would be joining us virtually. No. Okay. Dr. Rajat Adhikari again from WHO India. And finally, my dearest Sarita Jadhav from UNESCO.
you. Thank you, Janab, for bringing the panel into the dais. So as we move to this last session or the panel discussion before we go to the concluding session. So as you see that over the period of these 3 days, we have deliberated on a wide range of policy level matters related to different communities within the wider LGBTQI plus communities, as well as we have looked at some of the programmatic gaps, the challenges, and also some of the best practices that are there. So with that learning and the prevailing kind of situation in the country, countries, basically we will be deliberating in this session. So it is my privilege to welcome our chair for this session, Dr. Chinmay Das, ADG NACO, and I hand over to her to take us forward in this session. Dr. Chinmay.
Thank you, Dr. Chiranjeev. So this session on health policies and programs related to LGBTQI and the next steps. So we have kind of reached a concluding session wherein we are going to discuss about what all we have discussed in the last 2.5 days and what is the takeaway in terms of what changes we need in health policy or any advocacy, and then what are the things we need to incorporate in the health programs. By saying health program, I don't just mean NACP, National AIDS Control Program. I mean all the health programs wherever and whenever LGBTQI community is going to approach for any health need, and all the health programs at every level, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary healthcare level. All the health service providers, be it at government setup, be it at private setup. So we are just going to talk about what are the highlights and key takeaway messages related to LGBTQI, which we want to project to the country level. So I think, Dr. Chiranjeev, you can start with the themes that you have discussed, and then we can take over the session with asking each of the panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmay. So basically, we thought to put the things into different thematic areas. So as you can understand that there will be some changes that will, or some new additions in health policies that will be required for ensuring this health need of the LGBTQI community. So the speakers or the panelists can focus on that. Again, in terms of health programs, as I have just mentioned, we have seen some of the best practices. So the panelists can focus on how they can be scaled through government funding. Also, whether the same services can be available at all levels, primary, secondary, or tertiary, or we need to identify some specific set of services for the primary and secondary level. Also, the other area is that we know that in provision of health services, creating an enabling environment is very critical. So the third area can be where we can talk about is how to create an enabling environment in different type of health facilities, and also how to address the mental health needs of the community. And the last one will be on the health rights. So as you know that there are many health rights related issues for the community. So we can also talk about that, and also talk about how to create awareness on all these issues. What are the health needs of the community? What are the health rights of the community? All those issues, how do you create multi-sectoral awareness? So I think these are some of the areas where the panelists can put forward their ideas so that it help us in coming out with concrete steps for the action plan as out of this symposium. So, to start the proceeding, we invite Mr. Vivek Raj Anand from the Humsafar Trust. Vivek ji, over to you.
Sorry. So how are we doing? Like everybody has 5 minutes or talk, or
5 minutes to talk.
5 minutes, right?
Background that he has mentioned.
We have time. Yeah.
We have the bell also.
Okay, we have the bell. Thank you very much. Okay. Every moment you take Shruta, I'm going to add that many minutes to my talk. Sorry, have fun. So, yeah. First of all, I would like to thank that this is the third day and finally this is the last session that we are doing. It's been amazing 3 days, and for LGBTQI health, yes, I will speak more about it later on in some other forum, but to see a forum where LGBTQI plus health is being discussed and the great inputs that we got from community members on day one and day two, especially day two was an eye opener for me. It brought to notice a lot of issues that, I had not in the past paid attention to, and I know like where I need to move forward. I have made a couple of points. So normally I never write. I just speak from the heart and people listen to me. And today I've written, so please do continue to listen to me. This is also from the heart, but these are my experiences in the last 3 days. What I'm going to do sum up is that what is something that we have observed. First and foremost, what I feel is that yes, in our country, we have a lot of policies in place. We have a lot of things in order, but somewhere the implementation of it seems to be very slow. So like I look at India as a country where, say, if I were to, so my closest connection is NACO because I was born in NACO. So if I walk into NACO, then I would find documents which I would find, like, yes, this is the perfect guidelines and we need to move ahead. But when we start coming down the line and when it comes to implementation level, we find that no, a lot of it gets lost in translation. So somewhere implementation has to speed up. Like I know about HIV/AIDS bill, but I really don't know much about the progress of HIV/AIDS bill. It's a fabulous bill. And yet there are a lot of issues that can be addressed through the HIV/AIDS bill, but remain unaddressed. The Mental Health Act. I mean, if you look at Mental Health Act, which very clearly says that you can't be discriminated on the grounds of your sexual orientation. It was like a very path-breaking act. But have those things been implemented? So, yeah. It doesn't go further. Yeah.
Sorry. So I think it needs to be more inclusive, get at least include us in a bigger way.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to highlight. And also what I feel is that somewhere we need to understand that health is not an independent silo. It's dependent on a lot of things. Say if LGBTQI plus, if as a trans man, and I speak more not on behalf of them, but like based on my observation in the last 2 days, when we talk about trans men or we talk about intersex people, the amount of inequality, the discrimination that even within like LGBTQI plus, there are communities which are just not visible. The kind of violence, the discrimination that they face, that kind of leads to larger issues. We should not forget that if I'm not equal, even if access to healthcare is created, I may be scared to go there because I'm afraid that I might get beaten up at the gates of the hospital. So health is not a standalone thing. We need to look at other aspects. We need to look at various things, that how do we make efforts to create, a space of equality for everyone. And that's where what I feel that LGBTQI plus communities, on us also, we have this onus on us that we need to push the envelope further for equal civil rights. Section 377 is gone. It's almost 3 years now. We need to push the envelope. We need to take it forward. I've seen during COVID times, the kind of violence communities have faced. I've seen during COVID times that young trans people who are forced to stay at home, dressing up, like say trans women had to dress up as men. You get into those desired, because your parents want to see you in that thing. You can't say, you're not out to your family. You can't say I'm a trans man or I'm a trans woman, but that becomes suffocating for them. I've seen many youngsters running away from home. We've got calls late in the night. We've tried to reach out to them. This is during lockdown. And how do we provide them shelter? And what do we do about them? So unless these inequalities, and I won't take much time because there are many such inequalities that we need to address. We need to kind of take that work forward. Again, coming back to some of the policies, we talk about PrEP and PEP. We talk of policies around PrEP and PEP. PrEP, whether, I mean, we can debate, we can continue to debate forever that whether PrEP is desirable or not. But in my life, I've seen one thing, and I say my life, I talk with 27 years of work experience. I feel there are certain concepts whose time has come. PrEP is a thing whose time has come. Youngsters are going out, accessing PrEP from over the counters without any guidance, without any counseling, not understanding what are the outcomes. If we had proper PrEP guidelines and if we could actually work on the implementation of PrEP and PEP programs, which is, again, it's there, like even our clinic offers PrEP, but the implementation is very slow. So if you want people to go on, and one thing we need to push is that PrEP is not an alternative to condom. PrEP is an additional safety measure for us. Because many youngsters think that, oh, you may not use condoms, let's use PrEP. Now, these things have to be addressed, which we have not been able to do so. We do not have any proper guidelines. We do not have proper implementation programs. Self-testing still remains a big question mark. So while we know that worldwide self-testing has come in and there are guidelines, we are still debating over here. Should we not? So we should be prepared that, self-testing is again something we will. I remember in 2007, we had proposed a study which was about self-testing. And so there was huge arguments, and our IRB and NACO as well, we didn't agree with it. This was 2007, but a decade later, 12 years later, we are again talking about self-testing and some studies are off the ground. So some ideas, their time would have come, and we will not be able to say that, no, your time has not come. So we need to look into that. I will specifically mention, because day 2 hit me very, very hard, because I continue to work with the entire spectrum of LGBTQI+. I meet young people, but we are like, it's time we wake up to the unmet needs of LGBT people. We are not even waking up to that. We hardly have data. Recognition of domestic violence, with LGBT communities, with intersex people. We need to recognize, we need to get up to them. What I heard was some really, and I don't know if Arav is here or Daniel is here, but I really remain indebted to these two wonderful souls that they really opened my eyes up to the issues of transmasculine persons and intersex people. We are even afraid to talk about intersex people. So I say, that within LGBTQI+, you are marginalized if you are LGBT, you're further marginalized if you are transmasculine, you're further marginalized if you are intersex. But we don't get up, we're not willing to talk about it. So it's time we talk about it. Two things that we'll have to look into is, one, when we're addressing these issues, advocacy with our stakeholders, how do we do? And then the kind of program at a national level. I'm extremely proud of the fact that we are here today. I would use a mic closer to. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd love to encourage more of community-based research. It's much needed. I would love to see Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani, if you're somewhere and if you're listening to me, you don't come to ring the bell. Oh, you rang the bell. I'm going to take 5 minutes. That's what I learned yesterday. Okay. So, no, I can't help it. I'm such an inspiring speaker. So Venkatesh Chakrapani, one of the things I would really strongly recommend is there is such dearth and lack of researchers working on LGBTQI issues. So do we need to spend some time and think that how do we nurture young researchers, whether they are community or not from the community, but are sensitive to community needs, to get into LGBTQI plus research. So that's something we'll have to work around and create, like, what is the research term? A cohort of LGBTQI plus researchers. Venki, will that be an appropriate term? Venki, create a cohort of LGBTQI plus researchers, young researchers. We need them. I'm not kidding. Yeah, you and Shruta need to take me seriously. And yeah, thanks a lot for allowing me to speak my mind out. In the end, I sit here as a community person, and all that I would say is nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you have put up very pertinent points. I'll just quickly respond to two of your comments, one on PrEP, other on self-testing. On World AIDS Day, NACO has released the national guidelines for PrEP and for PrEP. So, and we are definitely on track to have demonstration projects in Mizoram and a couple of places. So that is point number one. Second is regarding self-testing. We have developed a white paper and feasibility implementation projects are on. So it's already on pipeline. I mean, just to quickly respond to what you said. And I think we'll quickly take 2 minutes each to talk about, Madam, we'll start with you. So quickly, ma'am, your views and what to take forward in terms of, one, health policies, and two, in health programs related to LGBTQI.
Basically, also, I think there's a need for data. We don't have enough data, and if Vivek was talking of domestic violence, suicide rates will also relate to health. So we need a proper kind of data which will enable us to actually understand the need-based approach. Then I think we've talked over and over again about medical curricula being changed. And at the level where I work, for example, in the hospitals, there is no proper guidance for anyone to access even general health. So some of those issues has to be taken. And housing policy should include so that there is some kind of accommodation. Also ensuring that accessibility, like if you have these welfare schemes like Ayushman Yojana or other insurance, will they be included in SRS? So other welfare schemes should be included regarding health, with inclusion of the entire LGBTI. We haven't spoken of A, and I think we need to take the A also on board. And old age, as we are aging, that community has to be looked into, and disability. I mean, all these, the different categories also have within them the differences, and we have to, until and unless we have a proper data, we cannot really address any kind of needs.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, those are what we have been actually talking in the last 2.5 days. Every thematic session that we have had has echoed what exactly you have said.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmay. So moving ahead, we have Mr. Raj.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. सबसे पहले तो मैं जो भी ऑर्गेनाइजर कमेटी है और जो भी लोग यहाँ पे हैं और ये हमें अवसर दिया है यहाँ पे बात करने के लिए, यहाँ पे अपने विचार रखने के लिए, सो मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ उनका। दूसरी बात मैं ये कहूँगा कि जब विवेक सर बात करते हैं तो उसके बाद बात करने के लिए इतना कुछ रह नहीं जाता है, क्योंकि उनके नज़रों से उनका कोई भी बच्चा बच नहीं जाता है, रह नहीं पाता है, तो वो किसी को मिस नहीं करते हैं कभी भी। सो उन्होंने बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स हमारे रखे हैं, फिर भी कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स हैं जो मैं यहाँ पे रखना चाहता हूँ, जिसमें हम हमारा जो नेक्स्ट स्टेप है वो किस तरीके से हम कर सकते हैं। जो इस वक्त ट्रांस मैन या ट्रांस मैस्कुलिन पर्सन की अगर मैं बात करता हूँ तो एडवोकेसी और सेंसिटाइजेशंस जो ऑल लेवल पे होने चाहिए मेडिकल फैकल्टी के साथ। अब मेडिकल फैकल्टी में वो हर एक बंदा आता है जिसमें आप काउंसलर से लेकर साइकेट्रिस्ट से लेकर सर्जन है, न्यूरो सर्जन्स है, गायनो है, इंडो है, जो भी है। सो वो सारे लोग आते हैं, और स्पेशली जो ट्रांस फ्रेंडली है उनको और मोटिवेट करना, और जो नहीं है उनको किस तरीके से उनके साथ एडवोकेसी करना, ये पार्ट होना चाहिए। उसके बाद पॉलिसी लेवल्स पे हमें थोड़ा वर्क करना चाहिए, जिसमें हेल्थ और राइट स्पेशली आते हैं उन चीज़ के लिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो लॉ या एक्ट ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं उस पे हमें वर्क करना चाहिए इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए, क्योंकि जैसे ट्रांसजेंडर्स प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट आया हुआ है, नालसा जजमेंट है, इसके अलावा भी भारत का नागरिक होने के नाते बहुत सारे एक्ट हैं जो हर किसी पे लागू होते हैं। अगर आपका जेंडर कुछ भी हो, आपकी सेक्सुअलिटी कुछ भी हो, पर अगर आप एक इंसान हैं, आप भारत के नागरिक हैं, तो आपके फंडामेंटल राइट्स होते हैं। सो आपको ये आपका ये अधिकार है कि आप जाके वो अधिकारों को जानिए और उसको लीजिए, क्योंकि जहाँ तक मैं जानता हूँ तो बहुत सारे लोगों को ये पता नहीं कि बहुत सारे ऐसे स्कीम्स हैं जैसे जो अनएम्प्लॉय हैं, या जिनको एजुकेशन चाहिए, या जिनको स्मॉल बिजनेस ओपन करना है, जो बुजुर्ग हो गए हैं, उनके लिए बहुत सारे ऐसे स्कीम्स है गवर्नमेंट्स के, जो आप लाभ उठा सकते हैं। हमें गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ भी एडवोकेसी और सेंसिटाइजेशन वर्कशॉप करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब हम जाते हैं उनके पास किसी तरीके के स्कीम्स के लिए, या तो हम किसी तरीके के जैसे टीजी सर्टिफिकेट्स के लिए जाते हैं, तो जो सबसे फ्रंट डेस्क पे बैठता है सबसे पहले, तो हम उनके पास जब जाते हैं तो वही सेंसिटाइज नहीं रहता है, तो उनके साथ हमको वर्क करना पड़ेगा।
Raj, I think you can summarize this.
जस्ट 1 मिनट। और एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट जो मैं 12 सालों से कह भी रहा हूँ और कर भी रहा हूँ, एम्पावरिंग करना। कम्युनिटी को एम्पावर करिए। अगर आप कम्युनिटी को जितना एम्पावर करेंगे, उनको बताइए उनके राइट्स क्या है, उनका एजुकेशन में सपोर्ट करिए, जॉब के लिए उनके लिए सपोर्ट करिए, एमएसएमई जैसे प्रोजेक्ट रहते हैं उसमें उनको सपोर्ट करिए, और उनके लिए शेल्टर प्रोवाइड करिए। एक बार आप उनको एम्पावर कर दीजिए, वो खुद अपने लिए लड़ेंगे और वो खुद आगे बढ़ेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Raj. And you have rightly mentioned that empowering the community is the center of everything. Next, we have Ms. Sweta Sri.
Can I have the presentation?
Presentation.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். I am Sweta Sri from Sagodharan, Chennai. So I'm here. So I'm representing Sagodharan from Chennai. So Sagodharan is a community-based organization which works for the health and crisis and social entitlements for the LGBT community. So that's a short intro for Sagodharan. So the topic I'm going to talk about today is making the National TB Elimination Program more transgender responsive. So there was a pilot program, a Stop TB project, funded by Stop TB Partnership, and Swati gave us this opportunity to do this project in Tamil Nadu, in 3 districts in Tamil Nadu, which is Chennai and the neighborhood districts, Chengalpattu and Tiruvallur. So basically, the transgender community is considered vulnerable because of those main factors. The first thing is the crowdness. Most of the transgender people are living in a crowded area with a high density area with less ventilation, and also they have high practice of having chewing and smoking tobaccos and alcohols. And after that, they have this main issue, malnutrition. So these people doesn't go to organic farm or organic store and have a rich food. So they will have any available foods which is affordable for them. So that leads to malnutrition of them. This is another important vulnerability for the people. And the National TB notification portal. It has a T as a gender marker. So other for 3 years, that's another inclusiveness, but it doesn't mention a trans man or trans woman like that. Okay, so TB screening for transgender is carried out for those people who are diagnosed for HIV, but but by policy, we have to do quarter screening for the key population of the vulnerabilities. So the aims of the pilot is to develop a model intervention to enhance TB service access and enhance the, uptake the TB diagnosis for the transgender people, making it more safer and easily accessible. And also we need to engage with the National TB Elimination Program, and we need to sensitize them and make them, make the TB services available and easily accessible for them. And stigma free, that's another important one. So the methods we handle are, we are having community resource person. They have to engage with the community people and the health facilities. Yeah.
Shwetasri,
Okay.
if you can just say the key finding, because we have run out of time. So.
Okay, I'll just 1 minute. Okay. Yeah. So we just sensitize the people and we take them to the hospitals for if they have any key symptoms, and we map the health facilities which have TB services, and we sensitize them. So these are the activities we had. We sensitize Jamaat leaders and we register the people, and we give a TB health literacy to them, and we visit the TB facilities for sensitizing them, and we have project review meeting. That's another thing. Okay. And we had an online training for state level TB staffs, TB service providers. Okay, so the result. So this is the thing I want to share. In TG community, in trans feminine community, the awareness about TB is very low compared to the other people. And even in the trans feminine community, the people who are visibly socially transitioned and who are living with Jamaat, they have lesser awareness than the Koti communities. That means trans women, trans feminine people who are living with family wearing pant shirts. So our recommendation to this is to scale up the health literacy in TB for the trans feminine people, mostly for the Hijras, Tirunangais, and the Kotis. So next, and the diagnosis of TB happened to multiple screenings. We have to do multiple.
If you can just leave the slide.
This is the final one. So we have to do the routine quarterly screening for the transgender people, and we need to sensitize the TB providers. And that's all. We had some material, IEC materials, some posters, and videos of TB champions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shwetasri. So this was, in fact, a very important aspect, because while we are looking at providing exclusive services, we also have to understand that we have to make the existing services also sensitive to the needs of the community. So that's a very important perspective that we have brought in. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Satish Kumar, Country Director, SATU. Dr. Satish.
Yeah, good evening all. Thanks for this opportunity to be part of this discussion. Yeah, so like most of the people said, traditionally of community, LGBT community being seen in a certain sphere of, certain programs, of health programs. We are attempting to go beyond these specific, programs like, HIV or TB, some of the programs which we are seeing. So in that context, there are some of the programs where we are working within SATI. We try to understand in various programs, health programs we do, how the LGBT, especially the transgender issues, are also seen in the scope of other health programs. Recently, we were doing a small situational analysis for adolescent HIV in Andhra Pradesh. So that experience, and we have got funding from UNDP for doing vaccination project in Odisha. and the transgender TB project, which Sweta Sri nicely presented. So from all these project experiences, we found that one of the important area to integrate further, the LGBT issues, especially transgender and the overall issues with one is Women and Child Welfare Department, Child Development Department, where we found that there are a lot of schemes available for women empowerment and these adolescent girls protection, which could be leveraged and integrated for the LGBT issues, especially in terms of the lesbian and bisexual women and trans women. So we understood that the scope of that can be further taken up, and so those service providers can be sensitized further on that. And the next area is under NHM, the RKSK and RBSK programs. So a lot of emphasis being discussed about school education department, because under RKSK, one of the areas school component is there, but there is also out of school component is also there in the RKSK component. We have a lot of scope to sensitize the department and these peer educators, the training process which is happening, where the discussion could be beyond just to talk about transgender or certain thing, but about sexual orientation, characteristics, and also the intersex issues. We found that there could be a lot of scope to strengthen those areas. And several people described already about the non-communicable diseases. And with the current Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers program with community health officers coming in place, there is need for sensitizing and creating a model of gender sensitive care for LGBT specific populations. So we can do pilots, do implementation research at various levels, especially primary care level also. And the helplines which provide various psychosocial support and emergency support, like child helpline, other helplines, can be sensitized also further. So to kind of conclude what we all know, but just want to conclude is, like in HIV, we say core group, and then bridge population, and then we talk about the third one is general population. So similarly in HIV or for LGBT group, we talk about certain care providers who know that they give gender sensitive care. All of us in our programs have mapped across the country who provide gender sensitive care, and we can call them as targeted service providers for a community. From there, we have to move towards the next group of service providers who are connecting with the group of population, but they are not in the level. So that is the second group. And third is general service providers. So we can train the group of healthcare providers at these three levels, so that we can build the level of healthcare providers who can provide the care. And that is one. And second, we need to have a disease burden through studies amongst our group, so that we can estimate further and link with those data when doing the sensitization. And third is we have done a lot of sensitization of healthcare providers in the country for HIV in different levels. But those learnings and those knowledge bank can be used further for sensitizing other care providers, and it can be used further to strengthen the sensitization process. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Satish. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Satish. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Rajat Adhikari from WHO to put forward his comments.
Okay, so I'll just quickly make two quick points. And I'll just borrow, I think one sentence was, one term was used by Vivek right in the beginning, or somebody suggested, Vivek, that cohort of LGBT cohort researchers. So basically Vivek was asking Venki that why don't you, grow or, like nurture a group of or cohort of LGBTQI plus researchers. And I think this is very important. As I mentioned earlier that, things have changed dramatically. We do have a lot of, qualified, strong, experienced researchers already with working, within or with those community-based organizations. And I think in future, that would be one step that we kind of strengthen further. And so they take up very kind of, up-to-date and very specific research for the future. And I think somebody also talked about need for data. That's what I was also mentioning, that And I think Dr. Venki's, the scoping review that has brought out very clearly that we really do not have a lot of data. We do not know the problem very well, especially for certain subgroups. I think like say, if we take even LGBTQ plus, QI plus, so I think somebody mentioned, like she's sitting in front of me, I do not remember her name, that, we do not know much about AL, maybe also about B, about Q also. Maybe we know a little bit about T and G, right? So we need to know. And from that point, if we see from research point of view, like we had last 2 sessions, I'll just finish. So we do need a lot of formative research. So which is the first step, right? And then I think, of course, side by side, like somebody talked about implementation research, operation research, and of course, the evaluative research will come much later on. So I think we need to focus a lot on formative research. We need to take up a lot of, need-based study, and then we need to understand the specific issues with the community. And then, accordingly, we can design our implementation. So I'll just pass it now.
Thank you, Dr. Rajat. Very nicely putting forward the key areas that can be taken up under the research agenda. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Sarita Yadav from UNESCO.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us to be a part of this very interesting conversation. One of our previous speakers, panelists, my co-panelist, mentioned about the Ayushman Bharat program, the school health and wellness program, which is a very ambitious program of the government of India, and which will be implemented across 15 lakh schools in the country. Government schools to start with. But I'd just like to ask some of you, I mean, most of you are academicians, researchers, community-based organizations, experts. Would you know how many transgender children or children who belong to the community actually complete their class 10 or class 12? We work in a few states with the school education departments. And I'd just like to say that in some of the departments that we've worked with, the principal secretary tells us that after the enrollment, after people file in and register for the class 10 boards, there is not a single form which actually states that children are from the transgender community. And there are conscious efforts which are made by the school education departments to counter violence and bullying. And I'd just like to share with you that, yes, we are talking about health over here, but you would be surprised to know there's a study that we did. Venki, my co-author, is here, Sahodaran is here. This is a study which we did in Tamil Nadu. And the study was titled, Be a Buddy, Not a Bully. 1 in 3 children actually dropped out of school because of violence and bullying. And all of you know that when we talk about ambitious programs, such as the school health program, where we're talking about growing up, gender equality, mental health, reproductive health, HIV, there are the real children who are in need are completely out of it. I also want to highlight that, when there is bullying and violence in schools, it's a global phenomena. We can always say that, yes, it doesn't happen. But there are lower grades. There is so much of anxiety, depression, suicidal tendencies. There is a lot of physical injury. And I'm sorry to say, when young children who are from, learners who are bullied on the basis of the sexual orientation, some of them also are raped in the schools, either by the peers or the teachers, or could be senior students. So when we talk about education as a fundamental human right and essential for the exercise of all other human rights, I think there is a need to work in schools, in colleges, and try and see that they are made inclusive. I'd just like to say, I know that, the Government of India, Ministry of Education, has recently come out with a school education policy, an education policy for the entire country, which has a gender inclusion fund. I would invite each one of you who are interested to engage with the Ministry of Education to try and see what is this gender inclusion fund? How can we work together and actually make it inclusive? And here I invite people from the community, research organizations to please reach out to the Government of India. Very quickly, and when we are talking about health and education, I think there is a need to integrate information on sexual and gender diversity in curriculum. And here I look at Ramki. He knows what we are going through at NCRT. There is a need for an anti-bullying policy. We do not have a school anti-bullying policy in our country. There has to be periodic research. The previous session has highlighted setting up research priorities, but I think there has to be some research on bullying and violence, mental health issues. What is the community? What are the learners going through? Let's try and understand, and I would encourage that whatever research is being done, kindly get in touch with the focal person, the line department, the ministry. The study that we did in Tamil Nadu was clearly with the school education department. And the principal secretary was extremely sensitized, and now he's the MD of the Chennai Metro. And you will be pleased to know that so many people from the transgender community are now trained and employed by the CMRL. And they are now earning and living a life of dignity. So, I'd just like to say that let's engage. When we are talking about LGBT health, it all starts with education. And SDG 4, which focuses on education, lays the foundation for all other SDGs. So very quickly, thank you so much again.
Thank you, Ms. Sarita, for the wonderful input, especially on the education sector and many of the things I'm sure most of us are hearing for the first time. So thank you so much. So before I hand over to our chair, I would also like to make a few quick comments. So our understanding is basically from the symposium is that within the whole LGBTQI plus communities, each community has their own challenges, unique challenges. And as Vivekji was mentioning, many of the challenges we are hearing for the first time during this symposium. But I think one of the positive development is after the Transgender Person Protection of Rights Act has clearly laid out that in health also these are the services that can be provided. And we also attempted to form a framework with Humsafar and CSARF where how the healthcare services can be delivered. Because as most of the people were mentioning that it is the implementation where we always struggle. So there we feel that having clearly laying out the key stakeholders or implementers at national level, state level, district level is very critical. For an example, as Dr. Satish was mentioning about the vaccination work we were doing in few of the states, including in Orissa with them. So we had clearly identified that that government is providing the vaccination and the target is to vaccinate all the adults. But at the same time, community also needs an enabling environment. And basically, development partners like UNDP, we acted as an integrator between the community and the government to facilitate the vaccination on a quick pace. So similarly, this type of clearly outlaying within the government system, clearly outlaying the stakeholders is very critical. Regarding programs, we have seen that excellent example like the integrated transgender services clinics has been rolled out in some of the states. Now we have to see that how they can be included within the government system to scale them up across the country, because under the SMILE scheme, I think they are going to provide free gender transition surgeries and hormonal therapy services, and also look at health insurance like Ayushman Bharat to basically provide subsidized rates of these services in the private facilities. And as I said in the beginning, this framework can be applicable for the other subgroups also. And also, I think addressing the social determinants of health, as I think Vivekji again, he has taken that up in the beginning itself, that especially for marginalized and vulnerable communities, addressing the social determinant of health is very critical. So we have to also explore that linkages or referrals to these social determinants in terms of access to social protection schemes, access to jobs and livelihood, how we can integrate that within the healthcare delivery points. For example, at the primary health center, if there is a place where the community member can go in an enabling environment, and apart from getting linkages to the health services, they are also provided linkages to these other social areas which again directly impact their health. So these are, I think, some of the areas which can feed into this overall policy and program environment. Lastly, we'd like to share that in the next coming few months, Niti Aayog is going forward in developing a national action plan for the LGBTIQ communities, where all of us, we are supporting and coordinating with them. So again, there I foresee an issue that in a national action plan, there will be clearly laid out activities, and for that there will be, I think, some budgeting also. So when you go to budgeting, as many of the colleagues have mentioned, that for budgeting we need numbers, and then again we have the issue of data. So I think that is again where we are going in a vicious cycle, that addressing the data needs and getting good official estimate is very critical for service delivery also. So I think I will stop here and I will hand over to Dr. Chinmay.
Thank you, Dr. Chiranjeev. I mean, that is in a nutshell, that's where we are heading. As the chair, I think I have a prerogative to invite Ms. Maya Sharma, madam. If you have one last comment on this, the last closing sentence, if you would like.
I would like to echo that it should be an overarching approach and not look at health as just one thing, because a whole range of issues involve a person.
Thank you. That made my job easy. So when we are talking about, though this panel discussion was going to hover around health policies and health programs for LGBT community, I would like to tell you that you cannot restrict to health policies and health programs unless you have addressed the wider horizon, unless you have looked into the social security, if you have looked into whether they have a life of dignity or not, unless you have looked into the safety of this community, LGBT community. You really cannot look into health in silo. So the takeaway message that we have today is we have to look into the overarching social security of the LGBT community if we really have to address their health needs. That is number one. Number two, we have to ensure that they have a comfortable, conducive environment wherein they are able to access their health services. Our government is providing health services at every level. However, are they comfortable to access health services in these levels? I mean, this is one thing we have to ensure. So to ensure that, so it was a very beautiful presentation by Svetashri, where she tried to show that they have done a study under the National TB Elimination Program, which was conducted in the TG and Hijra clinics. And the insights that have come up from this study are definitely going to be pointers to look at in the general health system. Do we need to tweak? Do we need to have any changes starting from the registration point till the counseling, the medical officers, prescription writing, then the nurses, until the pharmacy? Are these people anywhere in the line of getting service in any healthcare facility? Are they discriminated? Are they being shooed away that, no, you cannot stand in this queue? Is it happening with them? So to ensure that, this is a very good pointer we got. And Mr. Vivek, thank you. You really gave us a very beautiful umbrella. I mean, we really cannot do away unless we look into the overall welfare of the community. So looking at the research cohort that you have pointed out, and which Dr. Rajat has definitely added on, saying we need a pool of researchers who have to look into this niche community, because we lack data in the country, which has been echoed in the last couple of sessions as well. Global data is there, but Indian data is lacking. So to come up with more evidence and more data, that is what we need to drive any health program, any health policy. Unless we have that, we really cannot say that, yes, there's a gap here. To bridge the gap between the intent and the action, we need data. So that's where we come up. And very beautifully, Mr. Raj has talked about empowering the community. Thank you. That is a very good point. Definitely, wherever possible, we'll try to incorporate that. And Dr. Satish talked about gender-sensitive care to be provided at health and wellness centers and doing capacity building of the community health officers, which is a new cadre of health staff in our health system. So that is also well taken. And Ms. Sarita, I mean, she talked about a very valid point. You can never provide health service unless you have a good education system. So the task of priming school children, the adolescents, to ensure that while they are being provided the right education in school health. So under the Ayushman Bharat, we have the school health component that's taken care of. We have identified school health ambassadors. So for every school, there is a teacher who is a school health ambassador. And so this person has to be sensitized. So this is another takeaway which Ms. Sarita has clearly mentioned, and we'll definitely take cognition of that and ensure that while we are talking about these issues, which talk about not only sexual orientation, but also gender identity. So these both are taken care of. I think that kind of summarizes what we discussed in this last half an hour, 45 minutes. So points are well taken. So I thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chiranjeevi, and thank you, Dr. Chinmoy. May I now invite community members to present the memento to Dr. Chiranjeevi. Chiranjeevi. To Dr. Next. To Dr. Chinmoy Das. To Dr. Rajat Adhikari, the last person on the dais. Second, green. To Ms. Sweta Shri. To Dr. Satish Kumar. To Raj Kanojia. To Sarita Yadav. To Maya Sharma. And to Vicky, sir. May I request all the panelists to step forward for a group photograph?
सॉरी हम Q&A नहीं कर पा रहे हैं बिकॉज हमारे पास टाइम बहुत कम है, हमें नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू करना है, सो सॉरी फॉर दैट.
So apologies. If you have any questions, please meet people during the end of the program and ask the questions then. Yes. And for the closing session, we have Shri Alok Saxena ji, Additional Secretary and Director General of NACO. Yeah, I'm inviting you all. Both of you. So for the closing event, we'll have a short summary of a presentation basically summarizing what all transpired over the last 3 days. आखिर में जो हम सेशन करने वाले हैं, तो डॉक्टर रामकी और डॉक्टर वेंकी मिलकर एक शॉर्ट प्रेजेंटेशन करने वाले हैं, जो पिछले 3 दिनों का सारांश है, जो हमने मंथन किया है बात करके, डिस्कशन करके, उसको प्रेजेंट करने वाले हैं। और फिर उसके बाद हम वैलिडेटरी फंक्शन चालू करेंगे। तो डॉक्टर वेंकटेश चक्रपाणी एंड डॉक्टर एल रामकृष्णन, प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट यू टू टेक ओवर द प्रेजेंटेशन।
Okay. Good evening. Well, okay, thank you. Welcome, Sri Alok Saxena ji. Yeah, I think we will provide like very brief summary of each session. So me and Ramki. So this is basically a draft kind of thing. Like, so we have highlighted some key points. So it is, once we finalize, maybe we will share with the entire group. But for the time being, I think the key points which emerge from each of the sessions we are going to highlight. So in the inaugural panel, the panelists talked about the need for having a composite or comprehensive healthcare framework for LGBTQI population, and need to focus on prevention and mitigation of violence impact, and tying up with law enforcement agencies in relation to that, and also focusing on acceptance of LGBTQ people among their family members. Okay, in session 1, that was on government policies and programs. So several good practices from the Tamil Nadu and Kerala were shared. So the one suggestion was to adapt those kind of good practices, especially, for example, providing free to low-cost options for inclusive health coverage, because especially on gender affirmative services for transgender people. And there was also a recommendation on removing the gender affirming surgeries out of the, and also it's wrong. What it should say is like we have to remove both the hormone therapy as well as the gender affirmative surgeries outside the cosmetic aspect, so that they can be included in the government and private health insurance coverage. And of course, this one, in many sessions, it came out like to train medical practitioners and allied health practitioners on affirming how to provide affirming and competent care to LGBTQ people. In session 2, on health needs of LGBTQ adolescents and youth, one key missing gap was how to identify and address the health needs of people who are less than 18 years, and how to bring them under the program coverage, and need to develop some digital spaces for them so that we can able to reach and provide information and connect them with services. And also one dilemma of some proportion of youth, they have no access to internet or social media. So how we can able to access them, especially those who are in the non-urban areas. So in the HIV session, the focus was on moving beyond just HIV-related services, but how to make it more comprehensive. And especially the services need not be provided through the existing TA programs, but at least there can be referrals and linkages with, say, gender affirmative services like that. And also linkages for the sexual and reproductive health services for across the spectrum LGBTQ people, and especially lesbian and bisexual women and trans masculine people. One issue which came up was also on trans masculine people. Sometimes they need to access the gynecological services, then they face discrimination there because they go as a man. So, and they may not able to get non-discriminatory health services from the gynecology departments. Of course, this came in several sessions, need for internet-based interventions. And of course, several models have been discussed in this symposium. In relation to stigma and resilience, of course, one is it's not only developing studies to address multiple stigmas, but also to have some programs on how we can reduce the stigma. And also we need to have some programs to screen for and address psychosocial issues among the LGBTQ communities. In relation to the mental health, one emphasis was on how to build the capacity of the peers in providing appropriate mental health counseling for their own peers, and also to train the mental health professionals of how they can be more competent and sensitive towards LGBTQ people. And there was a discussion on cure affirmative therapy, and models are being prepared. So maybe, and I think Nimyans is also developing models. So how to actually like reach out to more mental health professionals and train them, so there can be a wide network of LGBT friendly and LGBT services competent mental health professionals. And again, this came up again and again, the depth of data on the health needs of lesbian and bisexual women. And people also talked about like how we can able to reach out, because it's highly invisible population. But still the people who spoke in that panel also talked about the kind of discrimination they face if they go to the healthcare setting and if they disclose their sexual orientation or sexual behavior. Okay, I think from here, Dr. Ramki will take care, and I think I will have at the end three. Thank you.
Sure. So in the session on health of people with intersex variations, there was a need felt articulated by community members from the intersex community to create awareness within the healthcare profession, because a lot of the information on intersex is antiquated, outdated. There is a lot of confusion between intersex and transgender, even at the level of the government. And there is a need to clarify the difference, recognize that some intersex people, but not all, may be transgender. Then in the wake of the Tamil Nadu, the Madras High Court decision banning non-essential genital surgeries done on on intersex infants, this is something that needs to be scaled up across the country. And overall need to have directives that do not conflate gender identity, sexual orientation, and sex characteristics. And community members also spoke about the lack of understanding of intersex issues among the members of the overall LGBTQI spectrum. In the area of health of trans masculine people, a lot of vital points came out, one of which was the paucity on data, because generally in India, transgender refers to trans feminine. And we need to have such data based on research designed with community input and implemented with community involvement. And also provision of inclusive/gender neutral restrooms, including in the health facilities. And sensitizing healthcare providers on doing physical examinations, knowing when not to do physical examinations also. In the area of LGBTQI health education, we learned of a lot of models currently being implemented, either focused on trans health education or overall LGBTQI education, and the need for revising the medical curriculum based on previous work, based on the Madras High Court directive. And the overall guidance was not only focused on specialized providers, such as those providing gender affirmative hormone therapy or surgery, but look at primary care, the entire spectrum from primary to tertiary care. And also people emphasize the need for training frontline health workers like ASHA and Anganwadi workers on issues of gender non-conforming, intersex, and LGBTIQ children and young persons, because they often can form an effective bridge between such children and the parents. In the area of gender affirmative medical services and healthcare, we got to listen to a lot of best practices. We learned about the model of the Mitra Clinic also, which is probably the first trans-run trans clinic in the country, which is really very laudable. And this is something that can provide lessons for future scale-up. We talked about the provision for affordable or no-cost hormone therapy and gender affirmative surgeries in government hospitals. Again, this has been initiated in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and I guess Chhattisgarh, and needs to be taken forward. And also coverage of such procedures in state and national level insurances for the private sector. In today's morning session on legal issues, we learned about the context in terms of NALSA, the Trans Act and Rules, and the Navte Johar verdict, and the more recent Madras High Court orders that set the stage for access to rights of LGBTIQ people, including the right to health. Conversion therapy was discussed by many of the panelists, and we also heard the good news about Kerala High Court all set to ban conversion therapy. Then we need to have IAC material. We need to build relationships among the different stakeholders. The panel today on methodological issues and strategies for conducting research. There was a lot of discussion on community-driven research on the issue of objectivity and subjectivity. There were a lot of people who spoke about how community research can be every bit as rigorous and even better informed than research carried out by non-community members, but also the need to cultivate allyship within the research communities and build the capacity of community researchers, and more platforms for encouraging capacity building of communities in the research process. In the session on health research priorities, research training, and research funding, we spoke about the need to capture markers besides the binary gender in national health surveys, to capture sexual orientation, in addition to gender identity in national surveys. I just wanted to point out here is because of the pervasive stigma and discrimination within families, individuals are not likely to respond to questions about sexual orientation if they are able to hide it, given the amount of stigma. So this is something to watch out for. People spoke about the bureaucracy involved in the research process and the need to simplify things like consent forms. Research priorities. There was an acknowledgement even within the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. There is a lot of awareness building that needs to be done on the to ensure inclusion and focus on areas beyond HIV, like non-communicable diseases, and also involve research programs focusing on parents and other support systems for community members. In the next step session, we heard about need to move beyond decriminalization, Section 377, move towards equal inclusivity. We spoke about the need for proper standards and guidelines on PrEP, and insurance schemes to be made inclusive of LGBTQI, focusing on segments beyond the HIV key populations, that is the MSM and trans feminine people, look at issues of trans masculine people, queer women, intersex people, asexual people, etc. Dr. Satish spoke about integrating some initiatives within the Women and Child Welfare Department and also the adolescent program. Shweta, she spoke about a model of including TB within the NTEP at the ground level and not restricting it to just HIV positive transgender people, but screening all transgender people. Maya spoke about addressing the dearth of data on lesbian and bisexual women and other assigned female at birth communities. And Sarita spoke about the very important elephant in the room about school education and the need to have educators and administrators sensitized to prevent bullying and ragging and ensure children are able to complete their education and then enter the workplace. So the need for enforcing policies and leveraging current education programs. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Ramki and Venki, for this insightful summarization of what has transpired over the last 3 days. So we are going to be entering the last valedictory function. May I invite the following dignitaries on the stage. Vivek Arajanand, CEO of the Humsafar Trust. Sukhvinder Kaur, Lead Strategic Information, USAID. Abhimanyu Saxena, OIC Health and Governance, UNDP. Shri Alok Saxena ji, Additional Secretary and Director General, NACO. No, I don't have a list. Yeah. I need, green welcome, yeah. So I just, as we start, we'd like to welcome the guests with a small token of appreciation and a green welcome to them. We can start with Mr. Abhimanyu from UNDP. To Shri Alok Saxena ji. To Ms. Sukhwinder Kaur ji. And to Mr. Vivek Rajanan. Aditya, may I also invite you to join us on the panel towards the closing? Thank you, Aditya. So, Sir Alokji, we would like to start by listening to your comments on what you kind of feel heard about us over the last 3 years. And I must say something as someone from a community, मैं एक चीज बताना चाहती हूँ कि 2019 में जब हमने ये first LGBT health research symposium किया था, it started off from a very modest institution, you know, very controlled count, and seeing the agenda expand over the next 2 years to bring us where we are. It's been a long journey. So, sir, how do we proceed, you know, in terms of your comments on that, and then we could proceed towards there.
This one is working, sir.
Thank you. You see, I must say that the biggest victory here was, apart from collecting so many people under one roof from all over, the agenda itself. It actually reflected all shades and all aspects and dimensions of the issues at hand. And those, including Dr. Bhattacharya, Ms. Kaur, and Shobini, who were involved from the day one about, you know, building an agenda, I must compliment them. And I'm sure Dr. Venki and all of you know, people who were involved. It is absolutely first-rate agenda, and when the agenda is you know, formed up in such a way, there's very little chance of, you know, the proceedings going astray. The second thing is having the right people for the right session. Now that we were able to do, right people for the right session and right agenda. Once we have done that and people come with all the preparation, all their passion, all the histories that have dwelled in them, you know, there's no way that will go wrong. So at the outset, I must compliment that. And I also must compliment the youthful energy that was permeating in this room, and that includes Juvena as well, you know, the youthful energy of people pushing 60. So that's really great about it. Having said that, now coming back to the takeaways, you see, between the first and the second, there's been a quantum jump. When at least thrice this agenda ran through me, Shobni, and then subsequently she discussed with your team, my only advice to the team was that don't lose focus from health, because everything eventually covers that, whether it is welfare, whether it is education, because, you know, your attitudinal, the way you think, All that comes from a wider engagement with everyone, whether it is medical education, school education, it is about allied healthcare workers, about doctors themselves, about medicine, about the practice of medicine. All these things are important. And as I always say, even in HIV/AIDS, that when somebody finds that there's something wrong and he or she wants to get tested for HIV/AIDS, they are not aware. They really do not go to an ICTC or not even a helpline. They go to the normal regular GP. So it's important that the regular GP's capacities and understanding and empathy, more than everything else, need to be worked. So that is truer for trans people for their health issues. That when they go, it should not happen that they go and they are discouraged or stigmatized or sent back. So that is very important. So it's going to be a long journey, but we'll have to start by talking about it amongst healthcare workers, amongst allied workers, amongst the doctors of various disciplines, as we saw in the gynec stream, there need to be a sensitization. So that's one thing. Now, also, this is no time, as I think, to sit on our laurels. One particular section of CRPC has been struck down, or the Transgender Act has been enacted. These are smaller victories. This is just the beginning. Because as we see, still the mindset is, if I use the word, very patriarchal and very feudal. So हमें अपने ट्रांसजेंडर एक्ट में भी जो दिखाई देता है वो दिखाई देता है पुरुष जो स्त्री बन गए या बनना चाहते हैं, और वो ऐतिहासिक रूप से महाभारत के समय से है, तो उसको एक्सेप्ट भी किया जा सकता है। मगर उसके जो डिफरेंट शेड्स हैं जो इसमें रेनबो में दिखाई देते हैं, LGBTQIA+, वो समझना और उनकी नीड्स को समझना, उनकी जरूरतों को समझना, वो बहुत जरूरी है, और उनकी हेल्थ नीड्स को समझना वो बहुत जरूरी है। उसके बारे में बात करना, उनके परिवारों को समझाना, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना, पीयर ग्रुप्स बनाना, all this is extremely important. There are lessons that we can learn from the National AIDS Control Program, but there's only that much that we can learn. It has to evolve beyond that. It has to evolve beyond that. We have to engage with, for instance, the IRDA, Insurance Regulatory and Development, the regulator of the insurance sector. We have to engage with them with firmness. That's one particular area in which we have to work. We have to engage in health with medical education, with allied health profession. There is now a national commission for that. They regulate the sector with them, the National Medical Commission, bigger tertiary care hospitals. All that we have to start. It may take at least a decade for us to see any difference being made. But then we have to make a beginning. And I'm sure in this room, we will be able to convert some fence sitters into passionate propagators, That is very important. Our smaller victories, I as DG and NACO, I can be very happy and say, oh, these are the achievements of the National AIDS Control Program. But then, there's so much still left to do. So that's what my initial views are. I saw the mail that you sent yesterday, Dr. Srinivas, and then Dr. Chakrapani, and then I've read through the documents that were given to me. So I would not repeat whatever was presented in the closing presentation, but these are my initial thoughts. If you invite me, again, I'll come back with whatever I hear from the room. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. I will take the opportunity of inviting you again to speak. And although this was a break of protocol to invite you to speak, but because we thought you were there and you would be listening to the agenda fresh, you might want to add a few, but I will take the opportunity to invite you to speak towards the end as well. So may I now request Abhimanyu Saxena, OIC Health and Governance, UNDP, to provide closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Zainab. Respected Additional Secretary, sir, all the dignitaries who are present on the dais, the subject matter experts, my colleagues, and especially the community members. My regards to all of you. I think, as rightly pointed out by AS sir, the biggest success which we can look at is the agenda itself. Very watertight, very concrete, and very straightforward. And I think we hear a lot of keywords, we hear a lot of taglines. I heard from Dr. Rajiv, priority for prioritization. We heard that we have to make policy level interventions. We need evidence-based data to take decisions. We have to encourage researchers. We have to make forums. We have to make, what was the word? Action group. And also, I think we discussed a lot of interventions, a lot of good things. But I think to summarize, to make these policy level decisions and to have that empowerment which we are looking forward to, it's very important, and it's the need of the hour to concretize, to institutionalize these kind of forums, which are very important. And UNDP feels very proud that we were part of the first national symposium, and I'm sure, and I can feel that this second national symposium is more productive. We generate more action points out of it. So with this, I think we are committed to institutionalize this, to formalize this group, and to have more such interactions. Also, what we heard that Niti Aayog is also planning to have a action group and a framework workshop like this. So considering that, I think this kind of workshop, this kind of symposium becomes evenly more important. So many thanks to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, NACO, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, all our partners groups, and all the community members who were involved in this great event. I think we are involving, and as Sir rightly said, this is like everybody has to contribute so much, and we'll hear more from Sir. But then I would like to take an opportunity to sincerely thank all of you for being part of it. Some of us was not able to attend all the events, but then I think it is duly monetized, the wonderful slides which we have seen at the end, thanks to the experts. Thanks again to all of you, especially MOHFW, NACO, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and all our partners to make it a grand success. I think this is not just informational, this was transformational. So we'll take it from here. Thank you. Thanks all of you.
Thank you, Abhimanyu. May I now request Sukhvinder Kaur.
So thank you. Good evening, everyone. So it's indeed an honor and a very big responsibility to have been asked for the vote of thanks on behalf of USAID India mission. So thanks all. So on behalf of USAID India, I would just like to take this opportunity to place on records our deep sense of gratitude to respected Alok sir, who has spent his busiest time in gracing the occasion. So big round of applause for sir. Sir came on the first day also, and today also on Saturday, he has taken time and graced the occasion. Thank you, sir. And guiding us on the way path forward. Your thoughts are always enlighten our minds, sir, and show us the path forward. Before I acknowledge and address my thanks for the other colleagues and dignitaries, a big thank you to UNDP for collaboration on this important topic with USAID. Thank you. So I really know when the discussion started, Dr. Chiranjeevi from UNDP and I started discussion that such type of, second symposium is going to be planned, and Humsafar Trust is there, C-Sharp is there. We really didn't think about that this would go so large. So thank you, all of you, for making it so participatory by coming and attending to those 3 days. Enriching us with lot of insights. We were just talking I think in a small groups also, some of the sessions on intersex, the masculinity, the community experience. This was really an eye-opener. Thank you for joining us. And then some of the sessions like needs of the adolescents from the community. They were really, require the policy implications also. Thanks to all the chairs, speakers, co-chairs for adorning the occasion and sharing your thoughts and giving us insights through your research and experiences. Sincere and thanks to the entire NACO leadership from Madam Nidhi Kesarwani, Dr. Shobini ma'am, Dr. Uday Banudas, hello. Hello. Yeah. So Dr. Maninder, Ms. Vinita, and Sean. So I think I pressed it. Hello. Yeah. And most valuable invited guests from the community. So events, as you all believe that events like this cannot happen overnight. You really need an eagle's eye details view to keep a check on all the aspects, right from the technicalities to all the other things. So I really want to shout very loud for Dr. Chakrapani and Shruta Rawat. For being the catalysts of these events. And special thanks to Ministry of Social Justice, Niti Aayog, and Ministry of Medical Education to taking their time and gracing the occasion. My WHO colleagues, thank you, Rajat, for coming. UNAIDS. Now, special thanks, and I'm proud enough to acknowledge the support provided by both the technical and in terms of technical and logistics by our own dynamic leadership from John Hopkins University and the Accelerate team. For organizing the sessions with the help of the Fenway Institute also. And also the team who worked behind the scenes silently and patiently, Arjun, our comms team, a big round of applause for them. And on behalf of our leadership, I just want to say that we were very closely attached with this symposium. From the first symposium also, we supported through our linkages project implemented by FHI 360. This year also, we have collaborated through our GHU Accelerate project. So we are very, what the word I'm not getting, that for the third symposium also, if we can just make it a hit like this. So the USAID support is always there for that. So this is a thing which the USAID leadership has specifically asked to convey. And at the end, I would just say that please praise and reward loudly. But if anything was not up to the expectation, then please blame quietly. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sukhvinder. May I now invite Vivek Raj Anand, CEO, Humsafar Trust.
Shruta, you started competing with me in cheers now. There are more cheers for me than me. So thank you. Thank you very much. I love you kids. And so कोशिश करूंगा कि लंबा ना हो. I was born in 1961. I was reborn in 1995, towards the end of 1995. I was born to a mother named Sohail Abbasi. So, Sohail Abbasi introduced me to a grandmother named Ashok Rao Kavi. And I also met a wonderful giggly tiggly brother called Sridhar Rangayan, who is now the festival director of Kashish and many more things. One of the first things that we learned, and Humsafar had just been formed, one of the first things we learned was sustainability की अगर हम बात करते हैं, so कुछ principles थे, कुछ guidelines थे जो मुझे उस वक्त मिले थे, जो मैं 27 साल से carry कर रहा हूँ. सबसे पहला हमारा ये था कि Humsafar will fight from within. If we want our rights, we will work within our system. Humsafar will work with its own local city government. So we work with BMC, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and our offices are given to us by Bombay Municipal Corporation. We work with Mumbai District AIDS Control Society, and our first support came from National AIDS Control Organization. And our first clinic was opened by the then Director General of NACO, Dr. JVR Prasada Rao, which was in July 1996. It's been now, how many years, Shruta? 23 years of partnership and running targeted interventions. So मेरी उम्र करीबन 3 साल की थी उस वक्त, 1996 से गिनना मुझे. उससे पहले मैं जंगलों में घूम रहा था और मुझे एक टारगेटेड इंटरवेंशन मिला देखने के लिए, उसका ख्याल रखने के लिए. I have lived, and I always tell people that I was born in a TI. That's my core competence. तो मैं अपने बच्चों से, आउटरीच वर्कर सबसे कहता हूँ कि उस पर मुझे चैलेंज मत कीजिएगा. आज अगर आप इंटरनेट आउटरीच, नेटरीच प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मैं नेटरीच प्रोजेक्ट की हर स्ट्रैटेजी को फिजिकल आउटरीच से मैच कर सकता हूँ. हम वही मॉडल है जिसको हम वर्चुअल में ले गए हैं, बट थॉट प्रोसेस वही है. बट आई वाज बोर्न देयर. आई हैव लिव्ड थ्रू मोमेंट्स ऑफ डिस्पेयर. I have said goodbye to many of my own children because we couldn't save them. And I live with that guilt, which does not go away, however hard I may try. It does not go away कि हम उन्हें बचा नहीं सके. But from that despair, I also live in hope. And now I see a time. And it is to our national program. It is to National AIDS Control Organization. It is the National AIDS Control NSCP that we manage in this country, that today our HIV programs are at par with the best in the world, and our treatment, our ART treatments are at par with the best in the world. Today, the communities that we serve in our clinics, we make sure that they go on treatment, that they adhere to treatment. And I'm not lying, we have data to prove that in 6 months to 1 year time, they test undetectable. मैंने वो वक्त देखा है कि, सॉरी मैं आंख में आंसू नहीं आने दूंगा इस वक्त, मैंने वो वक्त देखा है कि मैं अपने एक बच्चे को सेकेंड लाइन ट्रीटमेंट पर नहीं डाल सका था, क्योंकि जे हॉस्पिटल बॉम्बे में वायरल लोड टेस्टिंग के लिए 4 महीने की अपॉइंटमेंट लगती थी, एंड हम ये भी तैयार थे कि हम उसका प्राइवेट से हमने उसका वायरल लोड करवाया था, बट उसका सेकेंड लाइन ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट नहीं हो पाया और मैंने उसे खोया है। एंड मुझे गर्व है इस बात का कि आज हम जहां रहते हैं, हम बच्चों को टेस्ट करते हैं, सबको, व्हेन आई से बच्चे, सब बच्चे हैं, उनका टेस्ट होता है, वो इमीडिएट ट्रीटमेंट में जाते हैं, उनके अडेरेंस पर हम फॉलो अप रखते हैं, उनको सारा CD4 वायरल लोड सब इन्वेस्टिगेशंस उनको मिलते हैं, एंड 6 महीने के अंदर वो अनडिटेक्टेबल होते हैं। हमने सर बहुत बड़ी जर्नी कवर की है, हमने बहुत लंबी जर्नी कवर की है, क्योंकि मैंने वो दिन देखा है, मैं आज का दिन देखता हूं, और खुशी होती है इस बात की कि हमारा ये जो मॉडल था, दैट वी विल वर्क विद इन आवर सिस्टम्स, दैट वी वर्क, वी बिलीव सर, Didi ma'am, we believe this, that some of the best brains in the world work in the public healthcare delivery. About 5 years ago, I had like a hepatitis A infection in late 80s, and I had tested positive for Hep C. I got 6 months treatment from Sion Hospital. I did not go to a healthcare providers, but in 30 days time, my viral load was undetectable. This is thanks to the public healthcare delivery. It's thanks to some wonderful doctors like Dr. Alka Gokte, Dr. Hemangi Jairajani. We remain indebted to them. And all the people who work in the public healthcare delivery without asking for, the fancy private healthcare delivery system remunerations, but they serve us. But we've seen that progress where we have reached. So हमारा ये था कि अपने सिस्टम के अंदर काम करना है। हमसफर will never become a model of confrontation. We are a model of dialogue and negotiation. And over the years, in the last 27 years, we've always had the theory of dialogue. We've met with stakeholders, we've spoken to them. Today, Sion Hospital in Bombay is considered to be a model practice of public-private partnership. Today, our Harish Kambli is here. Harish, are you there in the room? Can I see you, Harish? Yeah. Please, a big shout out to him. Harish started working as a community health worker in Sion Hospital, and his mandate was to ensure कि लोग जो स्किन एंड डर्मेटोलॉजी में आ रहे हैं, उनको डॉक्टर्स को एक्सेस देना, उनका टेस्ट करवाना, उनको ट्रीटमेंट में लेके जाना. But his mandate was very clear. He doesn't look only at MSM and transgender communities. He provides his services to everyone who comes to OPD 16. And वक्त के साथ OPD 16 में एक पूरा केबिन है, और उस केबिन के बाहर लिखा है हरीश काम्बली हेल्थ वर्कर. That's credit to him and his hard work over there. So public health care delivery में काम करना ये हमें शुरू में मिला था. अपने सिस्टम में, अपनी गवर्नमेंट में हमको रहकर अपने राइट्स के लिए लड़ना है. हमने वो दिन भी देखा है जब 377 के लिए कोर्ट में केस फाइल किया था. हमने वो दिन भी देखा है जब 2009 में जस्टिस शाह ने हमको डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया था. हमने वो रात भी देखी है जब 11 दिसंबर 1913 में हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया ने फिर से क्रिमिनलाइज किया था. और हमने वो दिन भी देखा है जब 2018 6 सितंबर में हमें डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया गया फ्रॉम सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया. ये हमारी कंट्री है, ये हमारा देश है. गर्व है हमें इस पे कि हम इसका हिस्सा हैं. मुझे एक बार किसी ने कहा था कि मुझे लेटर दीजिए, मुझे फॉरेन कंट्री में असाइलम चाहिए क्योंकि मैं इंडिया में गे नहीं हो सकता हूं. मैंने कहा मैं आपको ऐसा कोई लेटर नहीं दे सकता हूं क्योंकि मैं इंडिया में गे हूं. मैं BMC ने मुझे 2000 स्क्वायर फीट का ऑफिस दिया है, मैं यहाँ से काम करता हूं और मैं ओपनली गे हूं और मैं अपने अधिकारों के लिए यहीं बैठ के लड़ूंगा. मगर मैं किसी को ये लेटर नहीं दूंगा कि you cannot be gay in India. No, we have We have to continue our fight for civil rights, our fight for equality. मैं ये बार बार इस फोरम में मैं दूसरी बार दोहरा रहा हूं कि आपका जो ग्लास है वो हाफ फुल है या हाफ एम्प्टी है, वो आप डिसाइड करेंगे. मेरे लिए वो हाफ फुल है. मेरी जर्नी इसके आगे चलती है. एक हम लोगों का था, मैंने दो चीजें कवर की कि हम विद इन आवर सिस्टम काम करते हैं. वी आर अ मॉडल ऑफ डायलॉग. वी वर्क विद इन आवर पब्लिक हेल्थ केयर डिलीवरी एंड वी आर वेरी वेरी प्राउड ऑफ दैट. मैं किसी को मैं अपने दोस्तों को भी ये रिकमेंड नहीं करता हूं कि प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स में जाके 1500-2000 रुपए फीस दो. मैं बोलता हूं हमारा हरीश है, साइन में ले जाएगा. हरीश मुझे भी लेके जाता है. मेरे लिए थोड़ा बेचारा ऐसे लाइन शॉर्ट करवा देता है. थोड़ा some perks of being Humsafar CEO. But there was one very, very major decision that we made at that point of time, which brings us to this symposium, that we believed in research. And my guru, Dr. Adhikari, you are sitting here. Thank you very much, sir, for the first knowledge, attitude, behavior practices study that we did. He helped us design the questionnaire, the methodology, and आज भी हमारा कोई भी questionnaire होता है, हम बेझिझक, सर आप कहीं भी हो, हम आपको भेज देते हैं कि सर इस पे guidance चाहिए. उन्होंने हमें सिखाया high risk behavior को हम कैसे measure करें, consistent condom usage हमको measure करना है, हमको number of partners measure करना है. We take that to define what high risk behavior is. But risk जो है हमारा बहुत integral part रहा हमारे काम का. और रिसर्च करते करते हमने ये रियलाइज किया. और मैं सबसे ये कहूंगा, एवरी कम्युनिटी पर्सन, यू आर LGBTQI+, इफ यू आर फाइटिंग फॉर योर राइट्स, डोंट गेट अप एंड से आई वांट माय राइट्स. गेट अप एंड से दिस इज द एविडेंस आई हैव. आई डोंट हैव माय राइट्स, आई वांट माय राइट्स. आपका योर एविडेंस, योर रिसर्च will prove to the world what your real needs are. That is what is going to take us forward. And Venki, Shruta, I mean, whenever you need me, I'm there. But this symposium should become a regional and international level conference where we have youngsters, where we present research on LGBTQI+ in India to an international audience. When we don't call them here to show us what work they have been doing. Please visit India. Come over here and we'll show you what work we have been doing. And for me, this is the biggest takeaway from this symposium, what we have learned over here, that please come over here. And you know what is, Venki and Shruta, this is for you, both of you. And congratulations to both of you and all our partners. For us, our biggest victory in this symposium is not that you put together such a huge gathering. The biggest victory is the kind of support, the buy-in that we got from various ministries, from various bilateral agencies, from various, I see that probably there are very few traditional donor agencies, but I see a lot of support agencies with us. I begin with NACO always. I go to USAID. Ma'am, we are a product of Impact Project. I don't know whether you remember or not, but we worked with Impact. But that is our biggest achievement, because when I read the agenda, so it's very difficult for me to explain to you kids, but I almost had tears in my eyes that I can't believe, okay, NACO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, okay, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Okay. I said, this list is endless. And that makes us proud LGBTQI+ of this country. So keep struggling, keep fighting, keep showing evidence, do not stop. And पिछले 3 दिन से, this is the 10th time I am telling everyone, us communities, nothing for us without us. And we leave no one behind. Thank you. And I sincerely apologize, I overshot my time, but I needed this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you so much. So, Alok ji, since we have the pleasure of having you, and since you volunteered to also speak, so I'm going to request you again to provide any closing remarks that you may have and observations.
Hello. So, in fact, most of my views I had expressed, but why I requested you for the last word is that I wanted to hear what Vivek and other panelists had said. And, while we were here and Vivek on the sidelines were telling me that we need to take it as a regional or as an international level. So, that's something that all of us together, we can do that. I was also thinking that at the next, if at all it happens, because this pandemic is going seesaw, the International AIDS Conference, if it happens, we can have a session on the, what do you call it, those breakouts? Satellite session. So we can have a satellite there of the work that we've done, and you can showcase your work, and you can also ask for more ideas. So this is something collectively we can do. This is an idea kind of I'm throwing here. The other thing is that I think whatever work has been done in the last 3 days in various sessions, we need to, write it down as a monogram. Dr. Chakrapani, we must do that, because this one would be a document for posterity when we see maybe 10, 15, 20 years later how it evolved. And secondly, it will not allow us to forget those smaller points which participants have made here, which might otherwise we may lose them in the larger discourse. So in NACO also, I tell my team that whenever we do any such big conference, which we are doing, we need to write down whatever the speakers have spoken in chapters and in a bound book, which, nowadays it's basically you need not print it if you don't want to, but that book should be there in a digital form. So this is what was my second thing. And then maybe we have to have next steps very clearly written down, enunciated, what we'll do with timelines like we do in NACO, कि इतने 3 महीने में ये कर लेंगे, 6 महीने में आप सब लोगों के साथ ही करते हैं। NACO तो अपने आप अकेला कुछ नहीं करता है, तो हम डॉक्टर सोलोमन को बताते हैं या आदित्य को बताते हैं या और पार्टनर्स, पहले डॉक्टर अभी भी हैं डॉक्टर बित्रा, कल मुझे दिखे थे, उनको या तो हम सब लोग मिलके काम करते हैं, बट वी टेल आवरसेल्व्स, ओके, यू सी हाउ संपूर्ण सुरक्षा फ्रॉम एन आइडिया टू एक्चुअल culmination into an activity has come about in about 6 months during the pandemic. So something similar, we need to have next steps, and that will keep all of us, including NACO, aware that this is what we have to do and this is the timeline. I think these were the 3 things which I wanted to say, and I would also in the end like to compliment the organizers, each one of them, and the young participants and the community members who are the lifeblood of this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request the dignitaries to be seated on stage because we would like to present mementos to the organizing committee. And then Aditya, I would request you to provide the final vote of thanks once we present the mementos to people. So kindly be seated till that. So in no particular order, but this is basically recognizing the many organizations, individuals, and institutions which were part of making the symposium a success. So I'm going to call out, and maybe representatives from that organization can come to the stage, receive the memento. So the first memento, I would like to ask Sid to present it to Shri Alok Saxena ji from NACO in terms of the overwhelming support and guidance provided to us. Next, to Abhimanyu Saxena, my friend, my colleague, and who teases me so many times that I forget him. He's so respectable to me today. The memento on behalf of to Sukhwinder ma'am on behalf of USAID. May I request the Humsafar Trust board to be present on stage to receive the memento? No conjusi with claps, please. I know.
And yeah, while you see the handsome board of 1 minute, where's my rock star? Shruta, not without you. Please. Yes. तू आएगा बेटा आ जा सूडो को भी लिया
Sudo and Gautam, this wouldn't have happened without you.
आ जाओ बेटा आ जाओ दोनों आ जाओ घर है अपना चलो थैंक यू अरे मोमेंटो कहाँ है मोमेंटो कहाँ गया हमारा हाँ तू भी हमारा ही है बेटा एक सूडो को दे दे वेंकी डॉक्टर वेंकी थैंक यू Dr. Venki.
Thank you, Team Humsafar. May I now request a representative from C# to come to the stage? Sir, may I request you to present it to Dr. Venkatesh Chakrapani and the team from C#?
Oh, you remembered.
May I request a representative from Sati to come to the stage, please? A representative from Sati? Okay, we'll probably call Ramki later. Now this is going to be a huge team. May I request the teams from Accelerate and YRG Care to come to team? And I'm going to request Alok ji to again present. Simran, come fast. So, okay, I'm also going to the three mementos for John Hopkins University, for Project Accelerate, and for YRG Care. I missed calling on the UNDP team on stage, so may I also request the UNDP team to come on stage? May I now request a representative from TISS to come to the stage, please? Tata Institute of Social Service. So there is a request, there's an overwhelming request that you present the mementos.
Okay. So now,
TISS. Has Dr. Ramki come in? Any representative from Sati? Okay. Want to request a representative from the India HIV/AIDS Alliance to come to the stage, please. India HIV/AIDS Alliance. Okay, so I'm going to request a representative to collect the memento on behalf of Washington University, Albert Einstein College of Medicine, and for India HIV/AIDS Alliance. Thank you, Sudha. I apologize. It should read as DBT Welcome India Alliance and not the India HIV/AIDS Alliance. But thank you so much, Venki. Do we have a representative from the DBT team? I think we are only waiting for Sati, but I think that's done. Aditya, may I please request you to provide the final vote of thanks?
All right, thank you. So I'll try to be quick, but I'll before starting, I think I just want to borrow a few lines from Vivekanand ji. So Vivekanand ji, I was born in 1982, and I was reborn in 2007. Yeah, I'll tell you the story of that as well, just so that I can link it with my vote of thanks. So 2007 is when I was working with NACO as a fairly young technical officer, and I was thrown into the Delhi High Court with a big file that talked about NACO's stand on the 377 case. That was at the time of the Delhi High Court. And it was at that point of time that I kind of realized the thought process in my head was, how cool NACO was, because, being a government department, also making a case with other government departments, and also the way that, the lawyers and the solicitor generals, etc., were dealing with the case, being completely insensitive to, what the community issues were. The fact that NACO was at that point of time, even though it wasn't that long ago, taking a stand that was fairly progressive in terms of at least, making a case for decriminalizing at that point of time, where a lot of government departments were not. So I would like to definitely say thank you to NACO, not just for that life-changing moment for me, but also for their support in terms of this symposium. Now, being on the organizing committee of this symposium, I'd definitely like to say that, we had our tough times and we had our good times, and we had our moments when it was like, can we really pull this off? And I think we definitely did pull it off. So please give us a big hand. So again, I think on behalf of all the organizers, I think it's important to again formally acknowledge the support of the United Nations Development Program. Thank you, UNDP. Thank you to the Humsafar Trust. Thank you to C-Sharp. And of course, thank you to my own team, the Accelerate Johns Hopkins University team, the Fenway Institute, and of course, the other partners that have been part of this entire program. And of course, I think we recognize the support of PEPFAR, USAID, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the Ministry of Social Justice, and that's at a slightly bigger level. And of course, we have Sati and Factor InventWash and Inventash, sorry, and the Albert Einstein University as well. I think in terms of organizing this conference and actually conducting it, we'd like to acknowledge the support of the Eros Hotel. So big hand to the Eros Hotel. I think in terms of the way that the event was conducted, and thank you for all the support. And also to the team from Virtual MNC. So in case you don't know, Virtual MNC is the team is the team behind the scenes that actually made this possible. I think we went out to something like 25 million viewers worldwide. That's a good guess. But thank you to Virtual MNC. So we were able to actually have a webcast throughout. We were also having participants log in virtually, and we don't have the stats on that yet, but thank you to Virtual MNC team for all the camera work, sound and light, etc. Thank you so much. I will not, I think I could just say like Shruta Rawat and get a big round of applause. That was just to get applause. Sorry. Yeah. So I think again, the special thanks to the Humsafar Trust team, of course, for the level of effort that has gone into this. I think even in terms of conducting the event. Again, there were like a few people behind the scenes that I want to thank, especially from our team as well. So thank you to Arjun, Raja, Dia, the people who are working at the counter for the registration. In terms of the admin support from the Humsafar Trust team, as well as from our team from for IT, for Shrinu, Vandana, etc. Thank you so much. And of course, I think lastly, all I can say is that our biggest thank you, of course, goes out to all the community members, whether they were here in person and in general. I think thank you so much, because again, it is your experiences and insights, or rather have become our experiences and insights, and collectively we are enriched because of the fact that we could all come together. So thank you to all the community members. Thank you to all the experts. Thank you to all the experts who are community members and the community members who are experts. It gets very confusing, but in a sense, thank you to all the speakers, all the people who actually put in a lot of effort to present concisely what has in many cases been a life's work. I think lastly, the only thing that I can leave the vote of thanks with is that I think we are successful in conducting the second symposium, and thank you to all the organizers and all the participants for that. I think there's no doubt that, you know, we have achieved, I mean, we've had discussions around inclusion and integration and collaboration, and it's kind of like a no contest that that's the way we have to go in terms of things forward. Probably the only grievance would be, or the way forward for the third symposium might be that, you know, this was a symposium of like-minded individuals and ideologies to some extent, to a large extent rather. I think for the third symposium, we should always also try to encourage bringing in the opposing view, maybe those that we have to work with or sometimes work against, and try to balance out those views so that we understand what the bottlenecks might be. And lastly, I think in terms of, you know, what we have crystallized as the learnings from this, I think what we definitely would be working towards as the organizing team is also making sure that we have a matrix summary of responsibilities, roles, and activities that we can take forward with immediate effect, divided between the various stakeholders here. So thank you again. Thank you, everyone, and safe travels to those who are traveling. Thank you. Thank you.
Have safe travels, and for those who are staying back in Delhi, enjoy winter.